I meant to fade that out a little more smoothly than I did, but that's fine. Welcome to the stream. Oh shit, and my fucking robot is working too. That's cool. Hell yeah. I have a robot now to tell people that I'm streaming, and it's great. I'm so fucking into it. I love... Hey, listen. I'm not like a narcissist or anything, but I love when people pay attention to me. So I guess, maybe I am. Who knows? And the fact that people know how to pay attention to me, people know when I require attention. That's pretty cool. Here's what I'm gonna do. I actually have to go on Twitch real quick, so we're gonna get a little bit of echo. We're gonna watch the entirety of, and I do mean all of it. I'm fucking full of taurine right now. I had a Monster energy drink, and I'm just blasted on the taurine. Taurine, how do you say it? Never said it out loud before. I need to pop out chat. There we go. Because I want it to be on the side here. I can already see one of the things he's complaining about. So hold on. Actually, I've had the video going so that the background would be interesting. But now we're getting fucking ribbled with it. We're getting Dale gribbled in this motherfucker. Whoop. 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 Oh wait, no, I do want to keep my GameCube controller. Please, sir, don't take my GameCube away. Anyway, GameCube, you need to stay there. You need to stay there. Dude, I did this so stupid, and I don't know why. Big plane? What does big plane mean? What is that? Oh. The big plane falls mainly on Spain. Anyway. And check this out, we can also undo the blur from this. Everybody drop your favorite Blur song in chat. Mine is Song 2 by Gorillaz. And also I'm playing Deus Ex Human Revolution because I like it. It's my favorite game, and if he thinks it's bad, I'm gonna have to pause it and say, actually, you don't know anything about video games. Skipping the intro cutscene because I need to do options because this is way too loud. We're gonna put everything down to like 1 bar, basically. Possibly even lower. I might go into my Windows settings. But I'll put the subtitles on for those of you who want to get your magnifying glass out and say like, I don't even know what this is, TVH. Okay, Deus Ex Human Revolution is the first video game I ever bought, and I tricked my stepmom into buying it for me by lying about what it was. It was the first game I ever bought on Steam. Like, I downloaded Steam specifically because I saw Uberhaxer Nova playing this game, and I was like, I gotta be the big robot cop. And then HbombERGUY made a video about it, which we're now reacting to, and it does have subtitles, so you guys should be able to see the subtitles. And if you can't, actually, you know what, I don't know if, let me like jump to a place with subtitles. The subtitles are at the top for, that's actually better, because then you guys can see it. So we do have subtitles, but I will just be like playing the audio and then pausing it when I want to interject with my fucking witty banter. But yeah, that's basically it. That's the title of the stream. Deus Ex Human Revolution is like pretty top tier for me, and so I gotta defend my favorite game. I just gotta. I'm drinking tonight Monster Energy Ultra Watermelon, which I've never had before, and it's actually really good. Oops. My goodness, I keep false starting here. Oh wait, shit. I can't change. Oh, hold on, I gotta the settings. How do you make it so that? Oh fuck. All right, whatever. Who cares?
In June Around 2000, Ion Storm released Deus Ex.
Classic video game video essay opening. I love that. I love the whole starting with in 2001 there was a new video game. Square Enix released, and it's like, it's cool, dude. I don't give a shit about 2001, you know what I mean?
IDOS Interactive, the game's publisher, was the 51% shareholder in Ion Storm. So when the company closed its doors and the creators
By the way, I don't think that should be allowed. The fucking having like a 51% share in a company, I think is such a bunk idea to be like, well, technically, my percents outweigh yours, so technically, I get to make the decisions about the company. It's like, fuck off. It makes me want to like fucking, you know, fucking publish the address of a senator. I don't know. I also have sour gummy worms. Yeah. So whatever.
People who, you know, made it, but to a bunch of executives at a publishing company. Then IDOS Interactive's parent company, also named IDOS, which made researching this very confusing, got bought and merged with another game publisher, Sales Curve Interactive. Then they hit major financial trouble and realized they need to make games to survive, and opened a new development studio in Canada, which began development.
Okay, the other thing is I'm not playing this game from the beginning. I fucking hate that, so I'm just not gonna do it. I'm going to do New Game Plus. I installed a treat menu, and I'm gonna just give myself all the power-ups, and nobody can fucking stop me.
On the next Deus Ex game. While that was happening, things were going great at SCI. Just kidding, it went so bad the CEO got fired. To get a fresh start, they renamed the company to IDOS. Hold on a second. Then they got bought again, this time by Square Enix. Square Enix said they were going to leave IDOS to themselves, then changed their mind and forcibly merged the company with their European
How are the
branch.
volumes, by the way?
God, isn't the game industry so normal and fine? While all of that was happening, the team at IDOS Montreal had to somehow make a video game. The making of documentary for this new Deus Ex game begins with a bunch of talk about how great it is to work with IDOS, from French-Canadian developers wearing t-shirts with the IDOS branding.
IDOS has a very rich IP portfolio. I mean, their projects are just great. Their IPs are very rich.
Partway through, IDOS disappears from the story completely because they stopped existing.
Man,
and they
I should have
had completely
watched this
different
cutscene
tactics.
first.
Being owned by Square
That's
Enix
fine.
came with
We're doing a
some
speedrun now. This
They
is
got
a
to reference
speedrun.com.
Final Fantasy a few times. One of the bosses, a big guy with a gun for an arm, got to be named Barrett. They put a poster on some characters' walls for a Final Fantasy 27.
Fuck
'cause
yes.
It's the future. It's
No,
cute,
yeah,
so
I mean,
it
it
wasn't
is
all bad.
cute.
Just kidding, it was bad. The executives at Square Enix.
Alright, here
weren't
we go.
going to
Now
let
he's
them do this.
doing-
Didn't want to risk damaging the Final Fantasy brand any more than
Now
keeping it
he's
for it.
complaining.
The team at IDOS Montreal had to argue their way up the corporate chain of the business that
Thank
just
you for letting me know.
all the way up to Yoichi Wada, the president and director of the entire company, to get permission to put a funny poster in the background of their game. Deus Ex used to be a series that criticized the bizarre machinations of corporations so big no one knows who they're working for, where intellectual property and brand management mattered more than people, a world where one company can own half your childhood. A system governed more by tax incentives and corporate subsidies than people. It asked important questions about the future of mankind, about who wielded power over others, and what their interests really were. A story sometimes so accurate in its guesses, it seems less fictitious now than ever. But then, many years and corporate acquisitions later, comes Deus Ex
Oh my
Human
God.
Evolution, the game that dares to ask the question, what if we had robot arms?
He looks so professional. What's going on with this guy? Now, okay, I'm coming into this with the
Deus Ex Human
context
Revolution is pretty good.
that I have never played the original Deus Ex games, and I don't plan on it. I slid right off of those games. Or not games, I tried to play the fucking the first one, the blue one that everyone's like, this is the game. I tried to play it and it gave me like motion sickness. It was one of those things that it just like aged to the point where I could not handle it. Hey, V-Mouse. You know, like certain games really just need an extra little kick in the ass to be playable nowadays. Like, I wouldn't play fucking Princess Quest or whatever. I wouldn't play Treasure Island. There are certain point-and-click adventure games that I would play because they learned from the lessons of their predecessors, and were like, what if it doesn't make you click on one single pixel so that Pajama Sam can fucking poke holes in the top of a jar of butterflies with the pointy hat on a bishop. And so basically, I couldn't do it with the original Deus Ex. Like, I was just like, I don't have the prerequisite knowledge to understand what's going on here. I will send it to you to play when it's done. Hell yeah. I'm 3 minutes into this video. I couldn't, you know, I mean, you boot up like, Half-Life, like the original Half-Life, and it is aged, but it is really still very playable. Like, it doesn't give me motion. The one Half-Life game that does give me motion sickness for some reason is Opposing Force. Like, I got to the sewer part where you have to like click on the valve and the gearbox or whatever, and it's like a joke. It's like, whoa, these are the names of our companies. I got to that section and I was like, nah, dude, I'm gonna fucking vomit. I'm seriously just gonna throw the hell up if I continue to play this game. But that was the only one. Actually, my favorite Half-Life is Blue Shift, because it's like a little Half-Life nugget, you know what I mean? It's like a concentrated Half-Life edible where you take it and it takes like 15 minutes. It's like if Half-Life, the original Half-Life 1 as it's now known, is like a really nice joint, fucking Blue Shift is like a bump of coke, I would say, is how I would compare those two. You know what I mean? Not that I don't do cocaine. I've never done cocaine, but people who have done cocaine describe it to me and they're like, yeah, it lasts 15 minutes and it's really exciting. So, you know, I have done other drugs though, so I'm not that lame. But yeah, I have never played the original Deus Ex, and I can't. Like, I did not beat fucking Liberty City without being like, you know? Anyway.
Good. It's fun. Yeah. I have a tendency to make videos about things I either really love or really hate. So just to clear up any potential confusion here, this game is fine. Good job, guys. I'm about to spend, oh my god, complaining about it, but I need to say, this was the first game by a new studio, and it was being made while they were being bought out by Square Enix, by a team that had never previously worked on any games even remotely like Deus Ex. I might not think the game is perfect, but it is a genuine achievement that it's this good. So why am I talking about it then? That's a good question. Me?
Squeenix.
Well, here's the thing. The original Deus Ex belonged to a special subgenre of games named the Immersive Sim. In a sentence, Immersive Sims are games that feel just that little bit more like worlds you're taking part in. They prioritized the player's freedom to choose how to solve problems and then dealing with the consequences of those choices, and being able to find creative and unexpected solutions, often ones the developers themselves hadn't thought of, by being built in a way that could respond well to player creativity. There's a lot of different ways you can define an immersive sim, but there's only one real one. Can you solve a problem intended to be solved with a gun by stacking a bunch of boxes and going over it? In the late 90s and early 2000s, immersive sims were coming out fairly often, and people still look back fondly on many of those games. But then, almost overnight, they disappeared. An entire genre of games basically died out for years. But a couple of years back, we started to get more of them again, and they're amazing and beautiful, and a lot like the games that people remember. Human Revolution is a fascinating orphan of history. It came out between the two golden ages of the immersive sim, when this type of game wasn't considered popular or profitable enough. So while they were making it, the team made a lot of changes to try and make it a bit like other games people liked at the time, trying to streamline it and make it more accessible for a console audience. audience. I'll give you 3 guesses why they decided the game needed third-person cover shooting, and at the time of release, people seemed happy with its compromises. But the thing about immersive sims is, they were already great, and didn't need changing. Recent games like the new Prey have...
Alright. So, my opinion on this, hold on, is mixed, because, like I said, the immersive sim elements really kind of bounced me off. I was like, I don't know about any of this business. I like, and the whole, like, you have to go into your inventory and select a grenade and then click on the grenade in your hotbar. It's like, dog, is this a first-person shooter or not? Like, and I mean, I know the answer is not. No, it isn't. Ratstrid, you idiot. This is not the same thing as your first-person shooter, you fucking millennial. And I feel bad that I haven't been able to give the first Deus Ex a proper shot, because, like, it's just, it just bounces me right the hell off. 0451, I always remember that, because it's like the video game, it's like the BioShock video game number. But yeah, I don't know. So, I mean, like, I'm not opposed to the whole make it simpler idea. I personally really, I appreciate that, because I bounced right off the first. It was so complicated. Make it easier. Hey, oh wait, whoops, I forgot that. Okay, well, this is going to be a fun feature throughout the stream, where every time I enter a code on a code pad, my expression will change rapidly. That's fun. I like the way Adam's thumb looks in the first act. I'm just saying, like, I don't have a natural objection to the idea of, like, they should make games hard on purpose for... Or not hard, but obtuse on purpose so that nobody plays them. Because, like, that's not... You know, if you want to play, like, a horror game that's obtuse on purpose, that's fine. Go look at your fucking Five Nights at Freddy's body pillow, you fucking nerd. What do you mean you don't want to be given instructions? Anyway. Yeah, so no. I already disagree, Mr. Bomber Guy. I think that making it simpler for idiots like me is probably like the top tier move that you can fucking pull off. That's your Nolly 360 into doing a good thing.
Proven immersive
Nolly 360 into doing a good thing is great, because it makes me feel like I'm doing a moral act. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Barely need to change at all from how they were 20 years ago to be amazing at what they're trying to do. So when the Human Revolution team decided the Deus Ex formula was broken, all their fixes actually made it less like what makes these games great. So today, in this year's self-therapy session masquerading as a video game analysis, I'll be trying to get to the bottom of what happened to Deus Ex, to see what we can learn about how, or how not, to modernize a classic. Because there's a lot more at stake
my fingers
here
are
than just
feeling
one
very
beloved
weird
franchise.
on the keyboard.
After doing some digging into the lineage
I realized
of the intellectual
this is
property
not a
rights of
gaming
some of my
keyboard,
favorite
so my
franchises,
W
I
is
discovered Square Enix
very
might not
off
just
center.
be rebooting / remaking / beating the dead horses of the Deus Ex, Tomb Raider, and Thief properties. No, a much more important franchise lives under their jurisdiction. One of the most important and meaningful stories in gaming history. I'm speaking, of course, about Gex.
Oh
The
my
Gex
god.
trilogy sold millions of copies and arguably saved the world. But there
Wow,
hasn't been a
here we
new
go
Gex
on the
since
BreadTuber
1999,
tangent.
and due to Crystal Dynamics' acquisition by Eidos in 1998, Square Enix's
there's a way you can do
2009
this.
acquisition of the company that bought Eidos and renamed itself to Eidos means it's only a matter of time before Squeenix puts someone to
Yeah,
work,
speedrun
reviving the
tactics.
sleeping god in their possession. So for all our sakes, it's worth seeing if we can learn from other attempts to revive old franchises and come up with some general
I love the
pointers.
incredibly serious transition. Yep,
Gex
perfect.
and Deus Ex form a symbiont circle. What
Deus
happens to one
Gex.
of them will affect the other. You must understand this. So we have to do this for Gex. If we're not careful, he'll be in the next Kingdom Hearts and kiss Goofy and society will fucking crumble.
You can
A
sneak
really
this
good
whole
test of
thing
role-playing
also
games
is
is
the
how
thing.
quickly players get to do that. In Deus Ex, you press new game,
Your brain
and then you're
can't
making
handle
a
this
character.
video?
Then there's an opening cutscene, and bam, you're at your first mission, the iconic and impressively open-ended Liberty Island level. A huge part of why this game still works so well is how instantaneously it makes you feel like you're playing it your own
There's
way.
a skip
You've
up
only
here
just
that I can
decided
do
your
as well.
character's
Where's the fire
starting abilities,
extinguisher?
and already you're being told to put them to use how you see
Fire
fit to
extinguisher?
capture the NSF leader holed up in the Statue of Liberty. Within literally seconds
Fire
of starting the
extinguisher.
game, you're being asked to pick a new weapon by a character whose appearance changes based on what your character looks like because he's your brother. That's a pretty
I
freeing way
need
to
a
start a game, giving
fire
players a bunch of
extinguisher.
choices and already reacting to one they made in the character creation screen. But
Oh,
this
there's
type
the
of
fire
opening
extinguisher.
isn't unique
Okay,
to
well, there's a
Deus Ex,
skip
though.
I can
It's
do.
a staple of the genre.
I know the door is
I don't
open,
know,
but there
Vampire
is
the
a skip I
Masquerade
can do.
Bloodlines, you make a character, cutscene, funny
I
tutorial
do-
that
I
you can
drop.
skip. Welcome to Santa Monica. It's just like it is in
Alright,
real
I was
life.
only gonna
The high
try that
watermark
once.
here, of course, is Fallout New Vegas, instantly
shit.
plopping the character you just made in the world with next to no limits
Soup.
where to go and what to do.
Soup.
Putting the player in the driver's
Does Monster
seat as
Energy
quickly as
with
possible
sour
creates
gummy
a
worms
sense
in
of
it
agency,
count
which is
as
pivotal
soup?
in games that
Ah, fuck.
prioritize making choices and playing a role.
This is the last,
Role-playing
like,
games. What a
corridor.
concept.
So,
In Deus Ex Human Revolution, I was a
not
bit
too
worried
bad.
when I realized there wasn't anything like a character creation screen, but hey, I'm old. Maybe those are outdated now. I did do a little cringe when I saw the highest difficulty was called Give Me Deus Ex, though. Sure, tell me to have high expectations. That hasn't
There we go.
ruined my life before.
Is everything in place?
they're not gonna see me.
Almost.
This is the
do you
last.
mean,
Here we go.
almost?
Get ready for the
game
Barrett
begins
jump
with
scare.
The weekly Illuminati Zoom conference,
White
where
boy
they
jump
ominously
scare.
discuss their
Bang.
plans
Alright,
while
cool.
trying to change the default profile picture.
As long as
Apart from
everything in it
one
is soup
teeny,
shaped.
tiny, massive problem, I really like this opening. I especially like how short it pretends to be. The intro ends, and bam, you are Adam Jensen, head of security at Sarif Industries. Oh, it's really thematic if you think about it. You see, Adam is a clever reference to Seinfeld.
Remember my friend Adam from Detroit?
Yeah, the guy with the
It's augmented.
I do like that it zooms in on his head to start the game. I'm glad someone's repping the classics. Wow, that was pretty quick. It's time to begin the first level and start playing the game. Nope. You see, the problem with the original Deus Ex was you didn't spend 20 minutes watching JC Denton waddle around his office making small talk first. The opening cutscene is
The
far-
problem is, this is the thing, is I literally just complained about this like 10 seconds ago. And so I can't pretend to be like, no, actually, this part of the fucking video game is a masterpiece, and if you think otherwise, you're just like, probably like one of the dumbest people who's ever been born. But I did just like 10 minutes ago be like, I fucking hate this part. I should have skipped this part. Frank's on the second floor in the tech lab. Make it quick. People's lives are at stake. Oh, check this out. You can get, there's a secret transphobia ending. Hold on. Where's the bathroom? That's right, baby. Eidos Montreal is responsible for the fucking what's going on in Texas right now. Off color. Don't say stuff like that, kiddo. Okay, so check this out. If I go in the women's toilet, I can go in here and like open up all the doors. I don't have to, but I can. There's a plunger in here, but no items, so whatever. And then I go back here and I talk to Frankie. Frankie Pritch is his name. Man, Pritch sounds like a slur. I hope I just didn't say something bad to like an entire group of people. If I did, I apologize. But yeah, that's sort of the. All right, hold on. I talked to Pritchard about yeah, you know, whatever. How do I skip the dialogue again? There's some dialogue you can't skip, and I think it's when there's like camera moves involved. It's not enter, right click. It's not escape. Nope. All right, so you know, maybe this is just unskippable. All right, everybody, your retinal display should be fine. Recognition software won't be picking up hostiles. Yeah, blah 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 blah. Frankie Bench, exactly. maybe it's not this part. It is a later part that I'm thinking of. Oh my god. Ignore. Just let me... There he is! I know you've gone through a lot of physical changes as of late, but you didn't become a woman. Stay out of the ladies' restroom. Yeah, there you go. Although, to be honest, if Jensen wanted to transition, I would be very surprised. He's a man guy.
Industries is Adam's ex-girlfriend, but they're still pretty close. You can tell because they decided to pose her like a teenage anime schoolgirl.
And I thought women...
I never noticed that before.
waiting.
Oh, gender! The introduction isn't 1 minute of ominous, interesting dialogue followed by gameplay. It's followed by many minutes of walking and talking, meaningless techno-babble.
But the increased neural peptides coming from the PDOT cluster...
That actually happens twice.
I'm thinking the glial tissue breakdown we noticed after splicing in the repressive protein.
There we go, it is spacebar.
Yeah, this is great.
Cytometer.
We might get a more accurate reading.
And then you get to watch a weapons demonstration, argue with your co-workers in the elevator, watch the planes go by, and listen to your boss tell you how important all that stuff was for the future of the human race before they realize they're losing you, so, a terrorist attack happens. There we go. Oh boy, a call to action. Now we can finally start the game. The unskippable tutorial for how to play the game. We need to make sure you know how to crouch, move boxes around, use vents, and take cover. Click on enemies to shoot them. Okay, now do it a few more times just in case. Okay, well, at least it's over, and now we all know how to play, so now we can start the game. Watch another cutscene. Adam gets knackered by some bastards. Then the bad man shoots him into a hospital where the
I
game
do like
transitions
that.
into a really cool opening sequence. Adam has most of his body replaced with mechanical parts, and the music swells, and yeah, it's a really
Oh
cool
wait, there are
now,
items
finally,
already.
After the opening cutscene and the walk and talk and all this setup and a tutorial and another cutscene, the game can start. Here he is. Here's our boy. Oh man, they're doing it again. Yeah! Finally, you can play the game. Start a sequence where Adam comes back into work to get his heads-up display fixed by the IT guy on his way to the first mission. Only then can you go to the helipad, and after another cutscene, you have a conversation in
Oh
the
wait, I
aircraft
forgot.
with
I'm
your
doing
boss about the
New
mission
Game
you're
Plus,
headed into
so
and
I'm opening the
getting
debug menu. Nobody
First real
look at
choice
nobody
of
look.
the game. As a reminder, you're making the same choice literally 5 seconds into the
think it's
original
under-
Deus Ex.
Give me the Gep gun. The Gep gun might be useful.
That might have been over the line, JC.
I kind of wanted to know how fast the intro could go if you were going as fast as possible and skipping everything.
There we go.
But when I tried that, I hit a little snag. How quickly
It's
can you
called
give
New
me
Game
this?
Plus,
Come on, let's
Viv.
do it. Come on. Okay, right. Oh, you're kidding me. You can't even skip it? I went for a piss while I was recording the intro of the director's cut, and there was still like 2 minutes left of this. I should have bothered to wash my hands. Fun fact, the Human Revolution speedrunning community have a shared save file that starts right after the walk and talk, because holy shit, can you imagine having to sit
gotta
through that
sneeze.
every time? Oh my god, I can't even close the game to stop the experiment. It just goes to this screen. You can't even open the menu. Alt F4? Okay, you can at least quit that way.
No, you can't. This is
Crashed. It's fucking crashed. Now, I get
I
what
don't know
they're going
about
for.
if I
Games with a more
I
linear
like
cinematic
this.
content,
Hold
like
on.
Red Dead Redemption or the
I don't know if I like this about the whole like, oh, you can't tab out, you can't press Alt F4. Like this is not gameplay so much as it's like it's the shell that the gameplay happens in. And I don't care. I don't want to press Alt F4. I'll just hit exit. Like that doesn't bother me, and that's also not something where I would be like, fucking get it together, developers. Like seriously, what's your fucking problem? I would not. Excuse me? Sorry. Hi. This is Ratster Remington. I'm on the telephone. I need you to just help me understand here. Why the fuck you made it so that I can't press Alt F4 in your video game? Like my opinion is that this is not a fair part of the game to review. As you know, if
it's trying. Secondly, Thing really picks up. I want the player to have a sense of control
Yeah,
as soon
anyway.
as possible. One says it, most of his focus on play into the more crap.
All right, I pressed number buttons, which I'm not supposed to do. All right, that's enough humming the damn theme tune of Midnight Motorist. Hello, this is Lavender on the phone. Hello, Lavender. Hello, this is Lavender on the phone. Why can't I press Alt F4 to get out of your fucking video game? You goddamn rubes. You're so fucking stupid. So this I disagree with. This I'm like, okay, you can't
Red Dead Redemption or The Last of Us or even
you can't Alt F4 in a lot of games. There are a lot of games that have this problem. This is not something I'm like, yeah, actually, Henrietta Barber How long until this dude turns transgender is what I want to know. Get it together, gamers. I'm excited to see that there's more transgender people though. That is one thing. Why am I watching a movie?
Half-Life.
Oh yeah, I forgot they made fucking Final Fantasy The Spirits Within or whatever. Whoa, I better go home and watch Final Fantasy The Spirits Within on my tasty plasma. No, she says that about Nathan. Shout out to the people who are here from the Life is Strange days. Like, gosh darn. Frickin' heck. If anyone is actually here from Life is Strange days, keep it to yourself. I don't need anyone to know anything about me that's that old.
The narrative by slowly building to their gameplay like this. But for RPGs with a focus on player freedom and choice, this is the opposite of what you should do. The player doesn't feel like they're taking part in the story when they can barely control where Adam aims his head for most of his big introduction. For games like Deus Ex, which Human Revolution says it's trying to give people, you want the player to have a sense of control as soon as possible.
I love this first encounter because it's so bumfuck easy.
But if it's not a big deal, then why did I waste so much time complaining about it? Well, first of all, leave me alone. It's my video. I can do what I want. And secondly, I think this choice reflects a pretty serious misunderstanding about what makes these games fun to play. You see, this is an exact
Look at how
mistake
easy
the
they make
original
this. Hold
game.
on. I need to. Okay, hold on. We're gonna do just a quick little thing here. Nobody worry about it. There we go. Okay, yeah, that's good. Whoop, whoop. Transform. Reset transform. There we go. Okay, yeah. So now we also have this, but we want it behind the chat box like that. And I'll also move this down since we're here anyway. So now we have one that I can switch over to if I want to show you something in the game, which I do. Look at how easy they make this. They're like, you can put bodies in closets. Here's a closet. Use your taser to unlock the body. Did you know? You can also have taser here. Thank you. Oh shit, I forgot jumping makes noise. That's okay. That's okay. Well, life goes on, you know? As long as he doesn't, I'm gonna move this guy a little bit more. But yeah, they do make it very easy is the thing. And if you're like me and you don't know anything about like the world, oh shit, I fucked that up. I'm just gonna load latest saved. Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, okay, now we have this. Check that out. Blurp. And we can switch back and forth. That's cool.
I'm almost made 2. See, I'm going somewhere with this. Please subscribe. They originally planned to begin with meeting all of your co-workers in your base, talking to everyone, a lot of exposition and setup and introductions, basically a lot of busy work that wouldn't be that fun to do first thing the instant you hit new game, before there was an attack on UNATCO HQ that necessitated going into action. In other words, they had the same idea as the people who made Human Revolution, but they later realized it would be better if they started with gameplay and deliberately switched the order. This introduces a minor weird plot thing. You arrive on an island to deal with a terrorist attack, and it's right next to where your new base happens to be. This would have made slightly more sense when you started at the base and went out when they attacked headquarters, which is how it seemed to work in original footage from betas of the game. But it was worth it to make this change because the player feels like a part of the story now, which is, you know, the goal of role-playing games. You don't feel like a part of the story by watching the character do things, you feel that way by getting to do things as the character. And there's a big difference there.
You can kind of
direct advice like I know the
sneak around
correct way
here
to make a game, but guys, start the game here. Start at the thing or in the plane on the way to the thing. The next game, Mankind Divided, did exactly that. You start on the plane. I mean, it had 3 more opening sequences after it for some reason. More importantly than any of this, though, we need to
yeah, you can like
back to the most
crouch and
fascinating
jump
part
to
of this whole
not
thing. Deus Ex Human Revolution recreated
be
an
heard.
exact problem the original game almost had and then fixed during development. I think we need to explore how something like that can happen, right? So, the development of Human Revolution was a bit of a mess. I mean, first off, this was a new studio making their first game. You can't just snap your fingers and open a new 350-person development studio overnight. You have to
New Game Plus, baby!
You know? And in this case, literally. When the studio opened, the building they planned to make their offices wasn't even finished being built.
These guys left everything to come to a brand new studio with not even permanent offices yet.
Building a new studio can't be easy. Now, you're clever, so you're probably wondering why so many game companies open studios in Montreal. I'm sure French Canadians make for excellent game designers, but the answer is money. Here's the annual cost of hiring a video game programmer in various major cities. San Francisco, $119,404. Austin, where Deus Ex was developed, $91,161. Vancouver, $78,500. Toronto's almost at $78,000, they're getting there. Montreal, $72,335. Montreal with government tax credit, $45,209.
Easy peasy. Who needs a video game?
Salaries are effectively given back to you by the province. Look, all I'm saying is I can telepathically predict where companies will open their next game studio.
Don't believe me? It's all in the numbers.
What, Ida's supposed to open a new studio in Texas again? The biggest game studio headquartered in Texas now is, I think, Gearbox, right? And guess where they're opening their new studio? Come to work at Gearbox, Quebec. They don't pay very well, but they promise really good bonuses. I mean, they promised them. Eidos Montreal also had to deal with the fact that they're the Canadian branch of a company that doesn't exist. They got acquired by another company while they were trying to
He
make
is
their
looking
first
this
game.
direction,
That's got to
okay.
make the development process a little more complicated.
It's 2 years or more of development. You never know how it's going to turn out.
It's easy to see why some aspects of the process got misplaced. Okay, I don't want to make any more excuses for the developers. It's starting to feel a bit condescending. Let's talk about some of the choices
Fuck.
the developers
I forgot they
made
start
on
moving
how to
after they're
design
done
this game.
talking.
In a hugely informative Game Developers Conference talk about the development of Human Revolution, gameplay director Francois Lapicus, sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong, my my Canadian French isn't great, says during pre-production, the team planned the entire game and all of its features and mechanics in advance and then stuck to that plan throughout development, executing all of it with very few changes.
We did not redo systems. We did not rethink the game. We just went full speed ahead. We knew exactly what we wanted this game to be, what we wanted the player to feel.
Having a plan makes sense, but traditionally in game development, plans change over time as you see your game ideas in action and iterate and make changes. Human Revolution's main design team wrote all their initial ideas on huge sheets of paper and then stuck them to the walls and followed them religiously.
Everything I've shown you so far, we put on huge sheets of paper, which we papered the walls over with.
Before they'd actually made the game,
No
had a chance
alarm,
to see
baby.
how it felt to play or test things out, they'd already decided how almost everything was going to be.
So by having it on
Oh, by the
walls,
way, y'all, my
every
emotes are
single
like
moment
as cheap as I can make them, so if
exactly
you
what
want to
we
use
wanted
them,
to do. They were so
just use your
important
girl
that
meat
when we
points.
moved to our,
Angel
our
coins, I think I
office,
called
that's the
them.
first thing we put up.
By the end, the team had made a game that was absolutely brilliant. On paper. When I say Human Revolution feels like the first
Oh,
few
right.
ideas
It's
a
the
bunch
other
of
way.
guys had in a brainstorming session right at the start of development, that's because it is the first few ideas a bunch of guys had in a brainstorming session right at the start of development. Basically, the whole game.
Blueprint was a way for us to chart the whole game in advance. Just to show you this is half of the blueprint.
Basically, the whole game had been planned out on spreadsheets before they discovered, you know, some of it is boring and time-consuming.
Adorable.
And then they
I'm
realized
the
they'd forgotten
cutest.
to plan half the stuff that needed to be there and had to add major components to the game at the last minute, and everybody hated them. Lapicus apologizes directly in his talk for the boss fights.
They were a big part of the game, and we should have put more efforts in them, so truly sorry about that.
While I was watching this talk, I was beginning to write a joke in my notebook, like, I guess no one wrote about the boss fights on the walls, but it turns out that actually happened.
Remember the directions sheets I was talking about at the beginning?
They didn't have
one for
boss fights
We kind of forgot about
in
it
this
because we
second
didn't
one,
have
though,
these
so.
direction sheets. We didn't really know what we were doing with boss fights.
Game development is a complicated process where initial ideas you had in a vacuum months ago might turn out not to work in practice. Just as a comparison, the team behind the original Deus Ex threw away half of their design document partway through.
We ended up with, are you sitting down, 500 pages of documentation. Yeah, no one read it.
Warren Spector, the director of the first game, is really open about how much rethinking needed to be done to make the game what it is, even though they thought they knew everything they needed at the end of pre-production. The year Deus Ex came out, he wrote a retrospective for Gama Sutra, which incidentally changed its name to Game Developer while I was writing this video, which was confusing, and part of it covers just how much of their ideas got thrown out or replaced.
That knowledge allowed us to go through our 500-page
Sean's here.
document and cut everything that was extraneous, winnowing it down to a svelte 270 pages. Less game? Not at all. What was left was the best 270 pages, the stuff that worked.
We were open to change. Be open to change. Anybody who tells you that, you know, when you get to the end of pre-production, you've got a script and nothing changes has never made a game, right?
Blueprint was a way for us to chart the whole game in advance.
On the one hand, you have a game that appears to have been designed pretty intensively before they'd even made any of it, and on the other you have a team months from release who realize there's a problem and go, wait, hold on a second.
Like, me and Warren and Chris would sit in a room and fight like cats and dogs. And it's just kind of weird that you introduce some of these characters, you interact with them a little bit, and then they're just gone. He shows up in Mission 1, he shows up in Mission 2, he shows up in Mission 4, and then you never hear from him again. What happened to that guy? And it was a powerful question, because it was one of the basics of storytelling that we as video game designers weren't yet applying. And so we went back.
Now, I'm sure I could wrap this point up here in a neat little bow and say something like, the real test of a creative work isn't having a lot of good ideas, it's understanding when you have to change them to make them work. But then you have to ask, why would anyone be so rigid about pre-production and unwilling to rethink things like this? Well, because they have to be. Think about how much game development has changed since the 90s. If someone had a better idea about a mechanic, or wanted to rewrite the opening, or redo some dialogue, or swap the first 2 levels, it wasn't too much work, and crucially...
I forget if Alarm is... he's seen me or he's gonna come kill me. He's gonna come kill me.
Ships, however, are notoriously difficult to steer even when you see the problem in time. You know, like in that movie. Speed 2? Games are vastly more expensive to make now.
Must have been the wind.
Programmers, artists, animators, directors, producers, designers, writers. Companies need organization.
Back.
I have more. Production assistants, general managers, composers, sound designers, mocap
What
artists.
is
The entire
going on
second company
over
you
here?
farmed out the boss fights to. Not to mention voice actors you have to call back in to do more work if you need to change anything big. And incidentally, one of Human Revolution's other really big problems exists completely because they didn't want to have to call back a voice actor.
I never asked for this.
Things do need to be planned
shit.
much more in advance, and
That's
stuck
okay.
to pretty strictly if all these folks are going to manage to come together to produce something that works at all.
Did they turn the alarm on, though? No, I don't think so. They tried to chase me down, but they didn't hit the alarm.
What were they going to do? Cut out millions of dollars of work? Remove all that content you made and have to make even more? Tell the higher-ups you blew a ton of time and money and need more of it? They had to fight all the way to the top to get a fucking poster in here. Do you think they're going to get that far asking them for the time to redo something this big? Now, I'm not strictly saying they wanted to fix the opening and couldn't. There's no way of knowing for certain unless someone who worked at IDES Montreal wants to go on record. Please email me. I'm just saying that in the AAA landscape that has sprouted as gaming became one of the biggest industries on the planet, you have so much less room to change and improve once you realize
Cutscene coming up.
disappears after Mission 4. And guess what? A guy literally does disappear after Mission 4. We'll get to that later. Human Revolution has many of the exact problems problems the original Deus Ex team have described their game having before they had the chance to go back and fix it. It just didn't get the polish and rethinking that made Deus Ex 1 quite so special. And this leads to much bigger problems than a boring opening. If you asked me what was the most important thing about these games, and you're watching this video so implicitly you are asking me, I'd say it's giving the player agency, giving them the freedom to make their own choices. Most of Human Revolution's biggest issues spring from a misunderstanding of what this actually means. Instead of giving players meaningful choices to make as Adam Jensen, lots of the game is about watching Adam Jensen make his own choices without the player's control.
Alright, fair.
During the first level at the manufacturing plant, while you're making your way through or past the gang that has occupied it, there are hostages you can try to save, and there's also a climactic standoff with Zeke Sanders, the ringleader, who has a hostage at gunpoint. You can trigger a shootout where he kills the hostage and then attacks you, but if you're quick enough, you can take him out first and the hostage survives. You can also just let him go. This will cause the hostage to be killed in the crossfire during his escape. But you can actually talk him into letting her go and just walking out. One of the hostages you can save earlier is this woman's husband.
Oops.
If you saved both of them, they feel indebted to you and tell you to catch up with them later at their place.
You're a true hero, man. I'll find some way to repay this, I swear.
If you do, they give you the address of an arms dealer and get him to give you a discount. This is a really neat little side story that ties into the player's actions. The discount isn't even that useful for reasons we'll explore later, and these characters don't...
Yeah, this game does have kind of a fucked up economy.
Any wider effects than that for this to work.
I can never thank you enough for what you did.
The fun here comes from feeling, briefly, that you're tangibly involved in two tiny little digital lives. That the things you're doing, and how you do them, can make a difference. This side quest is genuinely really nice.
I agree, I like this.
However, it's also the best you're getting.
Yeah.
When it comes to the main story, the thing you're focusing on for most of the game, the player has little to no freedom or control. You get to choose the in-flight meal, but the plane's on autopilot, and oh no, a metaphor for the direction the story's taking. The actual story of the manufacturing plant level is about Adam walking in on a hacker going after the company's sensitive data. And I say Adam here, not the player, because once you reach the door, you're forced to watch him immediately get seen by the hacker and watch him get hacked by a double hacker and then fail to stop the hacker shooting himself.
Help me!
We just played this part, look at that.
This is an important story moment they thought would be really cool, you see, so the player's ability to interact with it needed to take a back seat. You don't get to decide what to do about the hacker, you get to watch a movie.
Patch me to Seraph, now.
Oh yeah, this is great! This could have been an engaging gameplay sequence. The player could have been able to knock them out using stealth or grab them before they managed to shoot themselves.
Yeah, that would have been cool if you could interrogate the hacker.
To stop them. You know, like that thing they do a few minutes later. Just do this, but for the part of the story that actually matters.
That would have been cool. Fuck.
Direct interaction with the major events of the plot. The story
He's right.
Doesn't even need to change too much. Sure, this character dying here probably seems too important at first glance, since the next
No, but you could interrogate him or do this or do that. Or maybe the fucking SWATs come in and they're like...
He mysteriously turned up dead in police custody. This would actually enhance the sense of a conspiracy while also making the player feel like they were involved
Exactly.
in it. Instead of being, how dare the police not give my tech startup complete access to a corpse they just recovered 5 minutes ago, it would be, holy shit, they're in on it. They killed him. We can't let them get away with this. Ooh. Hang on, can we just talk about the design of this room for a second? It's built so you can see the hacker when you come in through the frosted glass. But you can't like distract him or come in through another route or shoot him through the glass or get his attention in any way. You just have to watch him playing this animation until you trigger the cutscene by going through the door. You can even see there's another
This guy
but you can't
to
get
the over left
this
is my problem right now.
Is they put an invisible wall here so you can't climb over it, when you can climb over the stuff that's the same height right next to it. It's like they went out of their way to make it as obvious as possible that you have no choice.
I'm way out leveled for this area anyway, so.
One way and trigger the cutscene. Instead of giving you
Out leveled, outscaled. Oh, maybe I'm not. Well, no. I am like wandering around like an idiot, so.
The cops have alternate lines of dialogue for almost every specific big thing that happened at the factory. If Sanders got away, if you killed him, if you saved the hostages or not, they all instantly know and have thoughts about every major thing you just did.
Defusing that bomb was some quick work. You should get a commendation.
You have no idea how quickly I defused the bomb. You weren't there.
God damn!
Nice job securing the plant. I wouldn't have thought a security guard could handle this.
Doesn't even stop trying to kick the door down to tell me what he thinks about how I handled things. What a pro. When you get back to Seraph headquarters, everyone else reacts to your choices too, in a way that starts to feel stilted and artificial, like they're breathing down your neck trying to make you feel noticed.
Talks all over the office, Mr. J. You really took care of those Purity First assholes.
How'd you take them down without killing them?
Almost everyone at your job already has something to say.
How did that monster get away from you?
You saved the hostages, didn't you, Jensen?
Apparently there wasn't much bloodshed thanks to you.
Pritchard has one of two dialogue lines based on how many guys you killed at the plant.
Well, well. If it isn't Attila the Hun, fresh from the killing fields.
But if you killed very few people, he says this.
Well, if it isn't Mahatma Gandhi himself, come to honor us all with his life-preserving presence.
Now, this is cute, accounting for the player's choices like this, but this one line is
His
all
foot
that
stuck.
changes. In fact, even if you haven't killed anyone in the game yet, his next line is still this.
Stick to kicking down doors and shooting people, Jensen, and stop trying to do my job.
Someone wrote Pritchard to treat Jensen like a serial killer, then realized they should probably account for the possibility the player hasn't killed anyone, and added precisely one alternative line and moved
There we
on.
go.
I get the desire to make your home base feel like it's reacting to the player's choices. It's a really good idea on paper, and you know those guys loved paper. Good one. But if you
That was
execute it poorly, it
did
doesn't
laugh
feel
at
like
that though.
characters
Fuck you,
reacted to
HBomb.
things another character did. It feels
Stinky
like writers
ass
scrambling to
loser.
find ways to make you feel involved in a story.
Jensen, is it true Stan was acting surprised when he heard about the hacker?
Buddy, that just happened. I just got back right now. Who told you this? Did you read the script? Luckily, this problem solves itself. After the
He's
early
still
levels,
looking
the
for me.
player has
Fuck.
so little control over what
There we go.
happens
There we
that
go. There we go. There we
NPCs
go. There we
run
go.
out of things to react to you doing. Either that, or even the writers realized how weird it would be if the people at your Detroit headquarters were like, "Hey Adam, way to steal that keycard from that brothel in China." The game has another way of creating the illusion of choice, though. Many
That is funny.
sequences have dialogue choices. These feel like choices because, well, they are technically. But what the game doesn't tell you
Wait,
is
how
these
am I here
choices do
already?
nothing.
So, how's it feel?
No.
Excuse me?
The main character Jensen interacts with in the
Uh,
game is Farida Malik.
there's supposed to be a-
pilot. When you leave for the first level, she asks how you feel about coming back into work. When you get back to her afterwards, she asks for your take on the events.
Oh,
of
I
the
think
mission.
this is
As
it
soon
here.
as you land, she asks you how you feel about being augmented. You get a lot of opportunities to choose what to say to Malik. Getting to make the choices is nice, but none of this does anything. Malik maybe gets annoyed in reply to the thing you just said. but it
Yeah, we
doesn't
gotta
have
cross out
any
their logo.
wider
Good one,
effect.
boss.
These choices aren't here to give you control over a
Where is
relationship
that
with a
fucking-
character. They're
is that
here to
it
make
up
you
there?
feel like you have that kind of control. The game just briefly pretends to be Mass Effect sometimes, but with hexagons instead of a wheel.
I think people should stop asking me so many questions.
Then, about 2 minutes later, the player is asked by someone else how he feels about being augmented.
How do you handle all of this?
It's
Oh
the
shoot, I
pretend
forgot to save the
players
civilians.
choices
Oh well.
track so nice they used it twice. This time is special though, because he says the line.
Unless they're up in there.
I never asked.
Oh, whatever.
People were waiting with bated breath to see if Adam says the line from the trailer. I'm so glad they put it in there. A bunch of other stuff in the trailers didn't.
Corporations have more power than the government.
That's the most political thing Adam Jensen says. I want to play the game this was a trailer for. Oh sweet, it's the cursed trailer version of this scene. This face haunts my nightmares. In
I don't
many
want to talk to
RPGs,
her.
how you talk
Oh,
your
I have to.
characters affects how they feel about you, impacts the story, or comes back up.
I
in some
fucking
way.
got him.
What if I told you that at no point do any
I'm still a
dialogue
pacifist.
choices
I didn't
you
kill
ever
nobody.
make affect anything other than the character's immediate reaction? There's a part where you can optionally help her unravel the death of one of her best friends and catch the real killer. What effect does this have on your relationship? She goes, "Thanks," and you never hear about it again. What if, for example, Adam could be a real piece of shit to his pilot and she stopped being friendly with him, or didn't ask for his help later, or straight up refused to work with him and he got assigned a worse pilot who didn't make small talk for the rest of the game? Instead, you get to pick angry, happy, or ambivalent, and she goes, "Okay." and the game continues like nothing happened. Your pilot will still be your friend and still ask for your help in a later side quest, no matter how you treat her. Even when you technically have a choice, it only accentuates how little control you're being given.
So what do you want me to do, boss?
Take the mission to break into a police station morgue and find the hacker's delicious brain chips. You get this mission via your boss literally ordering you to do it.
Get over to the station and find a way inside. Contact me when you've gotten a hold of it.
But this is a modern RPG with dialogue options, so you're given the option of saying, hey, you're ordering me to do a really big crime here, right?
What you're asking me to do, it's not exactly legal.
No, it isn't. You got a problem with that?
You can make Adam say he's not happy about, you know, robbing a police station, but the response is, too bad, that's the game, idiot!
Yeah, that is pretty good.
But nothing. So get going.
The creators wanted to do a mission where you have to get into a police station. That's fine, and you have a lot of options for how to do that, but games which use dialogue like this usually offer different outcomes for making different choices. If this was Mass Effect or Fallout, you could talk your boss into trying a different approach for getting the information he needs. Or alternatively, you could just not offer the illusion of a choice. If Adam had just said, of his own accord, I don't like it, but I see how it's the only option, and moved on, it wouldn't have been a problem. JC spoke for himself all the time. You're making the limits of the player's role in the story really obvious when their big choice in dialogue amounts to how willingly their character agrees to commit a crime. Adam Jensen is an ex-cop who doesn't play by the rules, whether he likes it or not. Instead of you getting to make the choices, there's another character in the story making them for you. Cutscene Jensen.
Cutscene, yeah, alright. This video is 3.5 hours long.
Choice because the plot demands it, or worse, he does something really cool it would have been fun to actually play. There's one sequence later where the player plants a bomb on a desk. Luckily, they built the desk with a large glowing spot for in case someone needs to plant a bomb.
Yeah, that is kind of fun.
Now, this is a setup to a potentially thrilling gameplay sequence where the player has to escape the explosion in time or find cover and capitalize on the distraction caused by the explosion. But instead it cuts to a video of Jensen doing it.
That would be fun, I have to admit.
I'm not gonna lie though, this does look really fun and tense. It would have been really fun to play it.
The explosion also looks like it's from fucking...
As Jensen hides from the guards, and then he decides to hide in a shipping container, finds a cryogenic pod in the shipping container, and then decides to just climb into it for some reason. This is how you find out this pod exists, by the way. He just finds it and gets in it, and then he wakes up on a secret
That would have been fun to play, you're right.
days later. Oh, well... That's cool. Couldn't the objective for the player have been to trigger that explosion and then get into the pod themselves? Like, that could have been a really fun mission. We just got to watch our guy have fun. Like, what? A pretty standard rule of games is that if something cool happens in the story, the player should get to do it. Warren Spector, the director of Deus Ex, did a post-mortem on the game at GDC a few years back, and somewhat jokingly listed the 10 commandments he had when he was developing the game, and one of them was to let players do the cool stuff.
If something is cool, don't even think about letting an NPC do it. Players do the cool stuff. NPCs watch the player do the cool stuff.
I like to describe the first Deus Ex as surprisingly linear. Since the player is always the one doing the important things, with no cutscenes doing it for them, you always feel like the driving force of the story, even though technically you're just completing an objective someone gave you. So when all the most pivotal moments in the game
Alright, see you later. Thanks for coming.
Stuff while you watch, which occasionally pauses to ask you if you'd like to do something else before forcing you anyway, you start to feel like a non-player character in the game that you're playing. Some of Human Revolution's potentially best playable moments take the form of heavily compressed 720p video files. After making his way to the CEO of the corporation that might have murdered his co-workers and loved ones, a cutscene plays where she tries to shoot him and he disarms her. Then there's some back and forth, and a few seconds later, he turns his back on her and gives her the opportunity to trick him and lock him out of the room and send like 12 guys after him.
Men never fail to underestimate.
Oh, gender! You
Sorry, I'm not taking the quest.
The executive suite of this corporation. You put in all this work, and then cutscene Jensen just oops.
Situations where the player has no chance to react in the Deus Ex world are bad.
Shit!
You can't have contrived developments
It's
like
pretty
this
funny.
without seriously affecting the player's sense they have any say in the story. This segment is especially easy to recognize as a problem because it has a beat-for-beat equivalent in Deus Ex 1, meaning we can directly compare the two. When
Ooh.
JC Denton goes after his game's female CEO of a large Chinese biotech corporation, which seems to be part of the conspiracy, wow, they just copied that, didn't they? The character welcomes you in and tells you a fairly compelling story about being friends with your brother and which faction is responsible for the current problems. You have to figure out what to do next with that information. If you believe her and follow her objective, she goes into hiding, and the job she gives you turns out to be basically a trap to kill you. Yeah, breaking into a Hong Kong police station looking for evidence they supposedly covered up. That's not a recipe for getting exploded. The player gets to actively decide whether to trust her. If they did, they have to have a lightsaber fight with her when they run into her again, because this game is so cool. Or they can snoop around some more in her apartment and find the entire secret base in her home. Or they can just, like, shoot her, like, right away. Or snipe her from another building without ever talking to her. Throw a bomb through her window. I just want to observe for a second that in the original Deus Ex, breaking into a police station is a trap to try to kill you that was meant to sound so ridiculous you realize you're being tricked and choose to do something else. But in Human Revolution, it's the only option you have to progress the story, and you cannot say no. Players being able to make choices and express themselves would get in the way of the amazing movie the creators wished they were making. Spoilers, they want this character to be the final boss, so you have no choice but to sit and watch Adam delay the plot by 10 more hours. This problem bleeds into the gameplay. While there's often a degree of choice in how you solve problems, the consequences of your choices are meaningless because the story wasn't designed to account for them. You can recover the neural hub from the police station by, well, annihilating it. You don't have to bother with talking your way in by absolving a cop of the guilt of the child he killed, or sneaking in via the side entrance or the roof or the sewers. You can also go in
Deus Ex booby.
make a real hog
What?
roast of a building full of human beings and the cops interrogating them too. This is a refreshing New Vegas-esque level of freedom to be given in how to deal with a situation. 100% coolest level in the game in terms of player freedom. I mean, look how many cops you can kill. How could it possibly
It's
be a
just-
bad level?
Alright, yeah, this is a good video now. I like this. Hi, who wheels?
What the fuck is this? What, were they guarding this vent? The problem with this level is the effect these choices have. Or rather, should have. Like, this would be a big deal, right? We were just caught on
Boop, boop,
camera
boop,
killing
boop,
a
boop,
lot
boop,
of
boop.
people. This is one of the top 10 mass shootings in America this week. Our face should be on the news. We'd be a wanted man. Sarif Industries would have to fire us and issue a public apology for giving us both the arms and the arms to do it with.
Ha,
The
good
debate
one.
on if augmentations should be legal would shift a bit. I'm not an expert on video game storytelling, but something should happen as a result of this, right?
Boss, I got the neural hub.
What happens is nothing. Everything's fine. This never comes up. You come back to Detroit later in the game and there's no wanted posters. The cops are friendly. Nothing has happened.
This is one of the
Then,
scenes
what
where
if you
Adam
want to
really
wipe the
sounds
taste-
like Boston Adam. This is okay. Hold on. I want to turn the volume back up. All right, check this out. Check this out. I'm turning the dialogue volume up. This is the you get a lot of Boston Adam in this sequence. Hold on. Dialogues. There we go.
Crummy desk sergeant in the two.
A crummy desk sergeant in a 2-bit precinct is like, and then Jensen comes in with exactly the same energy.
Bit precinct. I don't need this from you. I get enough of it at home. So either come up with something better than your usual attitude, or you can just.
He's also a wife guy.
Came to me.
He's Omega, so what does Omega mean again? Needs to be brought back down when doing so. Feels deep remorse, is looking for a solution for the subject.
Okay, look, you're hungry, and you've got a right to be. I'm putting you in a bad position, but I have to get inside that morgue.
That morgue. You do okay. I'm just gonna be quiet for this whole thing so you can hear Boston Adam.
I just got my life back together and you show up. When's it gonna end? You know the moment I open that door, it's all over, right? I'll be lucky if all that happens is I get fired. Is it really that important?
He's big Omega. I don't remember what you're supposed to do with the Omegas, though.
Yes, your job is at risk. Yes, you've taken the blame for what happened in the past, but look, I need your help.
I need your help.
You got my word, whatever happens.
You got my word, Jimmy.
That's good to hear. Everything goes back to that day. I shot a kid.
I shot a kid!
He chose to make himself a weapon, and he could have gone through us like tissue paper with those augments of his. That's why you ran off. You just couldn't take that.
Yeah, you right. Just activate pheromones. Is there a nicer...
Wayne, are you getting careless? That empty pill bottle in the trash over there.
It's not empty.
Didn't you know antipsychotics are included in the Force's zero-tolerance drug policy?
Wait, why? I take antipsychotics.
I only need them until I get things sorted out. You can't do this. It's not right to use them against me. They'll fire me if they find out.
You're right, it's not right. It's not right, Vic. What's his name?
I pension everything. But you would, wouldn't you? Fine, you're cleared.
No.
The guys to let you through. But I'll never forget this. That's a promise.
I didn't want to blackmail him. He tries to kill you later. I don't want him to be blackmailed. Alright, well, there's fucking Boston Jensen. Everyone's favorite secret character. He's like short Luke from Star Wars. Which I'm pretty sure just happened because fucking Mark Hamill got in that goddamn car accident. Like a weenie? I don't know. Hey, listen, he's not a weenie. Hey, that's New York, babe. What? You're fucking... You don't know anything about Deus Ex Human Revolution. You don't know anything about Booby Revolution, babe. I'm sorry. But it's true. Alright, listen. We gotta get back to this fucking watch along. We still got... We're not even done with the first hour. Oh no.
Explode them, just fucking go to town on an entire police force. You want to know what happens then? When you get done with a quest in a convention center, on your way out, a cop approaches you with a side quest to help the police.
Adam, I need you to trust me on this. You gotta help me find Jacob.
They need help stopping a terrorist who hates cops. No, they're talking about someone else. You get offered this quest when you leave the convention center, even if you have killed every cop you've ever seen so far in the game. They're really short-staffed because of the riots, which is why they need outside help from an ex-cop. The fact Adam is a big reason why they're short-staffed doesn't cost him the job, apparently. Just think about that. You can do an actual murder and get deputized by the survivors to catch a psychopath with a fraction of your body count. The game feels almost embarrassed about it too, since accounting for how each player dealt with the police station would have required a lot of work. On your second visit to Detroit, the police station is completely closed and you can't even go in. There's no two ways around it. This is cheating. They're dodging the responsibility of doing anything with the choices they gave the player. The best you get is, if you do tenderize the Gammon warehouse, a newspaper in the next level says "Massacre at Police Station" or something. This newspaper is so easy to miss, I didn't get any footage of it during this playthrough. So if you blink, you miss the consequences of going to war with the Detroit PD.
It's
The
pretty,
effects of your
yeah.
choices
Okay,
fade away
alright,
once
fair.
you make them. Look,
Fair.
nature is healing. The cops are right back patrolling the streets I killed their buddies in. You see those guns on the ground? Those are the guns the guys I killed on my way in dropped when I murdered them. The game treats the player's choices about violence extremely weirdly, forgiving you for even the most extreme acts of terror, but also making sure you can't play the game truly peacefully either. I mean, let me just read you one of the game's achievements. Pacifist. Complete Deus Ex Human Revolution without anyone dying by your hand. Boss fights do not count.
Yep, that is how it is. Forgot I'm not sneaking around this part. These punks are fine. that logo? I don't remember. Yep, that is sort of, yeah, okay.
Now, it might just be me, but the standards for pacifism have really slipped. Wait, that guy's still alive! Get him! It's important to stress here that Deus Ex never did anything like this. Technically speaking, it only had cutscenes when you got into a plane and were traveling to the next level, and I guess the endings too. Everything else was either gameplay or dialogue. At no point does JC Denton do something of his own accord. He's the player's avatar. He's meant to be an expression of your choices. Meanwhile, no matter how peaceful you make Adam Jensen behave, there's still going to be a cutscene where he tries to shoot a woman in the chest. Pacifist. There's a bit of a disconnect here in terms of how much control the player has, is what I'm saying. It's always insulting to not have a choice in something, or be congratulated for not doing something that you literally have to do. But what's even worse is when a game tells you you're going to be given a choice, and then just forgets. There's one incredibly strange part where the second boss character, Rihanna, is heavily injured from the fight, and Jensen is asked if he will help her.
Her life signs are fading. Will you save her?
I'll think about it.
But then she just quietly dies and is a corpse once the cutscene is over. There is a dog barking. Apparently, in an early draft of the game, the player got to decide if they killed bosses after defeating them, and then they decided not to, or weren't able to add this mechanic for whatever reason.
The script kind of implies that she's not dead yet, and are you going to save her? Initially, we had wanted to have the final blow for the bosses was up to the player to decide whether he was going to do it or not. And when the cutscene's over,
That's Jenny there. I just want to scoot around her so she doesn't try to talk to me.
In the process of our production, and we never did change the lines.
After the next boss fight, the guy's like, ugh, finish it, because he's a badass, that's his character, right? And Jensen's like, not until you tell me what I need to know. And then he dies anyway, like a second later. You can smell the point in the cutscene where a moral choice would have gone. And then, well, they kind of lost that in the process of their production. I think that's a diplomatic way of saying they didn't finish the game. This lack of control over the story, to the extent players are being told they're going to get some choices which they are then not given.
Yeah, I forgot these guys reset. Did you practice French today? No, I didn't. I forgot.
Clear, the game isn't completely devoid of branching story choices.
So,
don't
tell anyone.
If you don't kill a couple guys, the pilot is killed. It's intended as a reference to the original, where your pilot can also die. But in Deus Ex, it's an excuse for investigation and subterfuge. You have to find the corpse of a mechanic and wonder what's up with that. Notice the weird guy also dressed as a mechanic?
I fixed it right up for you.
And kill him or report him to his boss.
That mechanic was an imposter.
Oh my god, JC, a bomb! A bomb.
You can completely miss all
Oh
of
my
this if
god,
you're not paying
JC!
attention. And if you do miss it, hours and hours later, on the last level, your pilot's copter explodes, and you don't really know why. This is part of the subtle beauty of the original. The game doesn't make it clear how much control you have sometimes, so when this happens, you get to wonder if you could have saved him. There's tons of minor ways the story can change that some players don't even know about, and only find out about on forums years later. This isn't quite
Forums.
as special when it's
There's
shoot
no
all of
British
the guys or
McFuck.
your pilot dies now. Also, the way the game accounts for her death just sucks. If you save her, she later heroically flies in to knock out some guys and save the scientists you rescued. But if she dies, obviously this means she doesn't turn up, so there's some serious story implications for the survival of these scientists. Just kidding, an aircraft is on the landing pad now for no reason, and they fly it out. What? They could have made Farida Malik's death have interesting consequences, and they just don't. They just don't. There is one
that's true.
good story choice in the game, though.
I hate this video so far because he's right a lot about
You start having minor glitches, and
these
it becomes
things.
clear it's affecting other augmented people too. You all have them at once, even. I like how it's done too, these minor mutual freakouts where everyone gets injured and confused. This is some pretty neat storytelling, actually. Well, it's still pretty good. Anyway, you get a side objective to replace the defective chip causing this. If you go to a clinic, the game goes, "Are you sure you want to do this?" As if to say, "Hey, you're making a big choice here," and for once, you are. If you have a replacement, then in a later level, before a boss fight, the lady from before flips a switch, and you have to fight the boss with your screen all fuzzy. Wow, my choices affected the story. If you think this is the smartest thing in the game, I'm very sorry to tell you that you are correct. It is. There's another little way the plot can kind of branch, actually. If you wait around at your HQ before going to the first mission, your boss yells at you to get to the helipad. And eventually, the hostages you could have saved in that mission are dead before you get there.
Christ, Adam, while you were strolling around the offices, the situation got worse.
Wait a second, though. The game just dropped me in a new level full of people to talk to, and then yelled at me to ignore all of it to get to the mission as fast as I can.
Recode.
Yeah, I really have the sense that time is of the essence in Human Revolution.
Fair. Oh wait, there's just more. Okay, like being all snips, like, now I gotta walk past this guy. No, I don't.
Oh my God.
There's more tunnel.
Think about how, like, the myth of Icarus is about transhumanism. Like, with the wings?
No, I didn't. Adam, that's really stupid.
You see, this is why we broke up. I still can't believe you don't like Ghost in the Shell.
Oh my God, are you guys talking about Ghost in the Shell? That is one of the most important movies ever made. I cannot wait to see it.
This is a game that just made you unskippably go on a walking tour of a floor of this building. They took their sweet fucking time, why can't I?
I mean, the guy's name is Bateau, the French word for boat.
But
and he owns a boat?
oh, okay. You know what? We're just gonna keep walking.
This game does not get to say,
fuck.
hey, we're on the clock here, after slapping you in the face with this opening. Fuck you if you think
Whoopsie daisy.
Sorry, no, that's a joke. This is pretty clever, but for that to be one of the few times the story is affected by your choices is just insulting. I think
Fair.
The worst thing about all this is how promising it manages to be about its characters and choices at times. There's a blueprint in here for a fantastic story with all kinds of little choices like this one. The couple you can save at the manufacturing plant are a great example too, but I especially like
Alright, he's right. Damn it.
Not because the pre-rendered cutscene is just that cool and badass, but because eventually the cutscene ends and you get to be involved in the story. If you knock him out, he's in the police station talking about how he'll be out soon anyway because he has powerful friends.
I won't be here long.
If you killed him, he's in the morgue next to the guy whose neural hub you need. If you let him go, he later contacts you and gives you some information in return, like he feels like he owes you one.
My debt is paid.
It's really neat
fuck.
how different your relationship with this one guy can get based on what you did. Way later in the game, if he survived all this, he's a hostile NPC during the mission to go after a guy who, it turns out, surprise twist, is actually his brother. Sanders's? Ezekiel's impact on the story is minimal after the first encounter. He could die right here, so they can't make him too important, but he's what you really want to see from a game like this. Characters who react to your choices and feel like their own
Walked right into that one, kiddo.
I hate to say it, but very few other characters are as well thought out as this. Take his brother I just mentioned. Isaiah Sandoval is a high-ranking member of a different, non-terroristy anti-augmentation group. You meet him a few levels in, and you
That's
can
cool,
argue
by
with
the
him
way.
about augmentations,
I like
although
that.
none of it affects the
I don't know
story
why,
at all,
but
it's
I
just
think it's really cool when
later he shows up in a recording
when places like when I really want to do that with like Not Dead at some point, because Set, Ratty, Eleanor, Angel are all very much terrorists. So you know, I mean, it's not. There we go. And I do at some point. There's like an idea that I'm like kind of half having, where like there's like the fucking Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters people come and they're like, "Hello, we've read your research," because Set is like a famous, not famous, but like contextually famous academic. We're wondering if you wanna, and then Ratty gets so mad, she's just like, I will not be doing the X-Man shit today. I'm not, no, okay? No, but, and actually I just realized that's kind of like Wolverine, damn it. Listen, it's okay, you know what? Because Wolverine eventually comes around. Ratty is firmly of the belief, and she will not change, that, the whole fucking Dr. Xavier's School for Weird Children is stupid and bad. So, And it is. Fuck that. Let's talk about Dr. Xavier's School for Weird Kids. This motherfucker did like, and you gotta imagine what it's like for these children who are like, it's like, X-Men really wants to be like a metaphor for like segregation. It's like if it's like if they had fucking oh, what's it called? It's like if they did Roe v. Wade and then all the fucking black folks were like, actually this sucks and I hate being around white people. I'm gonna go I'm gonna go back to making a separate school. It's like listen, we all hate being around white people, but I mean, I shouldn't say, first of all, that makes me sad. Boo-hoo, my little white feelings, but also, I probably shouldn't say that's like a little bit edgy. Take that out of context, actually. Do that for me. Take a clip of me saying, boo-hoo, my little white feelings, and then post it on Twitter and say, Maddie Girl Meat, well, who's Maddie? Ripley Girl Meat. That doesn't sound good either. Ratchford Vermington. Ripley Vermington said to breadtuber fucking HbombERGUY, one, that he was stupid, which is a slur, and two, that he doesn't, he cares too much about black people. Okay, let's just go back to the video, actually. Whoops.
Interacting with the guys who shot you and killed/kidnapped your friends.
I know this guy.
When you get to Sandoval,
I know this dude.
He knows, then tries to shoot you. But
this man is my homie.
Location by publicly implicating him in the conspiracy in front of his boss. His boss basically pins everything on him. So instead, once you get here, he's distraught and decides to kill himself.
But yeah, I do like
for his crimes, which he feels.
I do like when they have like, we're terrorists and we're gonna do we're gonna do the mission, but in a way that kills people, and then they have fucking Dr. Xavier's School for Gay Little Activists who are like, we are peaceful, we're the church of the no robot having limbs, we're the no amputees allowed church, no amputees allowed church, and we believe in the rights of all people who have all of their limbs either through, never having a terrible accident and or being born with all of them. We're the church of people with all... And it's so funny that all the time, the church of people with all their limbs is framed as, like, the cool guys. It's like, oh, you know what? The church of people who have all their limbs, they're misguided, but they have sympathy for this game's metaphorical minority. So they're bad, but they're not terrorists. So let's think one way or another. I don't care. Fuck this.
Genuine guilt.
Yeah.
You get the chance to try to talk him down over the course of a deeply engaging conversation. And for a few minutes, everything about this game really works.
This is true. This is a fucking excellent sequence.
With a real inner life who we have to speak to like a person. And we're only having this conversation in the first place because of the effects of another choice we made. This is a perfectly sculpted piece of a really good game. It's one of the reasons why this game is worth talking about, because it's disheartening that the game is missing the rest of the pieces. Firstly, this character isn't someone you got to deal with in any particularly meaningful way beforehand. You met him once, for 5 seconds, half a game ago. Instead of being the culmination of a relationship between two characters, it's just a really resonant moment in the middle of a story that's become a bit of a mess, which you had little to no say in. And worse, now the game is done with him, he instantly exits the story and is never seen again. Sandoval already told you everything you need to know in the cutscene before this standoff, so if you talk him down, or if he kills himself, or if you talk him down and then kill him for fun, or if none of this happened and this room was just a fight, it doesn't change anything. The story is not affected in any way by any of these outcomes. This character's survival, especially
Is that gonna
considering
stay
you
with
can
his
convince
back
him to
turned, I
turn on
wonder?
the
I
other
hope so.
conspirators and come out with the truth, should have interesting plot implications. His death or survival should have had an impact on what sort of ending you get. Oh god, don't get me started. But once you're done, he just sits there. His part of the
he's
story
behind
is
a thing.
completed now.
You don't need to wait with me, Mr. Jensen. I will not resist my fate when it arrives.
Yeah, get out of here. I need to sit here for a week so I don't have a chance to introduce consequences to the plot.
It's just kind of weird that you introduce some of these characters, you interact with them a little bit, and then you never hear from him again. What happened to that guy?
It's so easy to imagine how much better the game could have handled its characters and choices.
Yeah.
Like, what if your attitude towards augmentations in the previous meeting affected how Sandoval treated you once you found him? Like, if you seemed amenable to anti-augmentation arguments, he saw you as a potential friend here and trusted you with the information because he figured you'd do the right thing.
That laser grid's not going
What if,
down.
just a thought, how you treated his brother the last 3 times you ran into him affected his feelings about you? The fact you literally shot his brother to death or let him go during an armed standoff somehow never comes up. What if turning him against his boss had some really cool or meaningful consequence, so the player feels like they really did something? Like, I'm not saying the story has to branch in some huge way, but do something. Maybe he gives you the key to his gun cabinet and it's full of weapon upgrades, or those grenades he apparently had on him. Literally, the only difference is a newspaper says something different, and I guess you get more
He can't
experience
see me.
points for talking him down. This
there
is
we go.
especially weird because Deus Ex had a knack for remembering things you did and having them come up later.
Whoops.
The first level of this game
That's not what I meant to do. Am I stuck?
Save, one of many direct parallels between the games, and whether you bothered to save him or not affects how he feels about you for the rest of the game.
I have seen that he knows the procedure of a good offensive. I will not forget a favor.
Even when he becomes a boss
Shit,
fight,
time
he'll
to
still
go.
have a grudging respect for you.
I regret that only once we worked together.
You came all the way to Paris to tell me that?
You can walk in on a guy asking a doctor for maintenance advice and learn he has the same augmentations as you.
Elevator
The fact
cutscene.
you did this comes up 20 hours later when you fight him.
If you recall our chat in the break room at UNATCO, you know that I have the same augmentation technology as you.
Then this will be a good fight?
All I'm saying is, it would have been nice if Sandoval acknowledged something as important as whether I killed his brother or not. That's not too much to ask, is it? This whole cutscene, I was waiting for him to say something, but no. The game cares so little for how this scene works out that no matter what happens, 1 second later, Adam makes an identical phone call.
I see you!
Pritchard, get this. The GPLs are still transmitting. Sandoval switched them to a lower frequency.
I did notice that.
You win.
Pritchard, get this.
Forgive me.
Pritchard, get this.
Hey Pritchard, a guy just killed himself right in front of me. Anyway, check this out. Couldn't you at least have got a few different takes? Oh, Sandoval, you could have been so cool. But once I leave this room, you cease to exist. Good night, sweet prince. And may flights of angels... Oh, that actually killed... Oh, Jesus. Getting to make more choices like this would have vastly improved the experience.
I do like when that
we
happens.
didn't get a game full of stuff like Zeke Sanders. But after a few hours, it becomes clear the player is less of a participant and more a chauffeur, transporting cutscene Jensen between opportunities to trip over his own dick.
Women never fail to underestimate men.
Gender. This is how a cyberpunk game about our transhumanist future addresses gender. Men do be shopping for augmentations. As the story makes it increasingly clear the person playing it is only tangentially involved, people stop paying attention. You don't have any say in what's happening, so what's the point? That's cutscene Jensen's problem. The problem the player has to deal with is the sweeping and often misguided changes to the original's gameplay.
Oh good, gameplay time. Hey, Jenny.
Deus Ex is a tremendously important game in the history of the medium.
I feel like there should be some way to close these shutters, but I don't know.
Hold on, let me... There we go. Many designers on all types of games cite it as a direct inspiration for their own work. But it's been over 20 years now. Is Deus Ex
I've never
really as good as everyone remembers? Yes, yes it is. Shut the fuck up. There's a good reason why there's a decades-old in-joke that every time you
I've never played Fallout New
someone will
Vegas.
reinstall it. In-jokes are what people call memes when they're funny. It's the ultimate example of a game that's more than the sum of its parts. That phrase gets thrown around a lot by game critics trying to punch up their reviews with fancy words, but this is the rare time when it's actually true. In post-mortems and retrospectives,
Okie doke. We're just gonna keep running.
Open about how right down to the wire. Mere months from release, the game just wasn't fun.
Whoop.
By September 1999, we were done. Except we weren't. The game was not good enough. It wasn't ready to ship.
Deus Ex was made out of so many individual components.
Can't tell what color. Should play New Vegas? No, I won't. But thank you for suggesting.
Mess, right up until it suddenly became a beautiful web of interlocking systems.
So we had real people come in and play the game. I called that particular milestone the "Wow, these missions suck" milestone. We had a lot of work to do.
This is why this game's formula is hard to recreate and even harder to improve on. So many moving parts have to work with each other.
Man, this hacking minigame is maybe a little too much for me in this state. Hold on. I gotta focus up. Oh no, I'm fine.
In a worse game.
And immersive sims come together very late, when all of your little game systems and rules are all working together magically to produce this amazing experience.
The creators of Human Revolution made a lot of big changes to these core mechanics. Lapicus's talk contains a segment where he summarizes the Human Revolution team's collective criticisms of the original.
I'm about to say some negative things about the best PC game of all times.
Now see here, buddy! Okay, but seriously, it's really good to take an especially critical look at a game, even if it's as beloved as the original.
Do I have like any gas grenades or anything? You know what? I'm not... I don't need to be a pacifist, I just like this weapon better.
Fixed them. The game was designed specifically for the PS3 and Xbox 360, with a separate company entirely handling the PC port. The creators appear to be trying to streamline down the Deus Ex experience for console players, removing many mechanics they feared wouldn't appeal to people who don't like complicated RPGs.
I don't know, like I just, again, New Vegas I bounced off of.
So obviously the
it's too old, it's not good.
That happens in the game, character creation. Not Human Revolution's character creation, of course, because there isn't any. In true RPG fashion, Deus Ex slaps you in the face with a spreadsheet before you can start playing. Ow, my brain!
This part I hated too.
Everyone calls you JC, but that's just the character's code name. You can enter a real name and it comes up in a few places here and there.
I forgot.
Denton's an old code name from my UNATCO days, but it seems to have stuck.
And even though it's a little clunky, it's always fun to be making meaningful choices as soon as you begin. There's no 45-minute openings and tutorials to get through first. The tutorial's actually a separate thing you can skip entirely. And for the year 2000, being able to choose your ethnicity was pretty cool. It was so nice to finally find a game that represented my skin type. Throughout the game, you acquired more skill points.
That's pretty funny.
More at any time through the menu. It's a very rewarding system to engage with, but you know, it's a lot of looking.
It's as old as this game is too. Yeah, but I don't.
Decisions, you know, boring nerd
oh,
stuff.
really? That's cool. Well, fucking Deus Ex is way better, so whatever. I don't know.
Character creation screen. They might instantly decide the game is bad and go back to Gears of War. We better make it simpler just in case. So character creation is out. But the team are actually very smart about how they went about this. They still realized the importance of getting to make choices about the character
and then there's
sense of growth and development. And they found a way to make that still happen. Because in the first game, you were also developing in a much more engaging way at the same time.
I don't know. Why would I want to play New Vegas, though? It looks like poo-poo garbage.
Which provided special, unique upgrades to the player's abilities on a completely separate screen from the skill point one. So the team made a pretty clever streamlining decision and combined these two systems into one. Now you do all your upgrading on one menu, and instead of acquiring, managing, and spending thousands of points, you get upgrades by spending praxis points, which are either found in the world or given to you every time you gain enough experience. If your goal is to simplify character progression, this is a really obvious and smart choice. It's less complicated and more direct. You spend a point on a thing and now you can do the thing. A lot of the more boring skills have been removed. Swimming? Get out of here. Adam doesn't do any swimming in the entire game. They streamlined the game so well, there aren't even any streams. But overall, I'd say all of this is pretty good. Well, it's definitely
that one took a second for me.
But to simplify a mechanic means removing something from it. And that means you risk removing what made the thing you're simplifying fun in the first place. You can always improve on an old design, but sometimes it worked that way for a reason. Because here's the thing about augmentation canisters. You didn't just get to pick an augmentation when you found one. Each canister had two specific abilities in it, and you could only choose one of them. In any given playthrough, you only got up to half the abilities you could have. You were building a unique character who couldn't have everything. In Human Revolution, you're just picking them from a list, and you can get all of them if you have enough points. By the end of the game,
but you do, but it's not possible to get enough points to get all of them. So what do you want from me, Mr. Bomber Guy? Hey, hold on. Hey, hold on, buddy. Hey, listen, buddy. Listen, bub. Don't you tell me about Deus Ex Human Revolution, because you don't know anything. Because the thing is, hey, listen, bub. You don't know anything about this game, because guess what? You don't know anything. Your ass is grass and I'm the lawnmower, bub. Whoop! I like how he stops shooting so that I can get past. He's like, oh, please, go ahead. Come on. This is the director's cut boss fight, too, so it shouldn't be this hard. Whoop! Bow! Yep, that was it! So, actually, you can't. And also, I like that you get to... One of the things that really, like, upset me was that, like, I couldn't pick the augments that I wanted to pick. I felt like that really limited, like, my playstyle. Like, and I instantly, like, I saw that you could only pick from 2. I was like, oh no, there's shit that I'm going to be missing out on. It's like if in Lego Star Wars, when you went back in free play mode, they didn't give you one of every character. Which is what I'm doing free play mode right now. I have all my augments unlocked. Because this is New Game Plus. Meaningful schmeaningful. I don't turn to video games for meaning. I turn to God for meaning and video games to remove God.
Jensen is exactly the same. He just gets there in a slightly different order.
No! You're wrong!
Appreciate the original game's augmentation system, because while the experience point stuff was a turn-off to some people, the augs were a thing of beauty. You see, since each canister had only 2 augmentations in it, and you could only choose one, the player was being given an extremely engaging choice. Hey, do you want to run faster or run silently? Because it's a choice between just 2 things, it's elegant and clear and hard to get anxious about which choice to make. You just have to decide which you want more. It's a binary choice. It's literally the simplest kind of choice there is. When you get a praxis point in Human Revolution, the game says, great, please pick one of 30 things to spend it on in a huge menu full of sub-menus. And by the way, you can't get half of them because you actually needed 2 points. For a huge portion of players, the very first experience with the augmentation system is finding the first point, opening a menu, and spending several minutes reading all the things they could do with it, realizing they need 2 to get anything good, and they have to close the menu down again and carry on playing until they find another. Worse, this extreme amount of things to choose from causes a kind of decision anxiety which never happened in the original with its much more simple choices.
No,
you know how tons
it doesn't. Okay, hold on. Fuck this.
They don't spend their points. They hoard them.
No. This is the thing. Fuck this, H-Bomber man. Now I'm angry. Now I'm gonna turn on my angry face. Here we go. No. It was a bad time in my mouth full of sour gummy worms. Because the way I play Deus Ex is that the anger is a bit much. Let's take it back. The way I play Deus Ex Human Revolution is I will encounter a problem multiple times, and then at a certain point, I'm like, oh, you know what? I have enough points where I can get the things I need to solve this problem. And so it feels really rewarding, actually, because, like, plus, okay, so, like, Detroit's an open world, Hangsha's an open world. There's a third... No, but Montreal isn't an open world. So, but, like... So you can go back and do these things you never do. And you get to visit both places twice. So you come back, and you're like, oh, you know what? I got the jump thing, because I encountered the jump problem again. And now I can jump from this balcony, and I can do, like, a cool spin kick. Or I can take on this side quest. Like, you know, the Icarus landing system where you punch the ground and you're like, you know, now you can jump down into Lower Hangshaw and use the boom to, like, kill all of these, like, sex traffickers that you're supposed to be killing. Or not killing, it's like a non-lethal way to knock out a bunch of people without using a gas grenade. So no, I disagree with this point. I like it. I don't feel like I've hoarded... In an average playthrough, and I play through this game a lot, in an average playthrough of this game for me, I'm never like, I need to keep my praxis points just in case something might happen. I mean, it's, you know, and they give you enough of them that, like, if a just in case happens, you're probably gonna have a couple. I don't know. I don't like this at all. I think he's right about the just in case use cases, but I think that the way I spend practice points is not like that. I think back to problems that I've had in the past. Especially, I'm not a delayed well, I am kind of, but I'm not a delayed gratification kind of person. When I get like a point in a video game, I want to spend it right away, right? And so like, if you're invested in this game, you're memorizing like, here's the problems that I've had problems with. Even my very first playthrough of this game, you couldn't jump off of the balcony in your office to skip like going down 2 flights of stairs. And so one of the first upgrades I got was the fucking fall damage upgrade so that I could jump off the balcony and skip the stairs, because like, fuck these fucking stairs, dude. That was like on my mind the whole time. I was like, can I get a fall damage upgrade? And I go through the menu and I'm like, yes I can, good. Great. So fuck you, HbombERGUY.
They need the slow fall power to get down, or a wall they want to punch, or another...
Yeah. Alpha speedrunner mindset, that's correct.
...thing that needs an augmentation to progress and spend the points right then and there. So you're not really building a character anymore. You're paying a toll once you hit a section that needs a certain skill. The design of the system is misleading about how complicated it is. This clip is of me spending 45 seconds looking for an augmentation I wanted. You know, the one that lets you take down 2 guys at once in physical combat using your arms? Where would that power be? The arm submenu?
It's on your back because it's reflexes.
It's actually here in the back augmentations. It has a special submenu just to itself for no reason. And just to really fuck with you, the takedown 1-person augmentation is in the arm submenu. You start with this one already unlocked. Why is this here? What are you trying to do to me? Ow, my brain! Wait, and carrying capacities in the arm submenu. But you're not holding everything in your arms all day. You're carrying it on your back. Put it on the back augmentation. So if the objective was to simpliter character progression, I don't think they achieved it nearly as well as they'd hoped. In practice,
I agree. Okay, I do agree. But I do agree that it is a little silly. The layout is not good. I'll give you that, Mr. Bomber The layout is not very good. It's just not. Oh shit! Wow, is it 10 o'clock already? This is the alarm to take my fucking Seroquel. I can't wait to start taking Seroquel because I'm really excited. I always get like a little bit excited. I always get a little bit excited to like, I always get a little bit excited to try a new medication because I'm like, ooh, I can write about the side effects of this in my diary. I'm a very like, whenever I try a drug, I'm very cerebral about it. I'm like, this is interesting. I'll have to, at some point, I took a completely legal analog of LSD that is legal. And I took notes the whole time. Actually, is this a notepad for it? No, it's not. I took notes the whole time, and my notes are so weird. But the thing is, I look at them, I look at these little hieroglyphs I was making, and I'm like, no, yeah. I am a very diuretic person, though. I pee like every 15 minutes. I'm sitting here in a diaper. That's not true. Take that out of context. Right now. It's probably in... I have a box of old notepads, which I need to look through. I would need to look through if I was going to show these LSD notes on stream. Actually, okay, this is our goal, our stretch goal for the stream. If we... if people want it, then I'll do it. I guess I don't know how that's a stretch goal. because I'm
This
stretching
system
my
removes the
viewership.
best things about the system it's based on in the name of a simplicity that wasn't actually achieved. You also have to wait a while before you can do any character building whatsoever. The game tries to make sure you only get a second praxis after the standoff at the very end of the level, and this was done deliberately to hide another problem. The conversation enhancer augmentation costs 2 points and lets you make additional choices in dialogue based on the other character's soy levels.
I'll kill you.
It's nice to have more options, but it tells you which answer will work using colored lights, turning social engagement into Simon Says. In longer conversations, it vomits even more UI onto your screen, which disrupts the experience. The Sandoval sequence is much less tense with all this stuff everywhere telling you how to win. Anyway, if you play the first level in a really meticulous way, you can get 2 praxis points before meeting Sanders. If you spend them on the conversation enhancer, the game does a strange thing. It only throws up some of the stuff it's supposed to, and it doesn't give you any more dialogue options. You can't see his alpha, beta, or omega levels. Shit, he's a sigma male! Jensen, get out of there! You see, in the original plan for the game, you weren't able to just open a menu and unlock augmentations at any time. You had to go to a clinic to get them installed. This worked as world building, but also sucked. Imagine finding something you need an augmentation for, then having to go to the doctor to get it and come all the way back. Later in development, the system was changed to how it works now, which was a clear improvement. However, the rest of the game had already been designed around the original system, and you don't go to a clinic until the first mission is over, so the level was made assuming players don't have any augmentations. For example, the conversation enhancer. Zeke's voice actor already recorded all his lines before this change was made, meaning there was no way his character could react to the enhancer with new dialogue. So to avoid too many players noticing, they deliberately paced the game's progression really slowly.
And at the time that we wrote it, we didn't even have the concept of praxis kits. You had to go to the limb clinic to get operated on. So I think that's why we decided not to have it initially in this conversation, because we knew you wouldn't have had a chance to get it yet. And later we came in with the idea of the praxis kits, and at that point it became this issue of, oh wait, we have to make sure we don't give you 2 because you might have it and we don't support it.
So character progression for entire hours of the game is almost non-existent because they had to avoid a scenario they hadn't planned for. And the saddest thing about this is the developers are obviously painfully aware of all this.
At the beginning of the game, the pacing to get augmentations is too slow, and it's something that we're aware of and we're not happy with it, but because of those decisions and with what you explained, we were forced to keep it this way. So
this is one of the reasons why modern big games production pipelines are often so rigid, in case you were interested. When you chart an entire game in advance and then change your mind about how something works, you risk breaking all the stuff that was made assuming the game worked differently. This is an explanation, but not really an excuse. They could have just made the social enhancer unlock later, or cost 3 points and make it so players could get 2 a bit sooner. Or hey, maybe write and record a few more lines for one of the best characters in this thing? That would have been really cool, but also a lot more work for the extreme edge case of players picking this augmentation. Cumulatively, the new augmentation system massively affects the feel of the entire surrounding game. In Deus Ex, the augmentation canisters were unique, specific objects. If you didn't find the canister with the augmentation you wanted in it, you never got it. This made exploring really fun.
He's using authority here.
Could be hidden here, and finding one felt great. It was a new set of possibilities. The entire world was more engaging. Do you know how I found out there was a cloaking device in Deus Ex? I hacked into a secret lab storage chamber and stole their augmentations, and one of them was a cloaking device. It felt like a discovery, a reward for engaging with the world and looking around and paying attention. And then you have a cool thing for the whole game that feels good to use because it feels like you earned it. In Human Revolution, the cloaking device is staring at you in the augmentation submenu as soon as you open it for the first time, and you can unlock it whenever you want for 2 praxis points. Is that as fun an experience? A thing I love about games like Deus Ex and New Vegas is the sense they're full of secrets and new things.
Yeah, that would be cool.
The corner of an abandoned vault might have a one-of-a-kind gun.
I gotta give him that one. He's right about that one. Fuck.
In it. fact, a
That would have
safe
been
in a
cool.
terrorist hideout has a speed enhancement in it. When you find it, it doesn't just feel cool, it makes you want to find and open every safe in the world to see what else is in them. What if instead of all of this unique, special stuff you tangibly found, it was just a stack of money you could spend buying those things in a submenu or at a store? It's not fun exploring a world whose most high-value reward for exploring is a floppy disk that gives you a point you already have 6 of, but won't spend yet because you have to save them in case it turns out you need something. I guarantee you a lot of players missed some pretty easy to find praxis points because looking for them was boring. Oh, there's a praxis point in this elevator shaft. What an adventure! It's not game ruining.
Someone dropped it down there like 10 years ago.
Less fun than it could have been. And why? In the name of making it a bit simpler? Human Revolution is definitely slightly more welcoming this way. A spreadsheet doesn't appear when you hit new game, and at no point do you need to remember to open a menu to spend experience points and discover you've forgotten to do so for hours and have thousands of them now. But this simplicity comes at the expense of being able to make unique and personal decisions about your character and their role in the world. The original was far from perfect, but many of the complications are what made it fun, and taking those things out isn't necessarily an improvement. That said, they tried to improve some aspects of the game by adding more to them, and that isn't always a good idea either. One of the first criticisms on Lapicus's list is that hacking is completely passive. So now we need to explore what he means by that. Oh no!
I have to check out my fucking
game,
office though.
You move your mouse over to the hacking device and press the hack button. For more tutorials like this, please consider subscribing. Then you wait. And
That's
by
more.
wait, I mean
That's closer to
wait
how
10
hacking
actual
works in real
human
life, though.
seconds. Have a sip of coffee. Watch the cute little Matrix animation. Ah. Oh, it's called the Icebreaker. That's cute. That's a common cyberpunk term when it comes to hacking. It originates from Billy Gibson's Neurotic Monster. Oh, I'm in. I mean, I'm in. Sorry, I said it wrong. Then you have the remaining time on your hacko-meter to use the device and close out of it before the alarm goes off. But wait a second! Hacking is pressing a button and waiting for everything you want to hack? For the whole game? That sounds boring. Gamers won't like that. I don't think they have any patience because I don't respect them. Whoa, slow down, Caucasian architect looking at blueprints. You'd better take a seat, buddy, and listen to my points about... Oh, thank you. You see, the hacking itself is only one piece of the puzzle. While you're trying to manipulate this device, people can see you trying to hack it. Often people you might not want seeing you, like guards, or the terrorists you're hiding from, or genetically engineered space aliens. Your vision is blacked out while you're in this screen, so if you didn't check the coast was clear, the time it takes to hack is risky. Despite being literally just sitting and waiting, it's strangely tense. You committed to this. Was that a good idea? Sure, if the game was just a hacking simulator, it would be terrible and not have much gameplay. But when you're sitting there, exposed in a building full of guys who are looking for you, hearing the camera right behind you moving back and forth, watching that meter slowly tick down,
That is cool.
Exciting. Hacking is also
But that
a skill,
happens in
so when you level
this
it
game
up, it
too,
gets
so
much
I don't know.
faster, and you can do more things with computers you've hacked. This means investing more in hacking and watching it go increasingly quickly and become more useful.
I will say there's not a lot of strategy in hacking in Deus Ex Human Revolution, even though they tried to put it in there. Hey, we're going to hang shot. Wow, we're fucking flying through this game. I forgot how small it is. I will say heat from fire, fire from heat. I will say, like, there's not a lot of strategy in the hacking in Deus Ex Human Revolution. It is kind of just waiting, but you can get upgrades. So I don't know if this is gonna be like an accurate compare-contrast. Like, everything continues to happen in the background in both games, and so I think, like, if he doesn't say, like, this is actually something they did good in both games, except here's why it's bad in the other game, then the HbombERGUY loses all credibility, Revolution canceled, climate change fake, basically, is my opinion. Oh, wait, I can't do... I love this guy, though, when we come down here. Someone's looking for some action, huh? Kuang District. Just walk over there and go down the stairs. The rooftop connects to all the districts. And I every time, it's such an obvious, like, here's gameplay. Do you want it? Here you go. Oh, someone's looking for some action, huh? Oh my god, I want to be a pole dancer so bad, but I'm kind of fat and ugly, so it's never gonna happen. I know what you're thinking. Why are you going this way? Because there's like a security card I can get somewhere. But like, man, I want to be a pole dancer so badly. I would like to pole dance is what I think actually I mean. I'll drop my card somewhere. Yep, there it is, Hive membership card. That's, you use, cat's not happy. Oh, okay, sorry, buddy. I would love to do like a sexy dance for you, my love. Like, it's like anytime. You need to like give me leeway to figure out how to do it. Although I think I'm maybe too fat for pole dancing because like you need like stuff. And you can like pull a pole down. I wonder, I mean, I bet they make like tension fit, but like who really wants that, right? I don't, oh god, I don't know if the thing is like Tui, you remember Tui took us to her house and she's like, do you want to watch me pole dance? And I was like, yeah, sure. And Tui pole danced. So the thing is I could say to Tui like, hey, where do you go if you're like cute for a trans person? Fucking, you want to like get sexy and naked and you want to do burlesque, but you're very transgender. And also a little chubby. This is the thing, I think I kind of narrow cast to people who like stinky girls with big feelings. That's basically who I am. Yeah, I remember this part, yeah. We gotta go into the fucking apartment building clandestinely. Yeah. People who like stinky girls with big feelings, like, I'm ideal for that. Ooh, I'm just gonna sneak up behind these little motherfuckers. Ooh, bam! That's Bell Tower. They're a private security firm in this game. And I also want to say, like, Deus Ex is a big inspiration for me. Not as like not as like a storyteller, but as a person who has to name fictional things. Deus Ex is really important to me. I like Bell Tower, fucking Liberty in Mind and Body. It's like, that's just funny. That's why you have Angel Corp, Kagawa Digital, fucking, you know, all that shit. Who else is there? There's fucking Bedell Media. Like, I love having those little like stupid ass biblical references in my shit. Am I gonna get squished by the ceiling here? No. Whoop. Easy game. Man, that was easy. Crazy. I think if you go through here, there's like nope, this is an apartment from a later mission. Which actually is a cool thing. You can see, I think her name is Heyman Lee. She gets the mob to buy her like an augmentation for her job. But then the mob is like, we're the mob, give us more money. You know? How the mob do. How the mob be. Whoop, okay, I guess I'm going this way then. The mob be like, whoop, hack. Yeah, that's her apartment. She has a mission later. But also, you can see her arguing with the security guard downstairs, because she's the only person who lives in this building. Whoop, whoop. It is basically just like watching a timer go down while you are exposed, you know? I don't agree that this is like worse, if that's what he's
feels
trying to say.
inherently rewarding. You feel more powerful in a very direct way. More importantly, hacking is always optional. If you didn't like the hacking, you literally never had to do it. If you were untrained in computers, you couldn't hack at all. You didn't even have the icebreaker. The fact it's an active choice and a skill you invest in, and the weight creates tension, means hacking isn't really passive. It just might sound like it in a designer's head when they aren't considering everything else around it. The problem with treating hacking as passive is that every developer tries to make it less passive in the exact same way. How, you ask? With a fucking minigame. Oh my god, Bioshock, no! If I wanted to play this bloody pipe game, I've got like 50
Bloody
choices
pipe
to pick
game,
from
fuck
on
off.
Newgrounds.com. What are you doing, Bethesda? You lock hacking behind a skill and then make me play an annoying minigame every time I want to use that skill anyway? Come on, Prey. You're a really good example of a modern take on this type of game. Why would you do this to me? I have a lot of problems with Mass Effect, but chief among them is someone decided the story would only
But yeah, you know, now I'm thinking like maybe there's like tension fit poles that you can like put between your ceiling and shit, and I might, if I get this big fancy expensive job that I keep getting teased about, I might just buy a pole and learn to pole dance and do like some cool like AI assisted rotoscoping. This is how I think about it. Is like I'm like, how can I use this new skill to make my video computer games more interesting? And then, you know what, like, the thing is, I don't know, I want to be a big hologram stripper. There's a I'll pull up the fan fiction because it is cyberpunk, so it's on there is a fan fiction I wrote of my own story where I'm like, hee hee, I'm a stripper. There's also a fan fiction written by Kenzie Lee Quake Rock, which is normal. Oh yeah, I forgot. Ratty started as she didn't start out, but like, she is a self-insert character in one of my fucking Deltarune fan fictions, which I have no idea why I wrote, because I don't really like Deltarune that much, to be honest. You know what? Let's see if I can actually find that Google document that Kenzie wrote. Should I? Yes. I think that'd be funny. No, actually, it's just gonna make me sad. You can find it. Look up like Quake Rock, Girl Meet 5557, and you'll probably like find a link to it. I'm not gonna do that because we're having problems, little friendship problems, you know. But it's fine. Life goes on. If you want to see me being a stripper, click on the link in the description. In the fucking boobag dooba, the fucking bip bop skiddly bop. In the chat, in the fucking chat. I was trying to come up with like a cool nickname for my chatters. This one's true. This one's good. I love this one. Yes, it is good. I agree. I don't know. I actually like the Deus Ex hacking minigame because it's the same kind of passive as just waiting for a hacking timer to go off, but it's just like that tiny little bit more involved where you kind of forget that everything else is happening, or you can if you're not careful. Anyway.
It took frequent breaks to play Cylindrical Frogger. You don't even know what this game is, do you? You and me, we're friends, right? So I can trust you with this. I have the pet theory that all hacking minigames are bad, even when they're good. I can't wait to justify this.
Oh wait, there's a skip
kind of fun to do,
in this part. Is there?
I couldn't resist not telling you what it was. My problem is that when you have to do them a lot, they start to really distract from the game you want to actually be playing. This isn't a recent trend that started after Deus Ex. It's a constant in gaming history that Deus Ex avoided. Many of the game's developers used to work at Looking Glass Studios, the company that produced System Shock 1 and 2. 1999,
I need a
System
box.
Shock 2
this, I'm gonna try and do a hangshot skip because it does save a lot of time.
It isn't fine 100 times. System Shock 2 is only a groundbreaking survival horror RPG set on a cool space station some of the time. A lot of the time, System Shock 2 is a simplistic puzzle game you play in the corner of your screen. Hacking minigames were already a thing in 1999, and they were already
I'm not going here, hold on.
not the best idea. The Deus Ex team didn't forget to add a hacking minigame, they chose not to make hacking a repetitive chore. Every one of
Here
these
we go.
minigames wastes way more
There's
of
a
your
box
precious
around
human
here
time
that
on
I
Earth
need.
than Deus Ex ever did.
Yep,
By the end
there
of
it
any
is.
Of these games, you're begging to be able to just press a button and wait a few seconds to hack something.
Where am I trying to get?
Holy shit.
Alice
Holy
Garden
shit.
Pods
They made it
Hotel.
so there's no hacking mini. Oh my god! I love this game. Human Revolution's developers were making a prequel
Limb
to the
Clinic, right,
game
so
that
I'm
got
trying to
it
get
right, which is why it's such a shame they decided the
over
original's
here
hacking was a mistake
with this
that needed
box.
fixing.
I can go through here, but then I'll just quick save. Not quick,
This
I'll
is
just
fine.
normal save.
It's just a lot of clicking on stuff. But hey, you feel more active, right?
I like it. HbombERGUY, so
Clicking on stuff.
don't yuck my freaking yums, dude.
Access granted.
Alright, check this out.
Grants experience points, which means, oh no, if you're trying to get as many experience points as possible, that means even when you have the password to a computer, you'll be hacking it anyway.
There we go.
Have fun, completionists. The smart thing to do would be to
Check
just
this out,
give
check this out,
players
check
the
this
same
out.
experience points for
This is a
every new
skip.
password. Mankind Divided actually does this. Thanks, guys. Now I don't have to play as much of the same fucking minigame because they didn't change it. In his talk, Lapicus says during development, this minigame was feature complete in under 2 weeks.
It took 2 weeks before anything else in the game. I think 2 years before hacking was done and we were playing it.
If you've played this game all
I
the
am
way
doing
through,
it right.
It is
I
genuinely
just need to-
possible you've spent more time playing the hacking minigame than any of the developers did making it. Not that that's really a bad thing, though. Minigames are at risk of being a sunk cost feature. You could easily waste ages trying to make this slightly more
Alright,
fun,
now
and
I'm not
glad they
doing it
spent
right.
time elsewhere. My point is they should have put even less time into it and not made it. A slide in Lapicus's presentation describes the hacking philosophy, which outlines the need to create tension and make the player feel more active. But there's one extra thing on the list that's really troubling.
I know how to do
Hacking
hangshot
must be
skip.
central to the game's progression at some key moments in the game. Oh no. So remember when I said in Deus Ex, even if you hated the hacking, it was optional? Turns out that was a mistake
Come on.
too. Hacking is now mandatory. The player sometimes has no alternative solutions.
Alright, but you're using the tutorial one, that's not fair.
Why? Were they that proud of it? Why take away the player's ability to choose how to progress? Being mandatory actually makes the hacking worse too, because now the developers
on.
have to account for the possibility players were really bad at hacking, or hadn't put any of their skill points into the ability to hack higher level terminals, which means all the mandatory
Come
ones
on.
are incredibly low level and easy. So sure, this means if you hate hacking, it's never challenging when you're forced to do it, but it also means players who put their points into hacking are never tested on any of the important terminals of the game. There's a section partway through where the player has to hack the computer of that master hacker from before. I love computers. This computer belongs to the guy who brain-jacked someone and made them jack their brain right in front of you. He's so advanced, the biggest tech company in the world hired him to do it. He's had a secret backdoor into your company's computers for like a year. However,
Come on.
this master hacker's computer is plot important, so it's level 1 and easy to get into, and his computer's covered in the extra hacking viruses to help you out, just in case. There isn't even a password
Alright,
you can find
okay.
if you explore or search other areas.
The
You have
point
to
is that the rest of the game is like through this wall, and you can back yourself into a corner if you're careful.
What if this master hacker's computer was really high level, and if you hadn't invested in hacking, you needed to
You
go
can
on a cool
push
side
yourself
quest
through the
to learn
corner. I can't do it right now. I've done it before. I think that was part of the reason I downloaded the fucking non-director's cut version first, but I forgot that the non-director's cut version doesn't have New Game Plus, so that just stopped being the thing that I wanted to do. The non-director's cut version, hangshot skip, is way easier. Like, you can do it first try if you're lucky. And if we meet this stream stretch goal, I guess I will do hangshot skip, or I'll try it. I'll download and then try hangshot skip, because as long as this video is, we're about a third of the way through this video. Like, there's still 2 more hours of it. As long as this video is, I might as well download some of download a different game, and then probably just load up one of my save files from Hangshaw.
And it's deep in a basement full of lasers and traps and explosives and turrets. But if you invested in hacking, you can just hack the computer. Giving the player choices based on what sort of character they've made is kind of the whole point of RPGs. If the game was either a forced search for a password in a basement or a forced hacking sequence, it would lose a lot of its value as gameplay. But no, you see, hacking must be central to the game's progression. Why though? The game does reward you for investing in hacking sometimes. Off the beaten track are high-level terminals that lead to extra stuff, and in missions there's often security equipment that let you turn off cameras, commandeer turrets, and even combat robots when the level designers remember to put them in. I think it feels a bit less special that everyone else is doing half the hacking you do anyway, but it still works out to be pretty fun. One of my favorite things to do in Human Revolution is if you have the ability to hack turrets and the strength upgrade, you can pick up turrets and carry them around while they destroy everyone in your path. It's fantastic. It feels amazing being rewarded for combining these two abilities. This stuff is great. The part of this transaction I don't like is
he's seeing me right now.
Competitive join the dots to get here. It's not just that the hacking is a huge waste of time, it's that they deliberately made their game more of a waste of time than the original, with the specific intent of making the player feel like they're doing more. And
no.
Yeah, you are doing more.
I disagree, Bomberguy.
Does not equal more fun. And this idea has gone unquestioned for so long that it was a genuine shock when the recent Deathloop removed it. Or when Bioshock 2 removed it, and added a separate weapon that triggered a different minigame that was shorter and simpler and actually impacted the gameplay if you did it well.
Mankind Divided has that.
Bioshock 2 the best one by a really wide margin, like it's not even close. Alright, I have to stop, my heart can't take it. The hacking chapter is over, we're safe, we're alive, it's gone. Let's move to yellower pastures.
A smart lockpick is always handy.
The original game also had mechanics for lockpicking to deal with locks, and electronics for bypassing other devices that can't be hacked, like power boxes and stuff. But hey, if you squint, they're a bit passive too, aren't they? You just sit there and use your item on them. How did the Human Revolution team update these mechanics? They replaced them with the fucking hacking minigame! That's right!
There's passive hacking in this.
Hacking as you thought there was going to be. To get into people's houses, you don't need to find, you know, a fucking key. Like how doors work, you hack the convenient terminal in front of everybody's door, or if you're lucky, you can find the code for it somewhere. The concept of keys doesn't exist in the world of Human Revolution. Now that's streamlining. In the original, hacking, lockpicking, and electronics were all separate skills you could invest in, with different effects on the world. All of this being the same minigame makes it all feel like you're doing the same
I gotta do my
thing
French
over
practice.
and it feels
Okay,
like that
hold
because
on.
you are using a
Shut up, Hbomb. We're doing French now. I gotta do my French practice before the day's over, so that I can keep up my streak. The telephone. I bet that's because it's got a. She wants to work. Travailler.
J'utilise un ordinateur.
I use a computer. Am using a computer.
Ton numéro de portable.
Your cell phone number? There we go.
J'utilise mon ordinateur. Je utilise mon ordinateur.
Tu utilises ton portable?
Are you using your cell phone?
Il veut venir.
What does this word mean?
Venir.
He come. He wants to come. He can't come. That's my...
Nous voulons venir.
Nous voulons venir. I've never done this on stream before. Can you guys see this? I guess because it's in the same tab as HbombERGUY. Yep, totally. Alright, cool. Tu manges avec Paul aujourd'hui? Yes, do you want to come?
Tu utilises un ordinateur?
Tu utilises un ordinateur? Are you using a No, wait. Are you? Yeah. Computer.
Nu.
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 Tu utilises ton téléphone?
Tu utilises ton téléphone? Are you using your phone? Book is lever. Dog is chien. Pays. Numero. Chat. 10 in a row. Il est gentil. Elle veut le numéro. Il est gentil. Elle veut son numéro de portable. He is kind. She wants his cell phone number. Yeah, that's what I was thinking it might be. Je utilise mon portable. I use my cell phone. Tu veux venir? Do you want to come to the office with me? No thanks. I'm gonna work from my home. There we go.
J'utilise un ordinateur.
I am using a computer. There we go. Perfect. Don't be mean to me, Duolingo goth girl. I did my fucking best. Hold on, where am I? There, I cry. Cry now. Cry now. How do you cry? There we go. Don't be mean to me, Duolingo goth girl. Hey, shout out to the homies. Shout out to the chicks who look like Duolingo goth girl and are mean to me. Y'all the real ones for that. Seriously. Anyway. So there we go, my daily French lesson. This is truly a variety stream, as in it's a variety of fucking garbage. I do want to also check. Feathers has been playing, fucking what's it called all day, and I want to see if they're still doing it. Oh shit! I don't know if this is bad for me to have mod stuff on. Shall we have the Feathers stream in a corner of my stream so that people think I'm like an attractive young lady and not like a weird little possum? I think that'd be funny. How am I gonna do that though? That's a good question. The way I will do it is I will add a what am I adding? Window capture. Yet another window capture. Here we go. This one. Then we'll go broop, broop, and we'll crop right in and have the Feathers screen on my screen. Is anyone else streaming? Hold on, let me look at my Twitch. I actually don't want to look at my Twitch. It's fine. And there we go. Look at that. Easy peasy. I just want to put it underneath here because it looks better that way. So there we go. This is one of my favorite reoccurring elements that comes up on my streams sometimes, is like, other people are playing video games. Let's add that. It's fun. I like it. Boom, 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 boom. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. All right. Let's not go crazy here. Oh wait, you know what? Actually, what I really want is background color instead. Whoop. Fuck, my shaky hand made it impossible to get that background color properly. Okay, and then we'll put a little label on Feathers cam. No one can hear Feathers, but that's fine. At some point, I'm sure I'll get an angry message like, we're doing Destiny, and it's so frustrating, and I'll say, oh, I'm sorry. Because that's the gist of when I talk about, or when I talk to Feathers, is you know, that.
That's tied into your proficiency with a skill to turn off a laser grid. That's cool, but what if instead it was a mini-game that took 24 seconds to do? Oh yeah, I'd love that. Just squeeze that right into my mouth. Actually, no, we're not playing that in fast forward. You're watching all of this with me.
You're deliberately clicking.
Got a magazine here.
Okay, hang on.
Man, there's a full-page ad here for Mark Kermode's film review. I like that guy. I disagree with him like 90% of the time, but I'll know if I'll like a movie based on what he says, so I think that makes him a good critic, right? Oh, it's over. Now,
you were just talking about... Hold on. You were just talking about how cool it was that the hacking minigame in fucking... the other game was like that, was passive. You fuck. You stinky fuck. You awful fucking fuck. You fuck. Alright, anyway.
50 times, and then tell me that this is good. Quite a few more people have the achievement for hacking 50 devices than for beating the second boss a bit past the halfway point. I can't help but wonder if the hacking is a factor in why people stopped playing. Apparently one company manufactures everybody's locks now. That must be where the Illuminati get all the money for their secret science bases. Based on how you played it, Deus Ex was a lot of different things to a lot of people. Now a bunch of it is unavoidably hacking for everyone. And that is worse. None of this stuff is a deal breaker, of course. The game's still pretty good. I just think it really sucks how many choices have been actively removed from the game. But that's not what the developers were focused on. By their own admission, they focused on the combat. The first thing most people notice about the original Deus Ex is that shooting is fairly complicated and weird. Weapons are pretty powerful, headshots with almost any weapon are lethal, but they require skill point investments to use properly. At lower levels they reload slower, are less effective, and take ages to aim. This kind of odd aiming
where's my
system
chat?
wasn't an accident.
There it is.
This was deliberately added onto the Unreal Tournament engine. Yeah, it's not a very good first-person shooter, but it's also not trying to be one. It's trying to be an RPG where shooting is a skill you have to invest in. Combat being something difficult to execute is an important part of the design. I'll explain what I mean by referring to another famous immersive sim, Thief. Thief is a stealth game, but you can pull out a sword if you want, and there's a pretty in-depth sword fighting system in there. But as soon as you fight more than one person at once, or an undead warrior, or a wizard, you're basically dead. The point is, combat is a bad situation you should avoid. Thief's sneaking is fun because you know you're dead if you get seen by a bunch of people. On the higher difficulties, killing someone gives you a game over. It wouldn't be as fun if you could cut 6 people's heads off in 5 seconds once a fight started and oh, what's this Dishonored footage doing here? Warren Spector worked at Looking Glass while they were making Thief and remembers being annoyed he couldn't just fight enemies if he wanted, and in his talk he actually describes learning this exact lesson.
I came to a place that was just too hard for me to sneak, and I asked the team, just make me tough enough that I can fight my way past these guards because I'm getting killed every time. And they said no. If we made the player character strong enough to fight, no one would ever sneak. And the idea of the game was to sneak, and they're probably right. For Thief, that was probably the right decision to make.
He describes Deus Ex as a game trying to be a bit more balanced than Thief.
I made a vow right then that I was going to make a game that lets you fight or sneak as you chose.
It wants to let you do combat if you want to and make it satisfying to win, but also retain the fun of avoiding it if you can, by making combat something that's hard if you're not invested in it. This means sneaking or using exploration or talking to people or hacking the enemy's robots and letting them mess them up for you is rewarding.
Right before we shipped, I put my head down on my desk and I just said, if people get that you can fight, sneak, or talk, we're going to rule the world. If people compare our combat to Half-Life, we're dead.
For the Human Revolution team, modernizing the combat was their highest priority. Lapicus's talk has a chart showing what they spent the most time and resources on.
As we decided that combat would be where we would put most of our time, energy, and resources.
They knew they could handily outdo the original on combat, so they really put their minds to it. And the combat in Human Revolution is really good. Bullets hurt a lot, so fights are punishing when you get hit, and they're satisfying to win because you almost died. I thought I would hate that they added color shooting to Deus Ex, but it's executed really well. There's no huge gauntlets, every shootout is its own landscape, with enemies trying to flank and flush you out with grenades once a fight starts. There's none of the busy work you get in with other shooters where
Yeah,
you
I'm
just,
not
like,
doing
kill a
that.
lot of
I don't
people
like
so you have something to do on
side
your way to the
missions.
next level. When you do fight, the fight is unique and specific to that area and the type of and amount of enemies. That said, there is one aspect of the combat that's not very good. Let's talk about melee. Deus Ex had a wide variety of lethal and non-lethal choices for hand-to-hand combat, from police batons to riot prods, knives and crowbars. Then when you got to China, you could find a sword and have a flipping sword, which was cool. And later you found a gosh darn lightsaber. Well, a sword made of tiny nanomachines arranging in the shape of a sword, but look at it. Human Revolution streamlined melee weapons by removing them. No, really, there's no melee weapons in Deus Ex anymore. You can't pull out a stick and swing it at someone. It's all guns all the time.
Heat from fire,
It's like
fire
me
from
at the
heat.
gym. There's baseball bats lying around, but hell,
Shut
if
up.
anyone uses them, no one can even pick it up. That shit must be heavy. Grenades can't even move it. Instead, you perform melee combat by pressing a button, and if you have enough energy, a cinematic plays depicting Jensen taking the person out, lethally or non-lethally based on whether you held the button down. They simplified the melee combat so much, they moved it out of the game and into a cutscene. Cutscene Jensen rides again. He gets to have fun with his arm swords, and you don't.
Oh, I want a revolver for this part because he gives you good monies,
It's an
but
incredibly clunky thing to have to do
decline.
every time you do close range combat. Some of these look pretty fun the first few times, but like with hacking, it's not fun the many times you end up doing it in the game. It's utterly flow breaking. Just let me hit someone with a stick, damn it. The idea you're doing this every time instead of ever being able to do something as simple as whip out a crowbar is mind baffling. I meant to say boggling. Boggling. I just realized what a great word that is. The takedowns cost a full bar of energy to use.
Red tube joke.
Used unless you use a
Do you ever think about words? Fuck
I
off.
get to quote my favorite line from a game review ever. That's right. Your knife requires ammo.
That's right. Your knife requires ammo.
Melee combat costing ammunition is a mechanic from Vampire Reign, a game almost universally recognized as one of the worst ever. A perfect place to draw inspiration from for your new Deus Ex game. Here's how melee combat works in Deus Ex now.
I'm gonna hunt.
When it comes to the shooting, which is all that's left, the RPG mechanics of the original have been completely removed. Adam has perfect aim with almost every weapon at the start of the game, especially if you use the sights. And while there are augmentations that reduce recoil, the recoil you start with is pretty easy to handle. And this is good. It means combat is more a test of the player's skill than their character's stats. And for something as visceral as a shootout, I think that works.
Come on, man. Don't tell me this doesn't look fun.
Do not tell me this doesn't look fun. I have been lied to before, and I am sick of the posers and fakers.
Someone there?
The original game's stealth was okay. You could lean around corners, which sounds stealthy, but it didn't seem to help you avoid being caught.
I think we've got an intruder.
The big thing was enemies were really good at hearing any nearby noise that wasn't crouch walking extremely slowly.
Someone's there. I can hear you.
It never clicked how exactly the game wanted you to be stealthy. The stealthy
This
weapons
guy
weren't too
threatens you
useful
later.
either.
It's
The
adorable.
tranquilizer crossbow was silent, but enemies were still alerted for the many seconds it took for them to go unconscious. Melee from stealth sometimes knocked enemies out and sometimes merely hurt them and then alerted them to you. The stun prod seemed to base its effectiveness on how it was feeling that evening. This was one thing that was desperate for an overhaul. Now's a good time to tell you several of this game's developers had previously worked on Splinter Cell Chaos Theory, one of the best stealth games and games of all time, including Francois Lapicus, making him a literal heroic genius. I'm not normally a pure stealth guy. I try until I get seen and then I start blasting. I'm the sort of person Dishonored was made for. I hope that joke earlier didn't mislead you. I love that game, seriously. But Human Revolution is at its most fun when you take the stealth as seriously as you can. The Thief games, and even Splinter Cell, start to bore me after a while when I try that, but here everything's at its most tense and careful while never being too slow or trial or error. And I just criticized the takedowns, but you know what? They're super reliable for stealth. If you haven't been seen, the takedown is silent and stealthy, and there's no chance of it not knocking out the enemy like you thought it would. This is kinda how Chaos Theory worked, using takedowns instead of typical melee. It was always an instant kill or knockout, you just had to get in close enough to do it. Which explains why they did it the way they did here. Sam Fisher's Sleepy Slappers didn't need ammunition though, and the takedown wasn't a long animation that took away your control, but at least the game's weird melee system starts to make sense when you consider the creator's design chops. And what delicious chops they were. God, this is such a good game. I'm so happy I got to bring this up. The AI in Human Revolution is really fun to hide from in almost exactly the same way Chaos Theory was. They'll hear you if you run and see you immediately if you're out in the open, but if you're crouch walking, you pretty reliably can't be heard, and you can even get away with falling a short distance now. You can hide in enemies' peripheral vision in ways that are maybe a little unrealistic, but feel great to get away with.
Oh yeah.
Third-person cover mode functions as a perfected version of the original's peeking. It's kind of hilarious that they literally went on record that combat was the most important thing, but while they were at it, they just casually tossed in one of the best stealth experiences this side of Dishonored.
Yep. I agree with all of this.
They'd made a game that featured a fantastic stealth experience and then given players a bunch of guns, removed the limitations on shooting that made it less viable in the original, and then bolted third-person cover shooting mechanics onto their first-person game just to make sure you could shoot people any way you wanted. Remember what I said about games like Deus Ex being sums of parts? You can't make a game like Deus Ex more like a shooter without, inevitably, making it less like Deus Ex. The balance of which mechanics you rely on to survive has shifted. Shooting has become the most viable solution to most problems, when in the original it was
I'm checking my levels, hold on.
And that made it fun to avoid or to really lean into and get good at. You could spend a long time memorizing these patrols, learning to meticulously sneak between cover, put all your augmentation points into cloaking
I forgot. I can
and have to be very careful whenever you need to come back through this room because they're all still here. Or you can click on 4 guys and not have to worry about them ever again. Since shooting people is extremely simple and fun, it becomes the dominant strategy, the thing you're incentivized to do to solve your problems. This threatens to ruin all of the other mechanics. Why use stealth when everyone's dead and the fights that happen when people see you are fun? Why bother hacking a terminal to turn off cameras or turn turrets against their owners when you shot all the owners when you came in? Who are the cameras even gonna send after me when they see me? Everybody's dead, Dave. But you'll notice I said threatens there, because the developers were clever, and they noticed this possibility too during playtesting. They'd worked really hard designing fairly complex levels with multiple paths and solutions, and then testers clicked on the bad men until they died and walked to the next objective.
It was a total failure. Playtests showed us that people were just gunning everything, and they weren't thinking. It was just a huge frag fest.
So, to fix this, they came up with a really clever solution.
I don't think I've ever seen that dialogue yet.
Sure, shooting would solve everything, but to correct for it, the game is astonishingly stingy with ammo. Ammunition pickups you can find lying around in levels usually amount to a handful of bullets apiece. And for more specialized weapons, like the tranquilizer rifle, you're lucky to find 2 or 3, which is accurate. I only keep a couple of tranquilizer darts in my office too. Enemies have been meticulously designed to be almost a waste of bullets if you try fighting them like in a normal shooter. They drop their weapons, which have a couple bullets in them, and sometimes there's a few more on their bodies. If you're not being really precise with your shots, you can easily end with less ammo than you started. This was a super smart choice. It means there's much more pressure to make your shots count, or more importantly, to avoid wasting bullets fighting in the first place. This tremendously alters how the player relates to the world.
Yep.
Sure, you could just
this
shoot
is
all
fucking
these guys,
cool.
like I said before, but that would actually make your life harder in the next fight.
I'm waiting for the butt.
Scarcity of resources recontextualizes what would otherwise be a fairly simple situation. Sure, you can take a bunch of guys out with a grenade, but you have like 2 grenades. You might need those. The end result is like playing a fairly simple cover shooter while being lightly choked from behind by a game designer.
Okay, well then, but like this guy was talking about scarcity with
Adam Jensen is
the praxis points, and he's like, scarcity is cool. I don't. I think that this is inconsistent.
I'm not kidding how seriously these guys took the balancing of resources.
Oh.
In Lapicus's talk, he shows
Hey, buddy.
photographs of
Nope.
huge bulletin boards they made to track all the weapons, ammunition, and items a player could find in the levels.
We used these balance boards to get a sense of everything that was in the game. This is about half the boards we had.
we go.
We had 6 in total.
And tried to make sure they were never too powerful, never had enough enough stuff, so a big fight would always cost them.
During playtests, people would complain. They would say, well, I don't have enough ammo to kill everybody. But then again, that's exactly what we wanted.
Chris Rock was right. Sometimes what you need is bullet control. So the core experience works out really well. There's this fantastic primary loop of carefully avoiding enemies, stealthily taking out the ones you can with takedowns or silenced weapons to preserve ammo, hoping to thin the crowd before a big fight starts, building up enough ammunition that you can afford to get in fights when you do get caught, the occasional inevitable explosions of violence, and the careful picking clean of the bodies at the end. There's a rhythm to it that feels excellent. If you want an FPS RPG whose FPS component is some genuinely good shooting that doesn't invalidate stealth and hacking and other alternative solutions, Human Revolution is basically the game for you. However, as Deus Ex used to like pointing out, these choices have consequences. Say you like the tranquilizer rifle. It's silent and non-lethal and has a decent range. It has basically no weaknesses except it's a bit slow. So in a normal game, the bullets would be expensive, but that would be your choice to make, right? Well, not here, because if you can buy all the tranq rifle rounds you want, the game would be too easy. Instead, the local weapon store will sell you 5 packs of 2. And those 10 darts will have to last you a while because the other store in Detroit doesn't sell any. You'll have to go all the way to China to find someone else willing to sell these to you. This is a good choice. Giving the player too much ammo for the best weapon would ruin the tension and make things way too easy. But on a simpler level, it's incredibly annoying to not be allowed to buy ammo for the weapon you like to use. This is one of the trade-offs this design has to make. It works,
shit. Is he coming this way?
Might be a little bit annoying for some types of player who thought they could spend the money they were saving on things they wanted, or expected one of the 2 weapons they can fit in their inventory to have enough ammo available to make it useful. There are also limb clinics.
Go somewhere,
where you can
dude.
buy praxis
Please.
points. So, I mean, if you want more,
Thank
you
you.
can look around for more credits to buy more, and maybe sell the weapons and ammo you aren't using, right? You know, like a fun video game would do, if it wanted to give you interesting decisions to make. The billboard says no. Limb clinics will sell you 2 praxis points. The scarcity starts to feel really weird if you think too hard about it or try to circumvent it. What's that? You think you can get the upper hand by knocking out a bunch of well-armed policemen with assault rifles and get a couple more bullets to get an edge at the start of the game? Nice try. Those cops aren't carrying any ammo on them, and their guns had 3 bullets in them. No, not each. Between both of them. In a fight, NPCs have infinite bullets. The game keeps track of how many shots they've fired, not so it can give you their remaining ammo, so avoiding fighting and taking them out gives you a bigger reward, but to keep track of when they need to reload. I don't know, this is starting to feel a little bit artificial. Lots of areas have weapons lying around, sort of as props, populating some of the pretty sparse office and apartment areas. Almost all of these have exactly 1 bullet in them. There's something extremely disconcerting about a world full of people who keep a gun on their desk with 1 bullet in it. This sort of thing starts to really affect how
It's called
exploration
atmosphere.
feels. Remember, these guys had a big billboard on the wall keeping track of every bullet in the game after seeing what playtesters did when they gave them too much. So if you're exploring every nook and cranny, opening every locker, looking in bathrooms and behind
So yeah, now
boxes
you
and
guys
so
can see what Hangshaw Skip is supposed to do. You can see that I was trying to take this box and just push myself. Watch if I get it this first time here. This is gonna suck. Nope. Okay, well, good. You push yourself through this like millimeter thick wall and then just click on this, because this button to go to the next area is always here. Well, not always, but the train will always come. Yeah, let's go. But yeah, there you go.
There will be rewards for exploring, but the billboard said if you get too much stuff, it won't be tense anymore. So the main reward is going to be like 5 more bullets. The game will throw a massive room full of like 50 lockers at you, and there'll be like 4 pickups in total, amounting to 1 full clip of ammo for 1 gun, and a third of a clip for another, and maybe a grenade. And the lockers only open halfway, so you gotta really peek in there to make sure you see everything. Oh, and because it's this game, none of the lockers are locked, because locks don't exist anymore. Even the most daring heists in the game start to feel kind of pointless. In the Detroit level, you can break into the armory of a police station. A police station armory. An American police station armory. I've seen their budgets. That sounds like pay dirt.
Access granted.
Prepare for the cornucopia. I hope you're ready for 2 stun grenades and a template that can turn one of them into a mine, and an assault rifle with 15 bullets to go with it. That's less than a full clip of rifle ammo. Is that a clip or a magazine? I don't know, and I'm too hopped up on all this sweet loot to care. Oh boy, a shotgun and 5 shells to go with it, and a completely new gun that stuns enemies briefly that you don't have room for, and 4 shots for it if you could. Oh, and a rate of fire upgrade so you can fire the bullets you don't have faster. You can really feel how contrived the scarcities. Scarcity? Scarcity?
Scarcities.
Like they put all these
British
on the
boy.
table, so it feels like you're getting a big hoard
Say
of
it
stuff,
again,
but
little
it's
British
just
boy.
Several small boxes with 2 and 3 bullets in them. Think about why they deliberately did that for a second. They could have just put 1 box with 15 bullets in it next to the gun, but then players would understand how little stuff they were being given for this. If I gave you 5 quality streets and not even any green triangles, you'd think I was ruining Christmas. But if I gave it to you in the form of 2 boxes, for a few minutes, I'd be the best uncle ever. I get to write these off as a business expense now. Knowing now what the reward for this adventure was, let's all go watch the hacking minigame I had to do to get this. No, I'm serious. I'm doing it again. There's actually a couple of NPC guards who are like talking about how cool the Peps is in the hallway of the police station. And when you get it, you get 4 shots for it, and it kind of sucks. It sucks so bad it doesn't even come back in the sequel. They make it like an augmentation or something. I didn't pick up the Peps here, but I did hoard all the ammo I could over the course of the whole game, so I got a good 15 shots in the last level. Okay, I'm done with my Peps talk. I promise I won't do this again. I always thought it was strange how Sandoval sadly and slowly takes out a revolver, and the implication is pretty clear, right? We know what he's planning. But then he also takes out a single bullet to put in the gun. First off, Sandy, it's this game. The gun already had 1 bullet in it. But if you talk him down, he puts the gun on the desk, and you can pick it up, and of course it has 1 bullet in it. And if he does shoot himself, you can still pick up the gun, but of course it doesn't have 5? 5 bullets? Fuck this fucking game! It's not just having too many bullets that would make you overpowered, it's having weapons that are too powerful in general. The game has 2 really powerful weapons, the laser rifle and the plasma rifle. Both of these weapons deal immense amounts of damage really quickly and can melt any enemy practically instantly. The laser rifle can even shoot through walls, allowing you to kill the final boss the second the fight starts from behind her bulletproof glass, which is pretty clever. Giving these to the player would make combat far too easy and once again ruin the game's tension. Even giving them next to no ammo would still make the weapon ridiculous in fights. So, how did they balance these weapons? The first time you find the laser rifle is behind Tong during your second visit to China, very close to the end of the game. This gives you roughly 2 levels to use it against regular enemies before the last level, which is against basically zombies who don't even have guns and are easy to deal with any weapon.
Just let me finish. Just let me finish!
Oh boy, I'm so glad they gave me the laser rifle in time for this. The plasma rifle can be first found being wielded by the 3rd boss, which is fine, you know, getting a cool weapon off a boss is a fun reward. Unfortunately, he's also the last actual fucking enemy you fight in the entire game. After fighting him, you go right to the zombie level.
I got it! No! You didn't scare me. You're not even there. Get away! Go! I didn't want this!
So essentially, they balanced these weapons by giving them to you when the game is over. It seems like they designed these weapons much earlier on, then did the playtesting and realized how much their reliance on combat broke the game's feel, and they had to lean on scarcity and went, well, we made these, we should put them somewhere and put them right at the end. So hey, they're in the game, so you can say there's a bunch of weapons in there.
I would say, without going too specific in the numbers, I would say we're around 20 or so different weapons.
That's a great number.
This is kind of true. If you add all the weapons, including the ones you don't get to use until the last 5 minutes, And count grenades as weapons, there's 20 weapons in Human Revolution. The game's launch trailer features a shot of Jensen using the plasma rifle against a security robot in a much earlier section of the game during the first visit to China. Hours and hours before the player ever gets one. I'm not saying like, this game's launch trailer lied to me. It's more that I think these comments and bits of pre-release footage are a fascinating look into the kinds of tough design choices that come up during game development. This next thing's been stuck in my craw for literally a full decade. In an interview with Eurogamer, the game's director, Jean-François Dugas, made a really enlightening statement. And I'm not saying that sarcastically, it genuinely is. I've obsessed about it for 10 years. What is wrong with me?
The laser rifle looks like fun. How does it work?
It is a weapon. Sorry. It is a weapon that allows you to shoot through walls, so you just have to shoot, really. Combined with the smart vision, e.g. through walls, it makes for deadly combo. However, I'm telling you right away, it's a very difficult weapon to get.
You can see why this is such a meaningful statement, right? I'm sure Dugas wouldn't say that while intending for the rifle to be something you get lying against a wall right before the last couple of levels. We're going full speculation ops here. I could be reading way too much into this, but it sounds like in the nearly a year between this interview and the release of the game, the design got altered. Maybe the laser rifle was balanced by making it a reward for some difficult challenge, like a daring heist in a police station or something. But then they did more playtesting and noticed that even when the weapon was hard to get and had limited ammo, it ruined the entire feel of the game. Stealth, conservation of resources, hell, even the basic flow of combat gets irrevocably changed when a player gets the shoot through walls instant murder beam. So they must have made the tough decision of turning it into an extremely late game weapon, so at the very least, it couldn't mess with the rest of the game's pace. This points to just how devoted they were to making the central mechanics feel good. It's obviously really important for the game that it's not incredibly easy to defeat enemies. They designed several powerful weapons that were fun to play with, but then cut them out of most of the game in the name of making sure the core gameplay could live its best life. Unfortunately, and it pains me to do this, after all this time going into detail about some really clever design choices, we now have to talk about how they kinda ruined them. You know how I've been really hitting you over the head with how important scarcity was? Well, in his talk, Lapicus was also doing that.
Deus Ex is a game about scarcity of resources.
Oh, that's why I keep pronouncing it like that.
If we give you everything, you're not gonna think anymore. You're just gonna go and use the simple route.
It's fun for players to be rewarded for their choices, or to be made to deal with problems caused by them. The original does this too.
You can like see it, yeah, you can see it through this window.
You needed lockpicks, multi-tools, augmentation canisters, med kits, skill points, and other useful items to progress, you're always hurting for something. And speaking of hurting, even damage was part of this puzzle. JC Denton had locational limb damage, a bit like in Fallout. Damaged limbs affected his aiming and his movement. If you broke your legs, you had to crawl around to find a medkit. This meant combat was extremely tense. You had to manage its effects on your body. Medkits didn't just bring back health, they had to be used on a specific body part to mitigate the effects of the damage.
But I hate that.
Medkits and the skill that makes them more effective, you were in trouble.
All video game reviewers are like, this game is bad, and that's why it's good. No, fuck off. I hated that part. That part fucking sucked.
This meant combat and taking damage in general had genuine stakes to it.
Denton, hey, it's Denton.
Oh. Lucky there's a clinic nearby.
Have you looked at any other options? Euthanasia is one sure way to relieve suffering.
Chinese herbal nonsense is for twinks. I want real medicine.
Human Revolution removed locational limb damage completely and replaced it with a simple health bar. Which isn't the worst idea, and I know that because then they had the worst idea and went a step further and removed damage. If you haven't been shot for a few seconds, your health just comes back. It seems like when they were looking at other popular shooters of the day for inspiration for how to improve Deus Ex's combat, some wires got crossed and they borrowed their regenerating health mechanics too. Mechanics which are great for combat-centric action shooters and terrible for ones where getting shot is supposed to matter. One of the most important facets of combat in Deus Ex, the consequences of combat is just gone. If you got shot in a fight in Deus Ex, it was an extra complication you had to deal with. It didn't just go away, it was an added incentive to make smarter choices than getting into a straight shootout. Even if you killed everyone first, if they shot you, it was a problem you still had to deal with. It made the janky combat fun to put stats in so that you did well in it, or to avoid completely using stealth or explosives. Regenerating health messes with the core concept of choices having consequences. Now, once everyone's dead, your health will come back while you're checking their bodies. You'd think a game that wanted to instill tension about survival and make combat's effects matter, for example by making said bodies have 2 bullets on them, would avoid misusing regeneration mechanics like this. Human Revolution's combat doesn't get to be as engaging as it easily could have been because of this boneheaded idea.
Get what my binds are.
Consequences from combat cuts off the game's potential at its knees, something you also can't do anymore. If you really want to balance combat against stealth and hacking and other alternative solutions, maybe make taking damage a problem? You could basically flip a switch, turn off regenerating health, and instantly make the entire game a much more fascinating
Where's
puzzle.
my fucking
All of its combat that
thing?
much more
Controls.
engaging, more of an obstacle.
There it is.
Since all of its effects would become cumulative, so many more players would be making fun decisions about how to engage in them or how to avoid them. And healing items would matter again, which they don't in Human Revolution because your health returns to maximum on its own. Why do you even have these in here? Oh, they put you slightly over your maximum health. Great. These items would have value in a world where you didn't just get all your health back. Jesus Christ. This affects energy too. In the original and Invisible War, you required
I want to close the
energy
door.
to use augmentations.
Whoops.
This made energy cells into a valuable resource, and it's clear in this game that someone had their head screwed on properly and wanted them to be like that here too, because there's candy bars everywhere that refill 1 or more batteries of energy. But whoever that genius was, someone bashed his head in and went to work in his clothes and decided to make energy also refill on its own.
No, it doesn't. No. Yeah, all right. Fuck you, Hbomber lie. You need more than, man. 1 bar of energy is not enough to do fucking anything. You walk through. Fuck this Hbomber guy. I hate this dude. This man's going to heck no matter what.
Multiple takedowns in quick succession, or really like using the cloaking device for long periods, but the fact you have practically infinite energy as long as you're willing to wait a second means there's no real economy to using augmentations. The health and
there's
energy
no real.
feel
Shut
like
up,
vestigial
stupid
remains
head.
of a much more engaging version of this game, where these things mattered. I think this stuff is a bit of a shame, but bear in mind, it's not that bad. The core experience still works really well so far. Sure, the scarcity can be a little annoying. The police forgot to bring bullets to a hostage situation, or out on patrol, or back at base. Your boss can only afford to give you 1 gun. He's a millionaire, but the store would only sell him 7 darts for the tranquilizer gun you asked for. And 2 of the coolest guns in the game don't fucking exist. Oh, but thanks to my acts of heroism, I have a very slight discount on those stun gun darts I can buy literally 6 of. Yeah, that really helps. Thank you. But at least the intended effect works. You're making careful choices. You're having fun. Then you find a rocket launcher hidden in gang territory with 2 rockets. If you're in a fight with a large group or a big robot, this can change everything, but you can only fit it in your inventory if you throw a bunch of other stuff away. This is a great little decision to offer the player in a game like this. You have to make a tactical decision and become even weaker in regular fights in the hopes of having an edge in a big one. Moments like this are the secret to what makes these games fun, feeling confronted with possibilities and what to do about them. If there's a key Deus Ex thing you have to nail, it's this. Does the player feel a little bit nervous when they find a cool weapon they don't have room for? Then, a level or so later, you're sneaking into a secret base and there's a huge robot in the way. Normally, you'd be in trouble here and have to run and hide, but because of the consequences of your cool decision, you don't have to. This is your reward for good planning.
Nope. Is that the alarm?
Choice and consequences. That's the beating heart of Deus Ex.
I think that was almost the alarm,
You see,
but it was not.
I didn't use this rocket launcher I found. I got this one from right here, sitting right next to the fucking robot. The developers almost made a game with decisions and consequences, And then they didn't. They made a game that handholds you through every obstacle. Robots are also
I'm gonna
easily destroyed by EMP grenades. Having
try
to
and
save
get
your
through.
EMP grenades for tough situations would make them really rewarding to use, wouldn't it? But what if people forgot to bring any and wanted to use one on the robot? So they put one directly in front of you as soon as you enter the room. This fucking sucks. There's no other way of saying it. They fucked up. It's obviously really important for the game that it's not incredibly easy to defeat enemies.
If we give you everything, you're not gonna think anymore.
Not only is this room just not a challenge, you gain access to a means of instantly killing this robot the literal actual moment you enter the room with the robot. In this instant, players will realize their choices don't matter. If you saved that rocket launcher, you wasted your time, effort, and inventory space. You were a sucker who thought they were going to experience some kind of reward or punishment for your decision making, but you never will. This goes on for the entire game. The next time you fight these robots, the rocket launcher's right fucking there. The EMP grenades are right there. People complained about the boss fights being just shooting focused and therefore a problem.
I forgot about this part.
On stealth, but that's just not true. Every boss fight takes place in an ocean of weapons and ammo, so the player can't possibly get stuck. All the stuff I said was fun is still fun, but the most important moments, the peaks of the mountain of
I thought that was my alarm. I was like, what, did I touch the laser?
For you, open wide. If you're going to give me the solution to any interesting problem the instant I enter the room, you might as well have made this a cutscene too. Let me give you an example of how this is supposed to work.
Resident Evil 4.
In Resident Evil 4, you can find a rocket launcher. Just one, though. Additional launchers cost a ton of the cash you could have spent upgrading your weapons. So while they were powerful and let you practically skip bosses, they required a meaningful sacrifice by the player, throwing all that money away, and to even carry a launcher you gave up a ton of space for one shot that was gone once you used it. Even looking at the rocket launcher in my inventory gives me tingles, and staring at it in the store is tantalizing, because it's a choice with meaningful consequences that doesn't condescend to the player's intelligence by giving them one anyway the instant they walk into a room with a boss. You might also notice that your health doesn't regenerate in Resident Evil either, because that would be fucking stupid, wouldn't it? Deus Ex works along a similar principle. The Gep gun was a huge inventory hog. You had to leave so many useful items lying where you found them, and know you'd be in trouble if you needed a rebreather or some stealth camo, but it made fighting mechs a breeze, and in a pinch it saved you a few lockpicks. That trade-off was so satisfying. I'm trying to imagine a version of this game where they just put a Gep gun on the floor near every major enemy, but I don't really need to imagine it, now do I? To make a Deus Ex game where whenever you face a tough enemy, the means of killing it is right next to it, and if it even manages to hurt you, that health just comes back, you have completely removed the choices, consequences, and even most of the difficulty from your game. There's a version of Human Revolution.
I like this elevator because there's supposed to be dialogue in it, but I didn't do the thing that triggers the dialogue.
Launcher made a huge difference, where coping with the loss of resources once you used them was interesting, where getting shot actually hurt, and they almost made that game. And it's really kinda sad that they made a just okay one instead, because they compromised their own design in the moments it mattered most. They made a game about scarcity of resources, and then got scared not everyone would like that, and overcorrected in the other direction. Playing Human Revolution is an exercise in learning, in real time, why Deus Ex was a more management kind of game, and why simplifying everything about an experience that's fun because it's a bit complicated is bad. Oh, it's so rewarding, you can stealth your way over to this panel and hack it and disable the robots. Wow, there's alternative solutions to They fucking give you a grenade that kills them instantly! It's incredibly fun to get to plan ahead and decide what's important to you, and most importantly, actually see these choices play out, for better or for worse. Nothing in Human Revolution is ever important. All the edges have been sanded off. It's a smooth and palatable pebble that isn't particularly disagreeable, but slides out the other end completely undigested. You have failed to make a game about scarcity of resources if you put all those resources next to the things you need them for.
Ah, cool. Rocket targeting system.
About how thinking was a waste of time. As soon as you realize you're going to be handed the solution to the problem once you
Come on.
encounter it, the depth of the experience drains away before your
Qu'est-ce que
very
c'est ça?
eyes. And to do this after removing a bunch of the weapons means the game is so much more dull and devoid of stuff to play with than it could have been, in service to a scarcity that went out the window the instant the player actually needed anything. No, if you want to play with cool weapons, you need to have pre-ordered the game in 2011. No, that's not a joke. That's an order. Get a time machine, call your local GameStop. Another slight wrinkle in the developers' attempts to balance their game was the fact that if you pre-ordered Human Revolution from GameStop or GameStation or HMV in the UK, you got the Explosive Mission Pack. This pack lets the player start with a new type of grenade, remote explosives that detonate when you hold the grenade button down after throwing them, and a bonus mission towards the end of the game that rewards you with a new weapon. But that's not all! If the player bought the game from Amazon, Best Buy, or Walmart, they got the Tactical Enhancement Pack. With this pack, players start with 2 new weapons, a double-barreled shotgun and a silenced sniper rifle. If you were wondering why you couldn't use a silencer upgrade on the sniper rifle, it's not because that would be an unbalanced weapon and the designers knew better, it's because you didn't buy the game from Walmart. The executives at Square Enix are killing us. Their hands are around our soft Quebecy necks. We're dying.
You
Help
actually
us,
do.
please. This pack
That's the
also lets you start
one
the game
thing,
with a ton
though.
of extra money.
Hey, bummer guy, listen. You can get the silent sniper rifle like after the very first fucking boss encounter, though, or during the first boss encounter. You can get the silent sniper rifle. You can also get the silent sniper rifle in your apartment in the safe behind the television. So maybe try being correct next time, loser.
Which is the funniest possible thing to give people when they have a limited amount of things they're allowed to buy. What the fuck?
I'll try to be as specific as I can, meaning that I won't say too much, because the marketing guys over there are watching over
They're
me,
right here.
and I feel that the pressure of being careful about what I say.
I'm just gonna do the hacking. Look at that! I love that we are having.
The explosive mission pack also gives the player an automatic unlocking device, which you can use to skip a single hacking minigame. This gives me the opportunity to joke that Human Revolution's hacking is so bad, people paid actual money to skip it. The pack's extra level is a crime against Deus Ex canon, which is worse than most actual crimes. It's a mission to rescue Tong's son, who has been kidnapped by the bad guys. Tong's son is
Yeah, I
Tracer
hate this
Tong, one
mission.
of the main characters from the first game. It's pretty shitty they made the thing that's probably the most related to the original plot into a fucking pre-order bonus, really milking the people who cared about Deus Ex. As thanks for saving his son, Tong gives you the grenade launcher, a powerful and fun weapon you have 2 levels left to use.
This is genius right here. As the player gets better, make the game harder.
The trailer for this pre-order bonus uses footage of the weapons in levels you can never use it in because you get it so late. I wouldn't go as far as to call this false advertising, who cares, but it's funny the most powerful weapons are consistently given to you after all the best spots to use them. Fun
Robots
fact, I was born and
disable.
raised in West Yorkshire,
Actually,
which is my way of saying
enemies,
when this
please.
game came out, I was extremely poor. I only got to play it because a French friend of mine who really loved Deus Ex had pre-ordered it because he wanted that DLC, and I think a statue of Adam Jensen that came with some versions of the game, and then because he was a game critic or worked at a related company or something, he got given a free copy he didn't need, and he gave it to me. So if you're watching this, thanks Thomas. I wouldn't have got
Oh,
to
they're
play this
fighting
game
each
for
other.
years otherwise.
Look at these.
I'm glad I finally have
Look
the
at these
opportunity to
puppies.
thank you in the middle of a YouTube video a decade later. Pre-order bonuses and the
Puppy
microtransactions
fight.
they later became are bad for everyone. They're bad
Who's
for
a good
players,
baby?
they're bad
This
for
one's my dog.
developers getting
Oh,
mad to do
I
things
never.
they know are bad
There's
for the game,
crossfire.
and
Look at
having
this.
to
They're
listen
not
to
aiming
people
at me
who
though, so it's like a
value
light
it feel like
shower.
it's their fault.
Yum yum
The
yum.
benefit are the people this makes money for, which means
Oh my
it's
God.
probably not going away anytime soon.
Oh.
But at some point, you
To the
know,
victor go the
games have to
spoils.
make
Who
money.
is a good
It
bell
is a
tower
business.
robot?
Would
Let
you
me
like to
climb up on your
augment
back.
pre-order?
Who's a good baby? Alright, now you're gonna be a dead baby, unfortunately. Alright. Alright. Okay, calm down. Yeah, no. I'm just gonna... They're bad. They're just bad. Yes.
Anyway.
Alright, great. I'm glad we agree.
The level design of Immersive Sims is one of the most important parts. You can have all the cool guns and augmentations in the world, but if that world doesn't create...
We're not going to Detroit. We're going to fucking Montreal.
The Instant Pot in the back of your cupboard right now. You also have to find ways of making the player engage with the levels.
Bro, I use my air fryer all the time. Don't talk back to me like that.
You want constant rewards to drive players onward. Okay? You have to reward players regularly.
It's a bit of a disappointment in this department. Half the stuff you'd normally be searching for in a Deus Ex game isn't there to find, because scarcity was too important to give you too many big rewards, and there are no longer multi-tools or lockpicks to find because the newfound
now we're in Montreal.
presence of hacking has replaced the need for them. The main thing you'll find when you're exploring is a couple of bullets, a meager amount of credits which you can't spend on anything. Oh, and how can I forget? Dozens upon dozens of energy bars which you don't need because the first battery refills on its own. And since, like we covered earlier, Praxis points are a kind of boring upgrade system, there are no truly nice surprises that incentivize further exploration. You barely find anything in a police station armory. You're not going to find much in the back alleys of Detroit or Hengshire. What is here feels a little too similar to the original for its own good. At a certain point, it starts to feel like a half-hearted remake. Like, even in shockingly small details.
This, I think, is... Hold on. I want to talk about the game that I'm playing. Instead of the game that I want to talk about the level that I'm playing instead of the one that HBOMB is criticizing for 1 second, because I think it's really cool. As like someone who's a little bit of a journalism nerd, I think it's cool that you like walk into, and I've been in like professional newsrooms before. They're loud. Like, it's so funny that like in one room, fucking people will be yelling at each other from across like desks and shit, and then in an adjacent room with no walls between them, they have these microphones that are finely tuned so that old men who have been working at the CBC for a while don't have to stop yelling, but can also run up to the desk to like hand a special news bulletin to some geezer with a tie. Please don't tell John Northcott I called him a geezer. He was a very good professor. He's not a geezer. Okay, listen. No, hold on. Is he a geezer? Alright, listen. We're gonna take a break from the game for a bit and just look for my John Northcott loves hugs. Gary the Unicorn and hugs John Northcott. This was my journal. This was my first year video production professor. We're going back to the this one. This was my first year video production professor. His name is John Northcott, and he's fucking so cool. He's actually like really cool in a way that, I mean, the first day I was there, he yelled at a student for being like kind of snarky to him, and I was just like, yeah, okay. Okay, I'm one of those people where if you like disrupt the flow of a lesson for no reason. This kid spoke up and we were talking about light temperature. God, if I remember fucking anything about light temperature. I think I'm gonna have a fun little trivia moment where I try and remember if higher numbers mean warmer or colder. I think higher numbers mean warmer, but it might be that it's reversed. I have this mnemonic device in my head that it's either reversed or not, which is not a useful mnemonic device. Camera color temperature chart. Okay, yeah, so no. Yep. I was wrong. My mnemonic device was backwards. The more intense is the bluer it is, the higher it is, which doesn't make sense, but whatever. So this kid interrupted to say like, actually, Google says that light is a spectrum of all this, and he was like, well, we're not talking about Google, we're talking about fucking cameras, and that I never saw that kid again. That kid dropped out. I was like, all right. Anyway, this is my professor, John Northcott, and he's, I mean, it's adorable. This guy's fucking cool. I don't give a fuck what you want to say. It's if you're like a man who has, and this guy told fucking stories. Like, this guy has seen corpses, plural. This guy has fucking stories on stories. And yet he's also willing to just like hug a puppet, and I like that. I think that that's adorable. Thank you, John Northcott, for hugging Gary from Gary's Hug Club. We love you for that one.
Die, or how the first mission ends with you deciding whether or not to let a terrorist leader live, and as soon as you make that choice, the cops instantly arrive and all the enemies in the level evaporate and get replaced by cops. Or how you fight exactly 3 augmented bosses throughout the game: a big guy, a small lady, and a guy who can turn invisible and wields a plasma rifle. Or the way the game's 3 main locations are an American city, a Chinese city, and a French city, although Human Revolution sets its French part in Montreal for what I assume are tax reasons, and the city environment itself got cut. So Montreal is just a large office building you land on and then leave. For the record,
Feather's cam is not working. Hold on.
Talk, Lapicus got asked if he thought the generally good reception of Human Revolution was partially down to them directly recreating a lot of the original stuff.
It follows the original Deus Ex, almost act for act, story beat for story beat. I'm wondering how much you feel that contributed to the acceptance of it.
First off, I'd like to react to your comment that the game follows the first game beat by beat. It might be true. It wasn't our intention. It's not how we designed the game. It's not how it was written. So if that's the case, it's a coincidence.
I don't know if it's better or worse the game was like this by accident, but that's what the game is like, so I don't know what to tell you. It's not a huge deal that they're similar, it's the same series, so similarities are welcome if anything, but a problem with, accidentally or otherwise, making your levels a lot like the originals is it makes what's missing stick out like a giant robot sitting next to the weapon that instantly kills it. Liberty Island is a famously amazing level. It's an entire open island with 2 different docks, people to
Yeah,
talk
but
to
I don't like it, Mr. Bomber Guy, so what about it?
A sunken freighter full of stuff to find, and of course an entire building leading up into the Statue of Liberty. This level design is ultimately why Deus Ex is so fantastic. It feels like an entire physical space you can handle how you want.
Hold on.
Liberty Island is
Man, I'm
12 different
trying to
levels,
layer so much
depending on
shit
how someone
at
plays
this
it. Human
moment.
Revolution's levels are largely a straight line that sometimes opens out into a larger box you can be a little more creative in, which funnels right back into another straight line. The first mission, the parallel with Liberty Island, is a straight shot from the drop-off point on a rooftop to a pickup on another rooftop, featuring bottlenecks in the form of corridors and elevators that you're required to use to progress.
But yeah, I think it's cool.
Contrast the level of freedom here.
The thing they point out. Shut up, H-bomb. The thing they point out is like, this is a 24-hour news station. Why is no one here? This guy spilled coffee on his way out. It's like, fuck, why did nobody clean that up? I'm Jensen. I don't know anything about news. Yes, I do. Why are there no people here?
Including just climbing over half the
I
level.
think it's cool.
To get into the warehouse, you can go in through the front door, or climb up on top of the entrance and go in through a vent just above the front door, which comes out into the other side of the same room. It takes about 5 seconds to walk over here if you come in from the front entrance. There is no rear entrance, and there's no way over this part of the level by getting on the plant's roof and finding another entryway. It's immediately clear how much less freedom the player has. There are choices in how to navigate, but they don't lead anywhere particularly new or different. The only way to progress is to traverse the level mostly linearly, but occasionally you get to decide which side of the room you do it in. The smoking gun betraying the closed-off nature of the levels is the fact none of the windows work. In Deus Ex 1, if a building has a window, you can break the window and jump out. Bang! You just invented a new exit.
Oops.
In many of Human Revolution's buildings, most of the windows are actually painted on, and you can't get out through them in any way. In an actual immersive sim, this would be a way in and out of the building. That's what makes it immersive. It feels like a building in a world. This is just a rectangular corridor, with windows used to imply a complicated outside world you never get to interact with. Look at Jensen's apartment for a second. The modern graphics definitely make it look cooler than the original. I love the Blade Runner light shaft thing with the blinds. But in the original game's apartment, you don't need to come in through the front door. You can climb up a fire escape and come in through the window. Jensen's apartment is designed to reference the original. It's got a cute stash of loot hidden in a similar way, but it doesn't seem to understand the actual gameplay value of the original apartment's design. The only way out is to get to the elevator, ride it down, then walk out through the front door.
Mankind Divided does fix this, though.
I've heard so much praise for this game over the years, how it's one of the best immersive sims,
Oh.
a real successor to Deus Ex, but for all the genuine improvements and understandable mechanical changes, the levels you're doing it in are restrictive and dull. So much of the game is, effectively, a linear path which leads to an elevator to the next linear path. Seriously, there are so many areas whose main objective is to get to an elevator. There's a part in
HBOMB
HR
just
where
does not like any linearity. I like linearity. I think linearity is cool. I like Portal. I like Half-Life.
you do a
I
whole
don't know.
level to get to an
Maybe it's just
elevator,
not to
and
my
then while
taste.
you're
I
in
don't
the
know.
elevator, Pritchard calls you to give you your next objective.
Oh, game crashed.
I'm in an elevator leading to the Bangu.
Look for a second elevator once you're there.
The game is so fond of making elevators the path to the next area that there is not one, not two, but 5 sequences where you go on a really
Yeah, hi.
long, slow
I
elevator ride, and
accidentally crashed the game just now, so we're gonna see how much progress I lost. Probably not that much, because the game autosaves pretty often. Hi, Kate. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for dropping by. I think I'm gonna take this opportunity to take a short break, actually. Hold on. How am I gonna do a short break? Linearity is cool in games where linearity is the point. Is purposefully comparing it to the original. Yeah, well, I don't like the originals. You know? But gonna take a short break. Whoops, I forgot that I was muted. What I'm going to do is make the Feathers cam full screen, and then you all can watch Feathers while I go have some water and a cigarette. Not a cigarette. I don't smoke cigarettes. Like a weed cigarette. And there's window capture 3. Window capture 5? Window capture 6. There we go. Full screen.
Fucking ow, dude.
I just wish the game would stop catapulting me into a skybox. I've had about enough of that one.
It seems to only happen to you too. It's a bit weird.
Fuck.
There we go. Perfect.
I am at my limit, so I need to give my wrist like a good break.
Please enjoy.
The rest of the night.
Oh, wait.
Going out the rest of the night.
We might just catch the end of Feather's stream here. So, that might have been bad timing.
Alright, I'm gonna try and fill for the other team. Good night, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go clean out all these private rooms.
Yeah.
GG's, everybody.
Yeah, GG's.
GG.
Good night, everyone.
Good nighty.
Well, shoot, now there might be, I asked, but I don't know if,
That's gonna be streamed for now.
it's gonna happen.
Fuck me, dude. That could have been so much cleaner. Oh well, we'll just hopefully get it tomorrow. If we don't, I'm gonna be actually genuinely sad, but hey, what can you do? Otherwise, thank you all for coming out. Dude, are you even streaming? Why would... If you're not streaming, then... Hello? Oh, you are. Okay. Then yeah, gladly. Alright, I'm gonna be heading out, y'all. Thank y'all for hanging out. I am fucking wiped, but I hope y'all have a good night and stay safe. Make sure you hydrate more than I did, because I did not hydrate enough. I'll see y'all later.
This is called this is negotiation is what this is. Fuck yes. Thank you, I love you. Alright, I'm leaving now. Alright, okay. Hello everyone. So I was about to take a smoke break when I pulled up Feathers' stream to like be like, look, now you can watch something else while mommy's gone, and you can just enjoy that, and then Feathers was like, I want to go to bed, and so now I'm here. Yeah, okay, actually we'll talk about your raid. Okay, well no, I'm not, like, listen, as a now officially diagnosed disabled person, being too sleepy is also a disability. So hey, come on, hey, listen. So yeah, I was about to take a smoke, because the game crashed, and so I might still do that. I'm totally gonna kill the momentum of the raid, but that's fine. I'm sorry about your wrist, friend. Song. This is the BRB music. It's very loud, so I apologize. But yeah, you know, I don't need momentum. I'm hot, I'm sexy, I'm young. So I'll be right back, actually, this time. Alright, how did everyone enjoy that incredibly complicated still image with music for a little bit? I hope you liked it, because I also did. Also, we're gonna have to take a second to boot this game back up, because it did crash. Does anyone even remember what the crash was about? I don't. Oh my goodness! They made it tiny! Look at how small it is! It's exactly this size on my screen. It looks just like that. Alright, perfect. Yep, that's how I want it. I think what I need to do is this? Yeah, there we go. Now it's normal size. As in, normal size for the smallness of it, you know? Also, the volume is all the way up, which I did not have audio. I, in fact, had the volume all the way down so we could hear Mr. Bomberguy talk about how bad my favorite game in the world is.
Something interesting is happening out the window, or a character calls you on the phone. Seriously,
Oh.
you just sit in an elevator for a full minute, for no reason, multiple times. Once would be fine to build tension before a big boss fight or something, but it's near constant. You ride 2 different elevators in the unskippable opening sequence alone.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Hey guys, you know what feels even more passive than hacking? Standing in an elevator! There's a sequence where the objective is to trigger an elevator and then hide from or fight enemies until it gets to you to pick you up. Since combat is pretty easy, especially if you hack the turret, enemies don't know how to handle turrets in the slightest, it's really weird. Everyone dies in the first 5 seconds and you're just—
I mean, but they're hiding loading screens, though. Come on. Everybody knows about the elevator hiding loading screens trick. I don't think that's cheating. Y'all in chat, can I get an opinion about hiding loading screens with an elevator? Who here has beef with that? Who here would rather just look at a loading screen, like a PlayStation 1 style? Not 1X, PlayStation 2 style, like flat image loading screen that says like, you can suck your own cock if you remove 12 ribs. You can do just about anything if you remove 12 ribs. Up. Just gonna run. I love the experience of sneaking up. Oh, I forgot to take the text off screen. Hee hee, hoo hoo. There we go. Oh, there's more than one text. There we go.
just sitting there during what was meant to be a tense struggle for survival.
The funicular is halfway there, Jensen.
Broop. No elevator for me, thank you. I've got fist powers.
Get moving.
And in case you were wondering, yes, you do then ride the same elevator back down to where it came from.
Yeah.
I've heard the excuse this is a way of disguising loading between areas,
Hey, look!
but many of them last much longer
I predicted
than any
the future.
actual loading screens take, and several of them lead directly into a loading screen anyway, so don't give me any of that gubbins. It's boring, overly compartmentalized level design, however you slice it, and excuses
Fine,
don't
Mr.
make
Bomber
elevators
Guy.
fun. I don't think I've ever said gubbins out loud before. That just came out of me. I think the reason they made them like this was for dramatic effect. When you sit in an elevator to Upper Hengshaw for 30
Oh my god, Kate, you just predicted the fucking future. We're all fucking precognizant in this one.
more than walk down a linear corridor to an elevator twice. Look what an expansive world we're in. The objective of this level? To get to the data core room by getting to the elevator. Then you're given a cutscene where you're
That's true, okay.
confronting Zhao Yunru, the CEO from before, to have that cutscene. You confront her by getting to another elevator to her penthouse. This elevator trip takes a full minute.
There's supposed to be dialogue in that elevator, but it's not enough to make it
This is
through
only
the whole
third
thing.
longest elevator. The current Human Revolution speedrun by Rampancy is 37 minutes long. 8.5 minutes of the run is spent in an elevator. Uncomfortably close to a quarter of this speedrun is sitting and waiting. And this is the best case scenario. This guy does cool shit like skip waiting for that one elevator by shoving himself through the door. In fact, most of the run's cleverest tricks involve finding ways to avoid having to wait in an elevator even longer. The time wasted here isn't even the real problem. Where the original game's levels were usually large outdoor spaces with multiple ways in and out of the building,
pardon me.
in them, encouraging
Sorry, guys.
creativity and freedom of choice.
I'll just take this
Wandering between elevators
and
windows overlooking the kinds of environment you'd actually want to be playing in.
man, now he's ruining it for me. I'm like, fuck, he's right. God damn it, there's so many elevators. Why can't I move? Oh, because I'm tripping over shit.
Constrained, a thin tube funneling you to the next important cutscene. I know I'm venting a lot about those cutscenes, but this gives me an excellent opportunity to segue into this game's problem with vents. Okay, in this sequence I've shown you a few times before, there's 4 guys making patrols around this area, more guys.
Wait, am I here again?
Doorway leading ahead to the next part of the level.
Fuck.
This area that's harder to get to.
Give me the fucking elevator. I don't want to be here anymore. Oh wait, I went backwards.
By hacking it or learning the password or just smashing the tubes, which is a hilarious thing to discover you can do. This is a great sequence. Getting into this room and saving the hostages is the first level's optional challenging secondary objective, and the people who designed the stealth system and guard patrols act like it. It's much harder to stealth your way in here than the critical path. I mean, if you shoot all the guys,
oh god, I can't shoot him in the head.
The stealth was designed to be fun, so you
okay.
can do all that fun learning.
Alright, well.
Carefully navigating, or you can go in the vent next to the entrance to the room, which
leads
directly into the room with the hostages.
Now,
this first one
I like how much you punch them in the dick when they're the tall ones they don't expect to be animating.
You chose to look around a little more and get a sense of your surroundings. I'm not a big fan of how the vent is a definitive solution to the problem, though. In Deus Ex, vents were like vents. You could use them to your advantage, but they never took you directly from the start of the room to the place you needed to go to win. In the subway, for example, to free the hostages using stealth, you had to find a vent and then meticulously crawl through an entire ventilation system and come out of the right one so you wouldn't get seen instantly. The vents were part of the challenge, not the solution. In this game, more often than not, vents take you directly past the problem. You could deal with the guys in the next area using stealth or combat, or you can go in the vent next to where you came in that takes you past them. You could, oh fucking hell guys, you see the vent here before you even see the thing the vent takes you past. You could deal with this turret and landmine on the wall and camera which will set off the alarms, or go over here and hack the camera. You know, the intended challenge of the room. The point of this room is to show you the value of hacking. Or you could get in the vent that leads directly behind all of it and just walk past. If being able to kill everyone easily hurt the game's design, being able to just get in a vent and go past all of it fucking executes it behind the woodshed. Look, maybe I'm smarter than the average gang of anti-augmentation terrorists, but whoever set this shit up must have seen the vent, right? Wait a second, why didn't the hostages just go in the vent? Just leave through the vent, what the fuck are you doing? This is how, and I'm going to make a conservative estimate, 85,000% of the game's levels work. There's this one level in Hengshire where the bad guys have locked down an apartment complex, and you have to get inside to get to the hacker's computer I mentioned before.
We just did that part.
The front entrance is blocked off, so you either have to get into a big fight right away, or maybe you can go all the way around the side and up a ladder, and then you can sneakily take out a few guys and use stealth from
Don't shoot me. Okay. He shot me.
Pretty good. The developers are trying to reward you for thinking
fine.
logically about the 3D space. Or there's a vent right here. This vent takes you inside the complex and into a well-guarded area with some interesting points of cover. This area could be a really cool stealth experience. Oh my god, I can't believe you found another vent! You're such a good boy! This vent takes you to the upper ground level you could have had a fun time sneaking to, where you can easily just walk to the elevator to the top floor without
hack,
being seen.
please.
On the top floor, you holy shit!
I don't know what I did wrong there. Oh, I clicked back instead of hack.
This vent takes you past
hack
all
back.
the guards to directly next to the computer you need to access. This is the absolute bottom of the downward spiral that starts when you try to make a game like Deus Ex simpler. You make this how exploration works. And if you go in the other side, the alternative way in I mentioned, you know where it leads? To a vent.
Mine template, concussion mine. Yeah, I'll take some fucking grenades and shit. Why not? Stun darts, perfect.
You're literally skipping most of the levels that were designed. I've basically just ruined the game for you. Once you realize that's how they're using vents, you can't stop seeing it. If you fail the dialogue challenge to get an audience with Tom,
That's what I was just saying. This fucking...
out what he knows. But don't worry, pal, because, and I bet this will be a surprise to you, there's a vent next to his office and it triggers a cutscene where you learn the same information anyway. This is the quest design equivalent of putting a rocket
Yeah,
next to
this
all the hard
sucks.
enemies. You
Man, now
could
he's
talk
ruining the
about
game for me.
where Sandoval is, or you'll never guess, you'll never fucking guess, you'll never fucking guess! The vent drops you directly into his office next to the computer with the information on it. No thinking required.
You could do, I guess, yeah, I do control which buttons I press. That's true.
What happened? You get stuck in an air duct on the way over?
Haha, yeah, good one. Fuck off, Pritchard. If you think this is a good example of Deus Ex level design, you need to stop settling for less in life before it's too late. You matter, and you deserve better than this. Every vent in Human Revolution, including ones in maximum security buildings that lead right to their important shit, is yours to open for free, because locks don't exist anymore, and locking a vent using a keypad would look really silly. Some of the level designers even realized they'd made the vents too easy a solution, and started trying to hide them, which doesn't work because, you know, they glow, so they started trying to block them using heavy objects, so you at least need an augmentation to get to them. Look how hard they had to work to get around the fact they couldn't just lock the vents. Why was the game built like this? I don't know. Maybe the designers had fond memories of solving problems using vents in other immersive sims, and concluded that vents equal good game design. But the point was to make a world feel interconnected like a real place would be.
Doing a lot to make a joke out of watching something take too long.
Kind of secret in Deus Ex. There were secrets hidden all over the place. Buttons hidden behind innocuous objects that unlock treasure troves of stuff. Or maybe the pinball machine you've seen over half a dozen of already activates a secret door if you play with this one. These two are both in the same level even. After this happens, you'll be checking every pinball machine in the rest of the world just in case. There is nothing remotely like this in Human Revolution, except for one specific thing. This stuffed animal activates the secret door into the hacker's man cave. But it's not used to discover a secret, the cave is already visible because the bad guys blew a wall down. This makes for some really cool environmental storytelling though. The mercs couldn't find the way of opening the secret entrance, so they had to redecorate. It's funny, but serious question, why aren't there any actual secrets like this in the game? There isn't anything even remotely as cool as the pinball machine. Instead, potential explorers get to say, I wonder what's in this room. Oh, it's a vent, every few minutes. This is the vent room. Everyone has one of these in the future. It's horribly inefficient, but the powerful vent lobby won't let us change the laws. The hacker's apartment is really good at demonstrating the blandness of the new, simpler level design, because it's another accidental knockoff of a level from Deus Ex 1, this time Maggie Chow's apartment in Hong Kong. As soon as you look at it, the difference is clear. You're not forced to hack a computer, for one, but you also have more choices for how to deal with the situation. Taking the elevator or sneaking into the shaft aren't the only entrances. You can get in from the roof entrance, or, you know, blow open the skylight and get in that way. You can also get in by platforming from neighboring buildings that are easier to get into and aren't guarded by mechs. And once you're done, you can leave by literally jumping off the roof or out the window and using your cyber legs to land without dying. This feels like an apartment in a real skyline full of other buildings. This feels like a corridor with a nice background outside some unbreakable windows. But hey, looky here, there's a balcony out there. Oh, and what's this? A skylight, just like Maggie Chow's apartment, but you can't do anything with them. This level has none of what made the original level truly open-ended and free. The skylight and balcony are just for show. You come in and out of this whole area through one of two entryways, which are next to each other. Sophie's choice, a vent or an elevator. No, wait, there's actually a super secret way in. If you stack boxes and have the high jump power, you can get into this higher level of the shaft above the vent. It leads to another vent. It comes out right next to the other vents in the elevator. Level design! The design is so ridiculously oversimplified that it actually messes
I love
with the
getting
story and quests
details
the game is
about
trying
your
to use the levels for.
ways to break into Kate Yagi's
To progress
house.
to the next mission, you have to get into the employee entrance of Taiyong Medical.
Part 1.
The entrance is, guess what? The only building in the universe that isn't locked using the same fucking keypad, so you can't hack it. The developers realized players could just leave the hub and go to the next level if they knew where to go, so they had to reinvent the concept of the key. Once the player learns that's where they have to go, they're sent on a quest to find a Taiyong Medical keycard to get in here. However, because the world map is so empty and there aren't that many places to explore, most players found it already by accident several hours ago.
Well, what do you know, Windmill? I've already got an employee card.
You begin the Hengsha level right outside this hotel, and since most players explore the thing put right in front of them, they go inside. When inside, you find one of the game's 4 side quests, so it's good they made it easy to find. The key card it'll turn out you need in a few hours is just sitting on a table nearby. Less than a minute's walk from the start of the level, you have already accidentally skipped part of it. There's even a special dialogue between Jensen and Malik for picking it up before you know you'll need it for anything.
Tell me something, Malik. You think a smart card with a Tai Young Medical logo on it will come in handy in this town?
Maybe. Why are you asking?
No reason. Just thinking ahead.
Hey, looks like I've accidentally beaten a later quest by walking into the building next to where you dropped me off, Malik. Whoops. Who takes their company keycard out of their wallet and puts it on the fucking coffee table like that? What the fuck is this? Now, I love the idea of being sent on a quest to find a keycard which you could have found way earlier. That's great, but levels this simplistic mean you aren't actually finding it early if you're big on exploring, you're finding it immediately within minutes of starting if you take a passing interest in your surroundings. Now, let's add one extra layer of silliness to this, because before you find out you need that keycard, your mission requires you to get to Tong in the Hive. To get into the Hive, you need to talk your way in, or bribe the guy at the door, or somehow gain access to someone's membership card. The membership card is 1 floor down in the same building with the other key card.
That's fair.
No reason. Just thinking ahead.
A shockingly huge amount of players are going to find these items long before they even know what they do. That's not clever sequence breaking. That's a very poorly designed sequence. Oh, but if you don't find the membership card and don't have the money to get in, no problem. There's a fucking vent around the back leading right inside. The more enclosed levels mean a lot of the game's augmentations and abilities aren't as fun as they easily
He's right about the vents.
Deus Ex, having
No.
the ability to fall a large distance without dying changed the shape of the world for you. Rooftops were now exits that prevented having to deal with enemies you'd have run into taking the normal way down. Human Revolution's slow fall power would work the same way,
Oopsie-daisy.
except for the fact the levels aren't designed
Good
as
thing I have
interesting 3D
insulated
spaces,
wiring.
so only a select few places offer this type of situation.
What this is pointing out to me, I'm gonna pause just to talk, is Kate, I agree with the, like, you could do a no vents run. You could do a run where you don't do this, don't you? At a certain point it becomes like so heavily marred and like, I'm not gonna use vents, I'm not gonna do hacking, I'm not gonna unlock the social thing, I'm not gonna fuck around and put shit in my butt. That it's like, you might as well be playing a different game. And it's also like, I don't know, like Nuzlocke, the like paragon of modified rule set in my eyes is like the Nuzlocke, right? Everyone knows about Nuzlocke, and the rules are simple. When your Pokemon faints, it's dead. You can only catch the first Pokemon in every area, and if you white out and you don't have any Pokemon left, you lose. And so, like, it's very simple. Like, a Deus Ex Nuzlocke would be like, no vents, no fucking Icarus landing system, no social augmentation, no this, no that, and you have to do it non-lethally, or you can't knock anyone out. It'd be too much. Also, you can't knock anyone out is probably a stupid challenge.
Design can properly accommodate, long falls are added specifically for players to have something to do with that power, like this elevator shaft in Detroit. The game is going, look, one specific place for you to use your powers. You're so creative, instead of making a world where creative players naturally benefited from having this ability. There is an example of the kind of free-form use of a building's height as an entrance in the game, though. Unfortunately, it's in a cutscene. Bell Tower break into the Alice Garden pods through the ceiling once you bring the keycard to the hacker. NPCs get to have more fun with your powers than you do. You can only enter and leave this entire pod hotel through the front door. There is no alternative way in. This is because they want you to be unable to leave when these guys drop in and block off the exit, forcing you to leave through, you guessed it, a series of linear corridors with vents skipping any of the difficult parts, leading to a new back exit which only now opened up. The experience you do have is pretty fun for what it is, sure, but this simply isn't how Deus Ex levels should work.
No more bullets, please. That's enough. Okay, this is slightly more. Probably hack past this. I'm just quick about it.
Emergent gameplay! My problem with this design is it doesn't let players be clever by themselves. It's contingent on a game designer giving you something clever to do with it.
Okay.
If they forget to come up with some, which they often do, you're shit out of luck, buddy boy.
Hold on.
Without tall
We're about to prove HbombERGUY correctly here. Oh man, really? No, dude. What was this one? This one, there was a wall that was in through this room, which is accessible how? Through a vent? Or this room's not? Oh yes, there's this. Oh, I see. Okay. So it would have been accessible through that. Did we just get? Okay, I was about to say, why would we just get the code to this room while we're in this room? This is cool though. I like this. This like, I'm Jeff Bridges and I'm doing the news. I don't know why Jeff Bridges is doing the news. This is another boss fight, and I actually don't have any weapons, so that's fun.
Buildings with rooftop entrances and exits, apart from literally one in the warehouses I didn't forget, don't be a pedant. The Icarus landing system is reduced from a fantastic addition to the player's arsenal to a slightly faster alternative to taking the ladder down certain drops, and only slightly faster because the falling animation is slow and annoying. The other big augmentation that gets wasted here is the ability to punch through certain walls. This powers a really interesting idea, opening up new paths by cutting through destructible parts of the level, but it only gets to be fun in practice if the developers come up with interesting ways of using it. It feels like they made a lot of
Typhoon ammo is good too.
Shit, and tried to add a bunch of punchable walls at the last second so players who got it feel like they can do something with it. Wait,
oh, I like
what's
these.
this window showing if the room is that small? What is going on here? I could be wrong, but I have a sneaking suspicion this wall was added a bit late. You want to know a cool thing about doors in Deus Ex? Wow, Deus Ex is such a cool game, I'm about to enjoy telling you how doors work. Doors weren't just a thing you could access by finding keys or learning the code to a keypad, or by hacking the computer it was hooked up to, or by the password some other way, or by picking them. They were also physical
inventory
doors,
management,
which means you could just destroy them.
Wait. Hey, HbombERGUY, you fool. You can just destroy doors in... I'm gonna look like such a fool when he's like, interestingly, you can also destroy doors in Human Revolution. But it's bad because I'm gonna feel like such a damn fool. Alright, let's listen to him say it.
The rocket launcher is nature's lockpick. That's so many options, and being able to just break the door is believable and adds to the feeling of this being a real place. You can destroy doors in Human Revolution
Here he goes.
if you have a grenade or a lot of bullets, though the scarcity of resources makes this a bit of a waste. The mechanic is implemented horribly. Locked doors don't show you how much health
fill
they
this room
have,
with
or
gas.
even indicate they can be damaged until they suddenly shatter into dust. You can see a door's health once it's unlocked, as in, once you can just open it and its health is totally irrelevant. You can also break open vents, which, let me remind you, are literally never locked, making it pointless to ever do so. I bet most people didn't even notice you could do this because who cares? It never serves any purpose. Something I thought was really funny was apartments in China have these sliding doors, and you can break them open easily. They're flimsy, you know? But when they're open, they become invincible. This doesn't massively affect the gameplay, but it goes a long way in showing how little thought went into what used to be a really good mechanic.
Gas me up.
Things which were breakable in the original can't be now. Safes are indestructible, so you have to know the code or hack, and the many storage units in the game are immune to damage as well. This reduces the player's available options, in addition to making it impossible to even know if anything is destructible, because most of the time it isn't. The first time I tried to blow down a locked door, the grenade straight up didn't work for some reason, and since I had no way of knowing that was an unrelated glitch, I assumed locked doors couldn't be destroyed for ages until I tried again just to double check while I was writing the script for this video. You know what would have been useful? Showing the player the health of locked objects, or even saying when something's indestructible. There's a little game you could have taken inspiration from that did this. It's called Deus Ex. They just forgot to make half the stuff in the game respond to damage. Lockers, something players might want to be able to open a bunch of all at once by throwing a grenade into a room to at least save the trouble of manually opening and peeking
there we
around
go.
the horrible
Where
door
are you,
of
buddy?
every single one, are also indestructible. One of the
Where
most
is she?
fun things in Deus Ex was running low on picks and seeing how many lockers you could open with your spare Gep rockets in Vandenberg without evaporating the office
I
cash.
don't know why,
There's
where
something
she is.
immensely funny and satisfying
It's
about
okay.
tossing a grenade into a room and turning it into a festival of loot. This isn't a nitpick, this is a fundamental component of Deus Ex's player freedom and immersion that just doesn't work. You know, even when Invisible War was being Invisible War, you could still reliably blow things open with explosives. It wasn't a crapshoot whether the developers had bothered to make something break open like it should. Deus Ex's worst moments were when you had no clever alternatives to the more obvious choices, like when a grate you could pick couldn't be destroyed by other means.
There we go.
But this is just how Human Revolution works. You need the lift heavy objects ability to move the vending machine to get into this vent. You could say it's a
Alright, where are you?
venting machine. But hey, maybe you can use some creativity and destroy the machine with a grenade. Vending machines are literally
Where is she?
indestructible, didn't you know? The best you can hope for is the physics blowing it clear of the vent.
Oh,
But for
she's
that
coming.
to happen, the physics would have to work. Goodbye.
Oh, that spooked me.
Deus Ex made almost everything breakable. Plants, boxes, bodies.
Alright, I killed your boss.
Well, okay.
Trash sometimes spawns rats in
She
it when
can't
you
come up
destroy it
here.
Because it's New York City, baby.
That's
Trash
funny.
all the vases and beakers
I
on
didn't-
the floor you
I don't know if I
Take this,
knew about
globalists.
that earlier.
The game certainly is much nicer looking than the earlier games. Humans
Yeah, me
don't
neither.
look like Age of Mythology Prometheans with faces painted on them for one, but just generally, everything is so much more beautiful. I mean, look
That's
at
funny.
these ceilings. At least a year of the game's development probably went into these. Holy cow,
Where
bro.
are you?
I love this. Top 10 ceilings in history, right behind the Sistine Chapel and another clever sounding thing. But when it comes to interaction,
Okay.
you know, the game
Where are
part
ya?
of this game, almost every prop or object is invincible set dressing. These beakers,
Where? Oh,
bulletproof.
hey.
This Chinese food, immortal. This glass table, absorbing nearby
She's
humans
dead.
to gain their power. The world feels so static, and it makes you feel even less
I don't even
like
remember
you're
what her
really
name is.
interacting with it. Lapicus claims this is a selling point too. Look at this. What?
Quit screwing around.
Are you telling me your game is better because you can't throw plants at people? This is cyberbullying. I've seen people say this game has amazing emergent gameplay. Like, oh wow, you can break open destructible walls if you don't have the wall punching ability. Yeah, that's nice. Although, if you don't have that ability, destructible walls don't noticeably glow, so it's hard to find many of them without already having the ability, at which
Ooh,
point you're not
come
going
on.
to waste grenades or ammunition on a wall you can just punch
Can I
down.
go in?
Actually, the punchable wall
Can I go?
augmentation opens up a bunch of extra questions. You can smash down concrete walls if they're slightly cracked, but you can't use this ability to punch open locked doors? You can't just break whatever locking mechanism is keeping
Let's
this
go.
flimsy door shut with your mega fists? Chaos Theory had a lockpicking minigame that got a bit dull the way hacking minigames did here, and that was on top of the hacking minigame they also had. But the designers also gave you the ability to loudly break the lock and open it instantly. People who heard the noise or saw the broken lock would know someone was here, but if you don't want to pick that lock, you don't have to. Picking it became a choice, one which felt more professional and stealthy. Wouldn't it be cool if that augmentation also let you smash the locks off doors?
Oh, this
or
is
make a
fun.
ton of
You
noise
can
or risk
throw
setting off a security system
the
or
fire
something?
extinguishers
It
at
would be
these
really
guys.
cool to have an ability like that
That's
at your
it.
disposal, and I'm shocked the people who made a game that literally did this didn't think of it.
Guys,
It
stop.
would
Hold
automatically
on.
give you a lot more to do with
Guys.
this power, and save on having to think of more places to put punchable walls, which they were really running low on towards the end. Something else really bugs me about these levels. I spent a long time trying to put my finger on it, but it turns out the answer was floating right in front of my face the entire time, so I'm not sure how I missed it. Oh, did you think I forgot about the quest markers? How could I? How could anyone? Quest markers are annoying when they're off in the corner, but it turns out it could have been worse. They could have been unconstrained. They could have just, no, leave me alone. They didn't seem to consider
I do like
how
the
it would
quest
look
markers
if
in
you
this
had
game, so I
multiple
don't know.
side quests happening at once, or if you were at a stage in a side quest with multiple objectives, because who boy does that door need me to know every side quest and individual component each side quest has is outside it. There's one side quest where you have to neutralize an entire apartment full of gangsters. Now they're localized to a single small apartment, so you only need one quest marker for that, right? I have genuinely died in this game because I couldn't see a guy behind a pile of his buddy's quest markers. Yeah, so the game is a little desperate to make sure players don't miss what they're supposed to be doing, to the point that it's pretty distracting, ironically. They expect you to toggle off the markers for quests you aren't doing at the exact moment. And yeah, sure, this
I don't
helps for
need
that
pistol
if you don't
ammo,
mind
thank
doing
you.
one thing at a time, but the real issue is making a game which has a method of pointing the player directly towards their required destination inspires really lazy design, because now the levels don't have to make sense to players as they navigate, because they've got a thing telling them where to go. If you've played the game, you'll know that even though the markers are really distracting, you have to leave them on because there's no other way of finding these quests. Detroit is an unintuitive area to explore. It's a ton of very similar streets connecting to other very similar streets, and when it's not those streets, it's identical apartment buildings, which granted is realistic to most urban cities, but that's not how games ought to work. New York in Deus Ex had character and presence. It was designed to be experienced by a player who didn't have it memorized or know exactly where to go. You enter and you're like, where am I? And you look around and you know where you are because every part of the level looks different and things are really well signposted. Literally in some cases. I love the place everyone calls the Ton Hotel is really the Hilton Hotel, but the sign's broken. It's memorable and makes the hotel into an obvious landmark you can use to navigate. If you have to find Adam Jensen's apartment off in the corner of the map without quest markers telling you exactly where it is, you're screwed. If you try to stop and get your bearings by looking around, you'll never
Yeah, see, you can get the silent sniper rifle in this. Hold on. You can actually get the silent sniper rifle, Mr. Bomber Guy. It's not just a pre-order bonus. You can buy it for 3,000 credits, which I'm about to do, only to drop it on the floor and walk away from it. I'm gonna get EMP grenade. Man, they only give you one, huh? Okay, sure. Shotgun cartridges will be useful now that I have a shotgun. Everything else goes on the floor. Oh hey shit, Twazel's here. Taswell. Taswell, have you ever done fucking tool assisted speedruns? Bet you hear that a lot. Maybe you don't. I don't know. Some people don't. Tweezel. Tweezel. Oh, okay, I get it. Tweezel. Welcome to the stream, Tweezel. I love your art. I love your persona. They're almost as cool as Ratty. Who's my persona? Anyway, yeah, we're not gonna continue playing the game with the fucking silent sniper rifle. That shit
Quests are not
is
designed
dumb.
to be doable with the markers turned off. You'd have to manually check every single back alley to find the specific one with the guy you need to talk to for the current quest, especially when the guy has moved since the last time you talked to him for no reason. Conversely, I was feeling clever when I wrote this sentence, this also means the player is never expected or challenged to pay attention. Deus Ex has an optional secret base in the sewers the first time you get to New York that's a clever setup for some of the future plot. Finding it requires looking around yourself, or talking to a character you meet in another optional area and hearing him mention the base in the sewers.
Oh, I need to
and
wait for the
choosing to check it
dialogue to
out.
finish.
Nothing gets plopped on your screen, no arrow
Heat
on
from
your
fire,
mini-map,
fire from
just
heat.
good
Come on,
old-fashioned
dude, let me through this fucking
like a spy on
wall.
the trail of a conspiracy. And on a deeper level, your objective is to find a generator the
Oh my
terrorists have hidden.
god!
Finding it is the
Keep
point. Passing
talking!
around, exploring, bothering to check out side content and meet other characters who might come in handy later. You
No,
can get
I don't
on
want to
rooftops
talk
of
to
buildings and
him.
physically see the building the NSF are clearly trying to defend. This is the point of this section. It's why the game feels so free and personal despite being, at its heart, pretty linear. DXHR feels exactly as linear as it is. In every single moment, it is telling you exactly where
I don't
want to
get lost, though.
When you have to do the equivalent quest, shutting down a signal the bad guys are generating, you know precisely where it is at all times. There is no mystery, no search. Pritchard gives you a quest marker and you walk to it. Hell, you could have just got your pilot to drop you off right there and save you the trouble. And when you do turn it off, she actually does turn up to take you to the next area, which is a little insulting. I'm sure there's a plot contrivance relevance, but in the original game, the point was that you didn't know exactly where it was, so you didn't feel like you had your time wasted when an aircraft came
Yeah,
to pick you
occasionally
up
I get
after
the
you
task
found
joke,
it.
but no, I have
Quest
not done a
markers are
tool-assisted
not an
speedrun.
alternative
Damn.
to level design.
You gotta
There
get
are
on
a
that.
few brief
Speedrun
sections in the game where
speedrun
they're
something.
switched off,
Speedrun
so the
drawing
game
your own
has to be
persona.
designed to make
That'd be
the player
cool.
do their own thinking and exploring,
How
and the
fast
game's
can you
fun
draw
factor
your own persona?
instantly skyrockets. There's a base where your signal is jammed or whatever, so you have to manually find the scientist you're looking for, and it's easily the best level in the game.
The only thing I've ever used task software for is to cheat at like fucking Drawful and like t-shirt fight. I made little algorithms to make like advanced t-shirts, just like one with like a fully rendered rainbow dash on it. You know, anyway,
Each of the buildings has a
that's
completely different shape
how
and
pathetic
feel,
I am.
unique designs and
That is a
visual
good one.
cues. The outside area is built so it's easy to know where you are relative to everything. It's really cool. 5 minutes in, you find the signal jammer and turn it off, and the game is bullshit again. Now you know exactly where to go, and suddenly you're not
Yeah,
really
it was fun.
exploring anymore. This is
The way I
one
did it
section of
was
the game where turning off the
I used Tiny Task and I like made a Photoshop canvas that was the exact dimensions of the thing, and then I went in Photoshop or I pasted in Photoshop like the Rainbow Dash template, and then I like traced over it using like pretending I was using the Drawful tools, and then after that I would get rid of the Photoshop window and then replay it in Drawful. So I wasn't task tools, but it's as close as I've ever come. And I might make a similar thing with task tools because I think that would be fun for me. And nobody does Jackbox streams anymore though, so I'm just like, why? What am I gonna do? Like, there's nothing for me to use it on.
Markers actually works really well, so at least it's a good time if you keep the markers turned off. It kinda sucks that almost every game that heavily relies on these markers inevitably has a tiny, really cool segment that turns them off, where the level design has to account for them being turned off, and everything gets so much better. Instead of being an interesting take on the central mechanics, it ends up being a brief foray into better mechanics you don't get anywhere else, and now the player knows exactly what they're missing the rest of the time. There's an oversight in the PC version that's kind of funny, but also prevents the markers from at least getting better with age. The game was designed to look good at 720p on the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. When Nixes were creating the PC port, and God bless them, otherwise they did a fantastic job, someone made the UI not scale with resolution. This means at higher resolutions like 1080p, 1440p, and 4K if you're an idiot who owns a 4K screen, the UI gets increasingly harder to see and read. But for some godforsaken reason, the objective markers, and only the objective markers, do scale. So even though everything else is so small, people watching this video on their phone won't be able to read the in-game subtitles. Don't blame me, that's just how the game looks at 1440p. The quest markers are still blasting your head off and messing with the visuals of an otherwise still beautiful game. Incidentally, if you get the chip replacement, the glitchy health bar and ammo counter you get during the boss battle are scaled, so you can briefly see just how readable the game could have been. You know how older video game cities were always a lot smaller than a real city would be because of hardware limitations or what have you? It turns out that was a blessing in disguise. New York, Hong Kong, and Paris felt big, but not so big that getting around was annoying. Because you know what's not that fun? Trying to get around a big city on foot.
That's actually impressive. Actually, genius, LMAO. Last time I played a Jackbox game was at a friend's birthday party over Discord. That is the application for Jackbox games, is to
The new, realistically big Detroit and Hengshaw levels have tons of places that serve no actual gameplay purpose whatsoever, but the level has to be big because cities are big. The game does create a very nice sense of mood with this.
That is the application for,
brands and logos
you know,
to populate their future with. There's some genuine creativity on
beep beep
display
beep
here,
beep Jackbox.
but these levels aren't used in ways that benefit from this. You aren't milling around the cool environment, making small talk with locals, having unique encounters as you traverse the hustle and bustle of the city. It's window dressing as you follow a quest marker to the places the gameplay happens. JC Denton's walk speed wasn't super fast by the first-person shooter standards of the time, but the small and dense levels packed with stuff to do and secrets to find made the pace feel brisk. Adam feels significantly slower than JC, especially in the much larger cities. You can sprint for 2 seconds, that's not a joke, 2 seconds, and then it has to recharge. They made
It's
running
funny.
shit on purpose so you had more stuff to put praxis points into. I mean, it's not a surprise he's going so slow if he's carrying so much stuff everywhere in his arms. Pathologic made you walk for hours deliberately as a form of
Yeah, he
punishment
runs
for the
like he
player.
runs
The
at like
game was
5
trying to
seconds
hurt
at 5. He runs like for 5 seconds at a time.
to be a fun cyberpunk action RPG, so I don't think they should be aiming for the same effect. The atmosphere and art design deserve some credit here, though. This is some of the
It's a good
most
game. It's actually one of my
impressive,
favorite
really
games,
boring walking back
which
and
is why
forth
this is
between
bothering me because
objectives
I'm like,
I've done
he's
in my
right.
life,
It's
and I'm
wrong
an
in these
expert on
ways.
those. This is one of the best realized worlds in the history of video games. A decade later, the graphics hold up incredibly well because good visual design just doesn't age. But you're traversing it to do the
Oh,
same
I wasn't
hacking
listening to
game
what he
every
was
5
doing.
feet to unlock safes with a negligible amount of money in them, which you can't even spend because the store only had 10 of the bullets you want. This is why this game is so difficult to analyze without going way overboard and making an unwatchably long video. All the pieces of an excellent game are right here. They even made the skylight you could have got in through in a better version of the game, but they don't stick the landing. Instead, the game is merely fine. The stealth is fun, the combat is good, and the levels are okay, but don't encourage creativity. And it's easy to get bored
encourage
because the
everyone to
game
play
never
it.
asks that much
It's
of you. I joked
fun
before
in
about
my
people
opinion.
quitting because of the hacking minigame, but more seriously, it's probably because halfway through there aren't even many new levels to keep things fresh. You instead go
This
to
is
Detroit
another
and
place where
Henshaw
you can
all over
hear
again, with even less to
Boston
see this
Jensen a
time.
little
The
bit.
first
Hold
visits to
on.
these
Let me see if I
locations have an
can.
okay amount of side quests, about as many as the
We'll
original
bring
did for its
back.
city-type locations.
Hold on. We'll turn the voice back up so that you can hear Boston Jensen a little bit. You just hear a little tiny snippet of Boston Jensen, and then we'll turn it right back down.
Cat, thank you. Mr. Jensen, I'll see you backstage.
Boston Jensen, here he comes. I have to go talk to Taggart backstage. There are certain parts in this game, so they had to get Adam Jensen, or they had to get, what's his name? Elias Tufexis back. To
Mr.
do some more
Jensen,
lines.
Appreciate you a lot.
Save it, Taggart. You've wasted enough of my time as it is. Now where's Sam?
He has an apartment.
I see. Sam.
I knew nothing.
Good job.
Mr. Jen.
That all depends.
Anyway, so yeah, that wasn't actually Boston Jensen. Boston Jensen was for the whole talking section outside, and I thought they would continue on, but they had to get Elias Tufexis back a bunch of times because they kept changing the game last minute, and at some point Elias Tufexis was like, I'm not gonna do a Boston accent anymore. That's whatever. Fuck me. Yeah. It does give me that feeling also. But you know, the thing about enjoying fucking games is that like you can hear criticism of them and think that criticism is valid and still, you know, have fun with the game, which I'm gonna do.
Another side quest during the first visit, and I mean fully completed. If you forgot to read the 3 emails you got sent at the end of the first half of the quest before you left for China hours ago, you can never start the second half once you get back. The second visit to China is so devoid of new material, the game lies
Hi,
and
everybody.
says there are more side missions than there actually are. There's 2. One from this guy and one from this lady. But the game pretends there's a third quest. The other quest, a matter of discretion, is given to you by another character. It's to talk to this lady, who then gives you the second quest.
Are you the man Mr. Darrow sent?
A guy calls you on the telephone and gives you the quest to get the other quest, so it feels like you're doing more quests. There are some really ambitious ideas for a cyberpunk world in here, saddled with an engine and hardware generation that didn't match that ambition. The simplified levels remind me a lot of the PS2 version of the original game, which was good, but a bit more stripped down and missing the expansiveness and complexity that made the PC version quite so special. I'd compare the level design to Invisible Wars, but even I'm not that mean. Actually, no, Invisible War put enemies in the vents to punish you for thinking they were an easy solution, so its level design is objectively better. Next chapter.
Goodbye.
Still, surely it wouldn't be that hard to make ammo more available and turn off health regen. Yeah.
The The story of the original Deus Ex was a complete mess. In a good way, though. It's part of what makes it amazing. But it's also why making another one is like trying to solve the trolley problem while trapped inside the trolley. It was set in 2052 in a world that's very different from ours, or was different in the year 2000. Many of the game's scariest predictions turned out to be true.
I have the objectively correct answer to the trolley problem, by the way, just so everyone knows. It is to switch over to kill the one person instead of the 5, because like inaction is also a form of action, and therefore you're making a choice either way. So you know, just now everyone knows if you end up in a trolley problem situation or on like prank patrol where they're like, you're gonna have to kill 5 people or 1 person, just pull the fucking lever, don't be a pussy. Alright? Listen to me. Heat from fire, fire from heat. Hi, I'm Barbie. Listen. No, but seriously, pull the fucking lever. See if I care. I don't. You're a better person if you pull the lever. You killed less people. Your choice leads to a number of people's death anyway. If you choose not to, it might as well just be like, the trolley will not go until here, hold on, I gotta save these punks. There we go. Hey guys. A cab. You can also just have a quick little nap. Bop! That's how you punch a police officer in the face. Make sure to do that whenever you get the opportunity. Oh, fuck. You guys can't see any of this. That's okay. Yeah, anyway. Anyway, back to the video.
Spill over to the schools and churches. Let the bodies pile up in the streets.
There's a dozen factions with their own agendas, all fighting for supremacy, uneasy alliances, ancient organizations, revolutionary groups, secret bases underneath other secret bases, corporate conspiracies, and even greasels.
They got magic lizards in the first game.
Despite discussing important ideas like the value of democracy and the human need to feel witnessed by a god, and how the rich have manipulated the system so workers pay more in taxes than their boss, the writing still manages to be fun.
Get out! I got a bomb!
A bomb's a bad choice for close-range combat.
Deus Ex knows that a world where every conspiracy turned out to be true would be a little bit silly.
Your hand might have slipped.
No, I wanted orange. It gave me lemon lime. It's the maintenance man. He knows I like orange.
So you think the staff has some kind of plot?
Yes, they do that on purpose.
So instead of pretending to be the darkest and most seriousest story ever, it's more like an X-Files box set, raising some important ideas and themes, but with a sense of humor about it.
You take another step forward, and here I am again. Like your own reflection repeated in a hall of mirrors.
That makes me one ugly son of a bitch.
The game has multiple endings, all 3 of which have different implications for the future of the world. You can let things continue as normal, but with a slightly more benevolent dictatorship in place, run by you and that guy who loves betraying people. But I'm sure it'll all work out fine. Wait, that's not a good-sounding Paradise Lost quote. Oh shit, are we the baddies? Or you can shut off all advanced information technology and plunge the world into a new dark age where YouTubers have to provide something of value to society. Or you can fuse with an advanced AI and become a kind of all-knowing god from the machine. Hey look, it's the title. But now the question is, how the hell do you make another one of these? Do you decide on one ending being canon and hope for the best? Do you ask for a player's save file and try to react to their choices and retcon all the big ones because you can't be bothered? Or do you embody the spirit of Deus Ex's madness and push it even further and put jet boosters on the trolley? Enter Deus Ex Invisible War, the game equivalent of trying to replace sleep with your ADHD medication. Which ending is canon? All of them! At once! JC Denton fused with an advanced AI and became a godlike, hyper-intelligent super being, but also, all the technology in the world shut off, which kind of messed with his plans, but also, the fucking Illuminati is still running around, but also, there's even more greasels now! Set 20 years after the most confusing day in the world, Invisible War tries to follow up on the original with intriguing new perspectives and ironic twists, and tries to tell a new story of its own with new characters while it's at it. Then those two things smash into each other and create the most fascinating mess of a story ever conceived. It's less X-Files box set and more trying to figure out the plot of X-Files from Fox Mulder Best Moments compilation.
Hey, wait a second, wait a second, wait a second, wait a second.
In part 11, this
hold on. He lied again. There is a secret puzzle that you can unlock this wall with. There's like a special switch somewhere that you gotta press. It's not that. It's like in it. So there's two actually. In this one, you do need to make. You need to be smart with it. Oh wait, is it just a lever? Oh, never mind. Sorry.
This is at least a number 4. I love this game. Is it good? I don't know, but it's definitely the most. This game has 4 radically different endings that each permanently alter the world even more than the originals did, ranging from wiping out almost all life to uniting human consciousness in a new way of being. So, one question, how do you make a sequel to this? If someone asks you to make Deus Ex 3, as it was tentatively titled in its early teasers, they're trying to trick you into destroying your career. So, what do?
I don't want the combat rifle.
Oh no! Prequels can be great, but they often have to carry a lot of excess baggage. This is all the stuff we didn't need to see to enjoy the original, so seeing it is by definition kind of unnecessary. You know his name, you know his methods, and this February you learn that at some point he started doing those things. Holy shit, this movie's fucking terrible. And in interactive media, this can be even worse because now your interaction is being limited by what's supposed to happen next.
Change the future. You've created a time paradox.
Okay, in context, that's kind of meant as a joke. Let's do a real example. Stalker Shadow of Chernobyl began with the Marked One on the battle bus with the quest to down Strelok at the Tilted Towers. Whether he succeeded in
Link to the video? Which video?
He got showered with money to death was based on your
Oh,
actions.
this video. Okay,
Then
yeah.
Stalker got a
Here.
prequel.
The one we're watching, of course. We still have 40 minutes left, so I probably will be able to get pretty close to the end of this game.
Big twists, which itself has no real twists and can only end one way, and then Shadow of Chernobyl happens. You spend 10 to 30 hours helping the Marked One catch his bus. People who played it know what I'm talking about. Honestly, I could talk for hours about how you... No, Rachel, I won't let you stop me this time. The people need to know. Is that a taser? So yeah, prequels are something you generally want to avoid unless you've got a really good idea for it.
Broop. Alarm's already gone off.
Established, Eidos Montreal didn't really have much of a choice. They're kind of between a rock and a hard place here. I mean, I guess they could do a reboot, but rebooting the franchise kind of isn't ideal either. You really should never do one of those.
Just gonna fight this guy.
No! Given that all of the options were kind of bad, it does beg the question, why make a Deus Ex game at all, apart from brand recognition? Well, it might shock you, but the answer is brand recognition. Did you ever wonder why the next Prey was called Prey and not, I don't know, New Space Game, even though it's nothing like Prey? God, these names are confusing. It's because the money man.
Oh wait, there's still
Square Enix aren't going to spend millions
Hong
of
Kong
dollars
2
and years of dev time
and
on an
fucking
risk-taking original idea unless it's got a
the missing link.
name.
We already had
I'm just gonna skip the missing link. Fuck. Okay, I hate the missing link.
Hey, why don't you call it Prey, guys? We killed the company that was making the original Prey 2, even though it was basically finished because they wouldn't let us buy them. That's a true story. Look it up.
Sandoval, stop talking so I can kill you.
2017's great, don't get me wrong, and the devs had a lot of creative freedom with it, except for the name.
That game had to be Prey somehow.
This is why, at least in the AAA gaming space, original big-budget games are surprisingly rare, but you can expect endless sequels, prequels, reboots, and remasters of popular existing properties until you're cold in your grave. What have you done? Why does he look? Because when you're talking years of work and tens of millions of state-subsidized Canadian fun bucks, you need to provide at least some proof of a return on investment. And the best way to do that is to be called famous thing, : more shit. Maybe none of this is true, and the creators really wanted to specifically make the next
I've never
Deus Ex
played
game,
Prey,
but if
so I don't know.
that's the case, I think it was a poor choice. You see, now you have to design your game around dodging the complaints of losers who care about the Deus Ex timeline. Losers like me, prepare to be destroyed. What I'm getting at is the story is trying to be unique and original, but also very self-conscious about looking like it definitely will lead into Deus Ex, maybe someday. This approach damages both the game's ability to relate to the other games and its ability to tell the original story it clearly desperately wants to. Before you can even explore the story that is here, you have to excavate it from under a pile of distracting references to the original. For example, J.C. Denton's boss, Joseph Immersive, Manderley is referenced like a dozen times throughout the plot, like he's a major player directly involved with the important stuff you're dealing with.
We've been compromised. Manderley was supposed to have that morgue locked down, but somebody got to the corpse before we did.
Like, this guy's so important he's getting name-dropped in the pre-rendered cutscenes by bosses. What would an ordinary player think this is setting up?
You the home sec guy I was ordered to wait for? Tell Manderley I didn't get the memo until I was halfway through the autopsy.
Maybe the story that you're playing? Right?
Someone in the government, a man named Manderley, ordered that a specially appointed medical examiner perform the autopsy.
So you think, I get it, this guy's a big deal. Maybe we meet or even fight him later? No, they eventually just stop mentioning him. If you were trying to figure out what was up with Manderley or find him, you were wasting your time. This isn't part of the story. This was the game's attempt to tie itself into the series more. But they've gone about it in a way that makes the actual story you're trying to follow really annoying, because it's full of stuff you think you're supposed to pay attention to that turns out to be fan service and doesn't go anywhere. I'm sure they were trying to be subtle about it so their own story had room to breathe. In fact, here's Mary DeMal saying that.
Well, the good thing about doing the prequel is that if you haven't played the game before, you don't have to worry about it. You don't have to suddenly become like, oh, what's going on?
I think she had the right idea here. This was a story that first and foremost needed to work on its own merits, but there is frankly too much Deus Ex 1 stuff in here for that to happen. The first thing you see in the game, in the opening, is this guy, Bob Page, the antagonist of Deus Ex 1, and also the first guy you see in the opening of that game too. You need to know Bob Page is behind this for some reason, even though he never appears in the actual game. He turns up after the credits.
I'm looking forward to seeing the hybrid project up close, Mr. Page.
But please, call me Bob.
I like he sits down and you can see his pussy. It's adorable.
I don't know whether to be annoyed how lazy this was, or glad they didn't waste too much effort on something so unnecessary. People who are playing this first, and for a lot of people this was their introduction to the series, will spend the entire game wondering who the hell that guy the intro focused on was. And they will never get an answer. I love when my first experience
Isaiah Sandoval is a trans mask.
Understand.
This is canon.
Walk and talk a few minutes later where a guy drops a reference to Page Industries, and this one's kinda cute. Players who knew what Page Industries was would get it, and players who didn't could write it off as world building and office banter. This subtlety would have worked really well, but you've already blown past subtle references to Bob Page when you began the game with a 1.5-minute intro starring Bob Page, even though he's not even in the game. I'm a little paged out, buddy. The opening, ending, and quite a lot in between is an extended reminder of a different story you could be playing instead. People who know who Lucius De Beers is aren't gonna clap their hands like a circus seal when they see his name turn up, and people who don't are gonna wonder why they keep reading emails about people they don't know who don't turn up in the story. All these problems come to a head in, where else, the pre-order DLC. If you got the explosive mission pack,
nobody's picked him up yet.
You literally take a break from the story you're playing to help rescue a main character you've never met before.
That guy tried to kill me, and I knocked him out gently.
Years later. The most relevant interaction Adam Jensen has with the plot of Deus Ex 1 is to help a guy catch his bus. During the escape sequence with the bomb, you see him get on his boat, the Tracer. Wow, how long did that take you? But rescuing Tong was pre-order content a majority of players didn't get to do, and since this cutscene is pre-rendered and happens the same way no matter what, there isn't an alternative version for if you didn't get the Rescue Tong mission. So most players' experience of this element of the story is some guy they've never seen before turns up for 5 seconds, waves at Adam like you're supposed to know who he is, and people who haven't played the original are left asking,
wait, who are you?
Guess you should have pre-ordered from GameStop!
I feel bad making this criticism because, for the reasons we've explored, it's not like they had much of a choice in making their project have to also work as a prequel, so criticizing how they handled it is just kicking someone while they're down, which in Quebec I think they would call a folks pass. But Deus Ex is one of the best stories in the history of gaming, and Human Revolution isn't doing its own story any favors by reminding fans of the much better story they actually liked. So when the story isn't trying to shoehorn in confusing and unnecessary references to the first game, what is the story of this one actually about? Sorry, there's a typo there. Now, since it's a video game, we're grading on a really
Yeah, that's fair.
shaped curve here. They won an award for the writing at the Canadian Video Game Awards that year, beating out other games like Assassin's Creed Revelations and Warhammer 40,000 Space Marine. Wow, what stiff competition. This game's story is not great, but also much, much better than most other video games. By such a wide margin, it feels wrong criticizing it too hard. The performances are fantastic. Well, mostly.
Helipad.
Someone's not coming back for the sequel, and there's some solid comedy in there too. There's a fantastic part where you're supposed to tell a code phrase to a guy and you can just get it wrong on purpose.
Something, death and taxes, Confucius.
What? Wait, that's not it at all.
Does it matter?
You were supposed to say, death and life have their determined appointments. Then I say, riches and honors depend upon heaven.
Okay. Death and life have their determined appointments.
Riches and oh, never mind.
You don't even fail the mission for doing this. It's just cool. And there's some neat setup and payoff, like, oh, see this guy showing his arm off to the camera to make sure
It's
you
fun.
see
It's
it?
cute.
That arm is going to turn out to
It's
be
cool.
3/4 of the game.
Oh
from
my
now.
god, I
There's
never
nothing
noticed that.
wrong with the writing
Oh
inside
fuck!
the
Wait!
cutscenes, even if they take
That's
away
so
some
cool.
control.
That's
The
so
issue
cool.
is
I
that all of
actually
this
never
writing is
noticed that. That fucking Vasily's arm is. That's all right. That's pretty baller. Not gonna lie, I didn't even recognize that, but
Deus Ex Human Revolution
that's cool.
is centrally about the issue of augmentation and whether it's good or not.
Deus Ex Human Revolution centers around the use of mechanical augmentations and how this technology has spread through the world and how it is affecting the world.
It's not that the world is full of stuff, but the main focus is augmentation. It's that the world is full of people discussing augmentation and nothing else, unless they're referencing Deus Ex 1. Almost everyone in the universe of Human Revolution has an opinion about whether having robot arms is good or the death knell of the human soul.
What's all the fuss about this augmentation technology?
What are you looking at, pal? Scanning me with those metal eyes of yours?
Scanning me with your metal eyes.
But if it were up to me...
Hey, this guy looks like a Deus Ex.
Hope you enjoy those fancy hands of yours, because in less than a year they'll be worthless.
The rote mechanical insistence on covering one and only one topic makes the world strangely uncanny.
Have you seen the neuro enhancements they're coming up with these days? How far are they gonna go?
In his apartment building, Adam Jensen overhears
I like
a
that
fight
she's
in another
playing
room. A man has caught his wife
Byline
cheating.
Miami.
It's tense and upsetting, and for a brief moment, it feels like you're in a world with a bunch of
that's the
different
ladies'
stories
restroom.
in it. Then it turns out she cheated because they're both augmented.
I guess I wanted to be reminded of what it was like to be with someone normal.
You were the one who wanted us to get enhanced. Now you're saying we're not normal anymore. Well, I'll try not to touch you too often with my cold, dead metal hand. Okay?
I'm sad about my metal hand. Ah! That's the story in a nutshell. Granted, it's not quite as iconic as I never asked for this. Purity First's motivations are that they don't like augmentations because they pollute the human body. They hate them for this vague reason so much they're willing to break into buildings, take hostages, kill them with gas, and so on. They dress evocative of Christian monks with the prayer rope and everything, and wear a band over their arms with their group's logo on it. Wow, I wonder what this is meant to remind people of.
He asked me. Kept calling me a bigot.
He called me a bigot, so I murdered him. You see, when you zoom in really
It's not
closely
that
on one
unrealistic.
aspect of your setting,
Happens
you obscure
sometimes.
the big picture in ways that make it less interesting than if it was part of the whole. Take Detroit, the city the American portions of the game are set in. Detroit, historically, is a city that was once prosperous, then went through a major decline as a result of the auto industry shipping most of the work to places that didn't have strong unions, so they could pay them less. People in poorer countries, and eventually robots in poorer countries, make the cars they used to make in Detroit. There was also redlining, which effectively denied black Detroiters the opportunities afforded by stable home ownership, or being
Oh, I didn't
able to
even notice
open
that
new
other guy
businesses
here.
of their own, which
Nice.
helped to ensure the economy had even less chance of recovering. And the thing is, the economic effects of historic racism
I'm gonna try and
don't
save
go
Malik.
away overnight. When we invent cures for cancer or improved human body parts that don't get sick, or let us run faster or jump higher or think harder, people from economically disadvantaged groups will have the least access. The rich will be building themselves better, and the poor will not. Meanwhile, if augmentation becomes necessary for certain jobs, like say truck drivers can get their brains augmented so they can drive all night without traditional need for sleep, that might become the expected norm for the job. People might only hire drivers who don't need breaks to sleep. Wage slavery would take on even more physical connotations. You could make a game about that idea. And this stuff is discussed at least briefly during the game. Several homeless NPCs talk about how they lost their jobs for refusing to be augmented, and several other NPCs have serious job anxiety, or remark on how rich Adam must be to be so augmented.
Listen, just because you have money doesn't make you better than me.
The Hengshar level has a whole side quest covering sex workers being forcibly augmented, not just to serve clients, but because it means they won't be able to quit without losing access to the anti-rejection drugs you have to take for life once you get an augmentation.
I did it.
Human Revolution
I saved
dangerously
Malik.
close to making actual real social commentary here. In the last level, lots of the construction workers have tools where their arms would be. I'm gonna go ahead and call this body horror. This is what the future might do to working people. But did you see how deep I had to dig to pull out that point just now? This game is supposed to be about human augmentation and its effect on the world, but I had to talk about specific random NPCs and the one side quest.
The thing is that they totally like dropped that in Mankind Divided too. Like the whole like augmented people are dangerous takes over for you know, fucking the working class themes about augmentation, because all of a sudden all the augmented people don't have jobs. So, and that would be a really cool thing. Imagine if you're an augmented person who got augmented, you have like a screwdriver arm because your boss was like, I'll pay for a screwdriver arm, you get extra if you get a screwdriver arm. And now nobody trusts augmented people anymore because of the aug crisis, I think is what they call it. And so this guy with a screwdriver arm has nothing to do with it because he can't get a job. That would be like a very cool thing that they could talk about, but just never do. I kind of want to mark that so that I can like write that idea down and use it in a future book. You still need the exactly.
To it and stare at random enemies in the last level to find some kind of relevant observation. If anything about this game's story is lacking, is how it's swimming in an ocean of meaningful questions and points, but the actual plot blows past it all to be about terrorists who hate orgs and org lovers and the bad men who kidnapped your girlfriend. Let's take another look at some of Purity First's literature they leave strewn around the office they broke into. This stuff about physical limitations being human and not changing the body is just bullshit. These fuckers are against pacemakers. They don't have a valuable point to make here. And that's okay. Purity First are deliberately written and presented in the game as misguided radicals, which isn't necessarily a bad choice, but it does mean this group doesn't have anything interesting to say. The NSF are a great faction in the first game because their perspective is genuinely interesting, at least partially valid, and everything their leaders say is just fucking true. There's a reason every line this guy speaks is iconic. You switch sides and work with these guys partway through, and it works here because they were never presented as the dumbest boys in the world. But yeah, sure, hearing aids are immoral. Nice one, buddy. Say hi to Ted in prison for me. But here's the real shitter, right? In between these two statements is a really interesting one. This one actually reaches for an important point. It comes close to saying what a lot of people say right now about modern technology, like electric cars or self-driving cars or space rockets. Namely that even if they work, they're not the thing humanity needs right now. And wasting resources on them at a time like this while so many real problems go unsolved is a tragedy history won't look back on kindly, if there even are any historians left in 50 years. Purity First could easily have been written as a principled faction and represented a tangible perspective, but instead any of their justifiable motivations are relegated to the back page of a PDF and they're shooting people for calling them racist. You could have, for example, made them a group with a cohesive ideology.
This is the part I'm gonna skip.
Like, what if they were anti-augmentation specifically because they saw the impact it would have on working people who couldn't afford them, or who would be expected to get them to keep their jobs? What if they weren't even anti-augmentation per se, and this break-in was a cover to steal for people who need access to augmentations but can't afford them? Zeke Sanders is established as a veteran. He belongs to a group that maybe could do with access to replacement limbs. There were so many compelling ways of writing this group, but instead they went with the Nazi sash-wearing purity terrorist gang.
He thinks we're breaking the law. Shut up! All you body polluters break laws. You're all the same.
I don't like augmentations because I'm the bad guy. Ah! Even though there's plenty
I need to
room
go
to discuss
here
augmentation in a nuanced way,
and
it's instead often used as a
use
stand-in
map
for
selector.
other real-world issues. There's newspaper articles about how an augmented black woman has had to deal with bigotry, not just for her race, but now also for being augmented. First racism, and now robot arms. People are coming up with special new slurs for augmented people.
No, hold on.
Mechs, clanks, cogs, chrome boy. Chrome boy?
Chrome boy.
Chrome boy. Hansers? They put more creativity into clever new terms for cyber racism than they did into actually talking
This
about
one,
the
I
issues
think?
that would
Yeah.
really come into play if human augmentation becomes available. It feels a bit like they're adding augmentation on top of these other things, like racism, abortion, drug abuse, or prostitution, in order to bring
Nice.
additional depth to their central theme.
And then
It's a
I'm just
little
going to use the
gross at
debug
times.
menu
You
to
don't need an
give myself
abortion poster
some
to make
cool stuff.
transhumanism look like a topical idea. I just think this is unnecessary and crass. The Hengsha side quest deserves special attention here. The idea of forcing sex workers to need an anti-rejection drug is a little too close to one-to-one substitution for a real problem. Sex workers being addicted, often forcefully, to drugs as a means of control. Like, making it so the drug they need is because of an augmentation is just crowbarring your silly sci-fi concept into an already existing real problem. The game isn't using this sequence as a way of saying anything about the sex industry, beyond that it's bad that trafficking happens, which, okay, glad we're on the same page, and it's not saying anything about augmentation except that I guess it might add to an already existing form of exploitation. It's here so you can punch 3 guys and save a lady and she can go, wow, you saved me, and then she evaporates. We fade to black and she ceases to exist. Did we just solve sex trafficking? And we have to talk a little about how prostitution is used in the game. Sex workers are a large presence in both main hubs, and it feels like this was done to make a point about how bad things are getting. Like, the writers wanted to write a dystopian future, and their minds instantly went to, there's a lot of prostitutes everywhere. I'm curious if the writers spoke to any sex workers and asked them how they felt about being used as a signifier for societal collapse. This problem is bigger than human revolution, obviously. Prostitutes, and more specifically Asian robo-prostitutes, have been a fixture of cyberpunk fiction since its inception. These stories have always leaned on combining the mystery of future technology with the exoticism of foreign cultures. We certainly shouldn't interrogate the Orientalism inherent in that trope.
Thank you.
Alec, drop me off at the cyber brothel, please. I need to look for key cards.
The game is ham-fisted in how it talks about augmentations because, when it comes down to it, the central question it decided to focus on, whether we should legislate human augmentation or not, just isn't as complicated as it might have seemed when they came up with it. Putting aside the questions about what it means to be human, the more tangible questions on the topic are a bit simpler. For example, if companies started developing prosthetic arms that can shoot explosives and kill everyone in an immediate radius, should there be regulations on who can have those? Yeah, they should probably ban the war crime blaster before the NRA decide it's every toddler's God-given right to bear robot arms. In this footage, I was trying to turn invisible and accidentally hit the button right next to it and fat-fingered my way into 12 consecutive life sentences. Pause the video and leave a comment if you think the government shouldn't regulate this. In order to make the question seem more complicated, the game draws zero distinction between this and the types of theoretical augmentation we can all agree are great. Advanced prosthetics that recreate actual sensory information the way a hand would. Enabling people who have lost limbs to completely...
Hold on. Sorry, I just need to respond to this real quick. Sorry. Haha. Just had to type for an unreasonable amount of time.
Replace them. Fully functioning eye replacements. Things like that would be magical for a lot of people. The anti-augmentation groups are written to hate those too.
Too much power can make you do terrible things, Mr. Jensen.
Zeke Sanders ripped out his prosthetic eye because he hates augmentations that much. They're against all augmentations for pseudo-philosophical reasons to do with changing the core of humanity. We can save people from illnesses, amputation, disfigurement, disability, but at what cost? Ooh.
Augmentations help a lot of people, Doc. Handicapped, war vets.
Yes, but at what cost?
I bet you thought I was joking, didn't you? No, they actually say that. Now, statistically, almost half the people watching this are wearing glasses or contact lenses like me. Many of you are watching this on the phone they also use whenever they need to check for information on almost any topic. We've already been supplementing our bodies and minds with technology for so long we've almost forgotten we're doing it. By surpassing our human limits, we're destroying our humanity, defeating the purpose of life. Oh my god, you're totally right. We need to rid the world of people who supplement their bodies with... Are those glasses? So your options in Human Revolution are between these jokers who are anti-medicine because, ooh, what if life-saving surgery takes away some of your soul? Several of which turn out to be the fucking Illuminati, and we can't let the government shut us down, Adam. Break into a police station for me. Also, don't forget we installed the secret explosion nightmare cannon in your body. Check this shit out. Yeehaw! The pro-regulation groups have to be written to be extremely stupid and working for the bad guys because otherwise there's no contest. The issue is made all or nothing. Corporations manufacturing concealed carry buster swords versus big government trying to ban, what, the concept of prosthesis? Because that's the only way to turn the central focus of the game into something resembling a debate. Human Revolution feels like its heart is in the
I don't know what I'm gonna do
it's
here.
afraid to say too much. So instead you get this really weak stuff like, hey, maybe the military-industrial complex is bad.
You're right. The teacher would just love having one of those things.
Yeah, if you think about it, making weapons isn't as good for the world as making medicine. Wow! Later, when riots start happening in Detroit, the riots are about augmentation, of course, the police have a police version of the robot you were fighting before. That's kinda cool. There's a point being made here by the reuse of an enemy from other parts of the game. You're literally seeing an enemy, but on the side of the cops. I mean, they got this idea from the original Deus Ex when you started seeing rebranded versions of mechs you'd seen before, but still. The game is saying, hey, maybe it's bad the police have tanks? They're arresting tons of people in the street too. But this is set dressing for the fact a riot is happening because people don't like augmentation. The commentary isn't, boy, the police really are making a bad situation worse by taking to the streets with automatic shotguns and fucking tachicomas. The commentary is, wow, things are really heating up about this augmentation thing, huh? The cops really have their hands full with all these crazy rioters. The game respects the cops so much you get hired to help them out during the same level where they're arresting everyone using a rocket mech. You can see what I mean, right? This is okay as far as writing for a video game goes,
I'm working on it.
Terrible as far as writing a story goes. It really doesn't help that it feels like a few key steps of the story got cut out due to time limitations. In the second to last level, it's established that all the major characters from the plot can't be contacted because they're currently en route to a sea base in the middle of the Arctic Ocean. This travel time is important. Jensen then encounters Zhao Yunru, the lady who tricked him earlier, who introduces the boss fight with the biochip reveal. Then it turns out Jensen needs to get to the Arctic Ocean base everyone else went to stop the conspiracy happening there now, at which point it conveniently turns out there's a special person-sized rocket here which can launch him to the other side of the world faster than anyone's ever traveled anywhere on Earth before. So he goes there, and Zhao Yunru's there already. She got here before you, and she's the final boss. Hang on a second, how did you get here? Was there a second rocket stashed away somewhere? Can you give me the cliff notes on what is happening here? No wonder the last level takes place in a giant hole. Presumably in an earlier draft, there was a level or two between these, creating a time gap where it was plausible for Zhao Yunru to get to the middle of the Arctic Ocean. When you land in the ocean in the cutscene, you just spawn on a landing pad next to all these helicopters, where I assume you were going to get dropped off for a sensible reason in an earlier draft of the story. Or maybe they just didn't care to explain this. I mean, Jensen doesn't even look for her before he leaves. She fucks up Jensen's augmentations, walks off screen, and he forgets she exists. Men never fail to forget where women are in physical space. Instead of building to some larger question, it builds towards a comical, over-the-top video game zombie movie climax. The big reveal of the plot is that the Illuminati are figuring out a way to control people using their augmentations. Then one of them goes rogue and presses a button that makes everyone with an augmentation go insane. He does this to make a point about augmentations being bad. Adam Jensen, who didn't get the replacement chip, or did but got an injection of nanomachines, so he's fine, that's the explanation they give, saves the day by flying to Ground Zero and turning it off. This is a waste of the potentially realistic and interesting ways you could have taken this story. Instead of seriously exploring the problems with centralization or authorities like governments having control over your life, it settles for the much less deep question, would it be bad if the Illuminati hacked your grandmother's hip replacement and made her into a killing machine? And the answer to that question, shockingly enough, is
man,
yeah, that would be quite
can
bad,
you fuck
but
right
that's not
off?
science
Seriously?
fiction or cyberpunk or transhumanism or discussing the implications of future technology. That's just
Where did you go?
You haven't told a story about power and control. You wrote a cartoon about how bad it would be if there was a big button that killed everyone. You're not presenting a nuanced issue here. You can most easily identify the core problems with the storytelling and how the game reuses ideas that were in the original, but in the complete opposite way. Okay, so in Deus Ex, one of the big things about the Illuminati and their offshoot, MJ-12, is they're super pretentious. No one names their AI algorithms Morpheus or Daedalus unless they like the smell of their own farts. Like, MJ-12's organizational structure and clearance levels are
just falls right over.
arranged in order of closeness to the throne of God, with the top one being literally God clearance, and the one below it being seraphic, like as in seraphim. The founder of MJ-12 is writing Bible fanfiction and casting himself as God. This isn't just a piece of lore or meant to sound cool, this is a joke. Bob Page, the guy who started MJ-12, doesn't really understand the teachings of the Illuminati and thinks he's a genius. So to sound clever, he named the structure of his organization around stuff he thought sounded deep. Seraphic? Wow, I'm so smart. I'm a philosopher. I'm fucking Play 2. Page named the special AI he wanted to use to take over the world Icarus. This is a joke. He's trying to sound cool and it's really silly. Like New Vegas with its Caesar cosplayer, Deus Ex is making fun of how stupid it is to try to sound clever by making surface references to stuff people think is deep. Cue Human Revolution, which bases a shit ton of its imagery around the myth of Icarus because it sounds deep.
I never asked for this.
Augmentation is like Icarus's wax wings, and the sun represents, augmentation turning out to be bad. Look, I don't mean any offense to people who thought this was clever when this trailer came out. Demographically speaking, you were 15. I'm merely giving you the opportunity to consider that this might just look smart, while not actually saying anything remotely relevant or useful about the world we live in. And this shit is omnipresent throughout the game. The first Icarus thing you see is the very first thing you see in the game. The slow fall augmentation is called the Icarus Landing System. There's a book you can read in the game called Building Wings. The game's title theme on the soundtrack is called Icarus, of course. The tie-in novel for the game was named Deus Ex Icarus Effect. And then the tie-in novel had a tie-in game for phones and later the PC called Deus Ex The Fall, because, you know, Icarus falling into the sea, which happens to the character in the game too. That sounds familiar.
Oh wait,
because it also happens to Adam. Both in the game and then afterwards in the ending, he falls into the sea again then. In this world, everyone is Icarus.
Hold on.
Drowning in the sea of this symbolism. The Fall was going to have a slightly subtler title to begin with. According to unused images in the game's files, they were going to call it Icarus Rising. And like, I hope I'm not the first person to point this out for you, but Seraph Industries' logo is just a fucking wing. And Tai Yong Medical, their antagonist, their levels are all sun themed. Look, the sun is coming from both sides of the room at once because it's like they're bathed in the sun. You know, Icarus's natural enemy or something. Tai Yong is named that because that's the Chinese phrase for the sun. They wanted to continue their sun Icarus metaphor, so they googled the sun in Chinese. Seraph is a deliberate pun on seraphim. Deus Ex literally made a joke about people who think referencing the seraphim is clever. This is the shit Bob Page would come up with if you made him write a Deus Ex game. Even the man responsible explains his motivations using a hackneyed Icarus metaphor.
I prefer to think of myself as Daedalus, watching helplessly as his child crashes into the sea.
Darrow is currently looking into an ocean we just crashed into as part of a previous unrelated flying too close to the sun crashing into the ocean metaphor.
Watching helplessly as his child crashes into the sea.
Read a second Greek myth, I'm begging you.
Why do we build the wall?
I think the moment I knew the game was going to be really misguided was when one of the trailers flashed through a bunch of generic "we are smart" imagery and Renaissance stuff, and one of the things that flashes up is a sign saying, "We don't let augmented people in here." Like, okay, segregation. You're making
I choked on a gummy worm.
A real thing that is horrible, and you're also making a game about the cyber renaissance and how cool it is to reference the myth of Icarus. We flew too close to the big yong, and you know what that means? Apartheid. It sucks because, like, how many other games take their stories seriously enough that a main character says something like, "Hey, it's weird we spend most of our time inventing weapons for the government, right?" I want to love any game that takes that step, but when that's the only step it takes, and the other clever thing he says was only in the trailer, and the rest of the story is preoccupied with stuff the original game made fun of for being pretentious as shit, I've gotta say, I don't think it's out of place to expect a little more. Please, sir, can I have
Stink
some
animal.
more delicious sauce?
The way elements mixed together is definitely like a sauce.
Oh wow, I choked on a sour gummy worm and it turned my throat into poison, and I'm swallowing my own blood.
From a truly fascinating conversation you couldn't get anywhere else. If you didn't like an aspect of the original story, a lot more stuff was going on. Like the hacking minigame, if you think the augmentation stuff in Human Revolution is dumb, you can't escape it. It's everywhere, at every moment, right up until the plot manages to drag itself over the finish line. Human Revolution's endings are what would happen if a fart could die. After defeating the final boss once she plugs herself into a supercomputer powered by screaming women, if that seems like it came out of left field, that's because it did.
I love the screaming women supercomputer,
The original
though.
game was criticized for how the endings weren't based on your choices throughout the story or their wider consequences, but instead on what you chose to do in the final level. Each of the endings had its own unique
That's a secret. I don't need my simps knowing what flavor shampoo I use.
Minutes of the game affects how the story ends. The creators of Human Revolution decided to give players something to really complain about. Now you pick an ending from one of 3 buttons at a computer, which decides who gets blamed for augmented people turning into zombies for 40 minutes. There's also a 4th button which destroys the entire ocean facility, meaning no one has any idea what really happened, and everyone on the facility, including Adam, dies. You don't get to see what actually happens when you press any button, though. The ending cinematics are just shots of actual protests and shit. Tinted yellow, obviously. Can't let this actual news footage of real police brutality ruin your visual aesthetic, bro. Big bro. This oil spill footage wasn't deep enough, so we made it cyber.
Think about it.
Adam shoots the shit about life, the universe, and everything, and the credits roll. Then you get a post-credits scene where Adam's ex-girlfriend talks to Bob Page, and the game cuts to a title screen and the original Deus Ex theme starts playing, as if to say, "Do you get it?" Yes, I did get it. That was what you were referencing. Thank you. These endings have been criticized to hell and back already, but what I find fascinating about that is how their extreme badness rescued the game from more hard-hitting criticism. People complain about the endings and then don't have room to talk about the incomprehensible final boss who, just to make it clear, I still don't know how to beat. The You Win cinematic just seems to play on its own eventually, or how the last level just
No, come on. That's because you're stupid. That's not their fault.
The second half's complete lack of almost any side quests, and the fact you haven't made a single impactive choice in the game except how long you dawdle in your office and whether to fall for an obvious trap. The endings being this memorably bad has almost done the game a service. Hey, designers, if you're making a game and you're worried it's a bit mediocre, have the endings be complete shit. Just nosedive it at the last possible second. People will think your game is decent and just let down by the endings and forget they spent half of it in a vent looking for the next forced hacking minigame. All that said, at least Human Revolution has endings. Mankind Divided just ends by...
It doesn't go that low.
Oh, you're kidding me. So, that's Deus Ex Human Revolution, a really decent game with a pretty flawed story and vastly simplified mechanics and design from its predecessor in the hope a streamlined experience would appeal to more people than the original. And to be sure, it did. It sold and reviewed really well, and it deserved.
This is the part where HBOMBERGUY insults me for liking fun games.
I call it an okay but extremely promising first game from a new studio. And broadly speaking, I think Mankind Divided delivered on many of those promises 5 years later. You can even pick up and throw plants now. Hey guys, you seeing this?
The flashing is a little upsetting.
Tell me about this. Mankind Divided's quality is a story for another video, but for now it's worth asking, hey, it's been another 5 years. Where's the sequel to Mankind Divided?
They
Where's
replaced it with an...
MD2?
There's an Avengers fucking
Deus
game
Ex's
instead.
corporate masters are treating it about as well as they always have.
Oh wait,
This
shit, did you
version of
sub?
Deus Ex has been effectively
Hold up.
abandoned, so we saw Eidos Montreal work on the next Tomb Raider and help out on the Avengers
Stink
game
Animal
and make
followed.
that
Okay,
Guardians
sick.
of the Galaxy thing. Several of the Deus Ex team's core membership quit en masse and went off to another studio a few years back. This includes our old friend Francois Lapicus, whose LinkedIn lists him as game director for almost 4 years on a cancelled project codenamed MD2. I wonder what that might have been. Immersive sims are hard to make, and really expensive if you want to compete with other AAA games. Despite selling pretty well, Mankind Divided didn't set the world on fire the way it needed to justify continued sequels. It's possible to make a game tons of people like, but not enough to play all the way to the end, and whose sequel they might not even bother with, even if they have fond memories of the previous one. I only started playing Mankind Divided in preparation for this video, because I lost interest in the series after liking Human Revolution okay, but not being that into seeing more of the same. And many of my friends who remember liking Human Revolution way more than me still haven't got around to playing it either. What's the holdup? Perhaps the gamble of making a simpler, more generally marketable experience didn't pay off quite as well as it seemed.
I think I'm gonna be able to beat the third boss
thousands of people like,
without
but don't necessarily love, at least not enough to come back for more. Human Revolution definitely
the director's cut parts.
fans, and that's cool, but a lot of its
Hey, that's
players
me.
simply liked it and then stopped halfway through to play something else and never came back. Sure, making health systems more like Call of Duty or adding cover mechanics to make it more like Gears of War might sound like a positive selling point on a slideshow in a meeting, but the people who love those games already have a game that does them better than Human Revolution did. And people who actually liked Deus Ex's complexity don't get that in Human Revolution. So who would come back for more of this? That's definitely not the whole story. Square Enix and Eidos Montreal's management certainly squandered all the goodwill the developers had rightfully earned with their pre-order bullshit and in-game microtransactions bullshit, and the free-to-play game glued to the side of a game people already paid money for. But when it comes down to it, as good as Human Revolution was,
How do I get to the basement again?
Was a sequel seller. Who's on the edge of their seats to find out what happens next after endings like these?
I wanted
Also,
to,
you know, it's a prequel.
but I was
We
a
kinda know
small
what
baby,
happens
so
next. Deus Ex was once a game people
Fair.
loved so much, a company decided it was worth making
we
another
go.
one many years later. Do people love Human Revolution the same way? Or do they simply like it? I think that if Human Revolution had come out 2 years after the original Deus Ex on a slightly updated version of the original's engine, people would instantly see what's lacking about it, dismiss it as a mediocre imitator that didn't really understand what makes the original work. It would have been hated for the crime of failing to be as good as the best video game ever made. I wonder if that's common in gaming culture, but it didn't come out 2 years later. It came out a decade later, in a market that hadn't seen anything like it for a long time. It was a relief a game even a bit like Deus Ex could still get made. It was a breath of fresh air to the
have I played
20-year-old
Elden Ring yet? No, I don't have the money to buy a AAA game on launch.
It doesn't hold up quite so well.
I don't have money at all, really. Actually, I have to pay
demonstrates the true classics of the genre are as
my
good as
bills
they
this
are
week,
if they
which I
dedicate
forgot,
themselves to doing
but I
what
will
they
be
do
doing it,
well.
so...
The first Deus Ex was a niche game,
You
a
know.
weird, complicated experience for a certain type of
I mean, we all
Us
poor
nerds
here.
loved it,
I'm
and it
not
sold
like
pretty
poor,
well, though
but I
not super
certainly don't have
amazingly. I'm pretty sure Human Revolution
very
outsold
much
it,
money.
but many developers working today are openly inspired by the first Deus Ex. I'm genuinely curious how many developers are specifically inspired by Human Revolution instead.
Open the fucking door, thank you.
So where do we put this guy on my list of every video game ranked in order of objective value? It's weird how no one thought
Hold
to
on,
make one
guys.
of these before. With heavy heart, I have no choice but to put this game on the very bottom of the list. There. As of the time of this video, Deus Ex Human Revolution is the worst game ever made. Oh, I forgot to add Fallout 3, the second worst game ever made. But hey, DXHR fans, try not to think of it that way. Try and think of it as the third best game. Maybe it'll even work out better than the next Gex. Sadly, it seems Square Enix are looking for fresh victims. In December last year, while I was deep in the making of this video and had already written a bunch of jokes for the conclusion about what lessons Square Enix needs to learn in time for the new Gex game, I had a really good joke about making sure Gex doesn't ride any elevators, trust me. Squeenix went out and filed a new trademark for the Gex IP, making the intended joke of this video no longer a joke. They killed Thief, they killed Deus Ex, and they think they can take on a third. Let me be the first to say, good luck, guys. When you come at the king, you better not miss. And if Gex has to do a single fucking hacking minigame...
Damn, alright, this is as far as I made it in the length of this video. So, let me see, let me like pause and remember what happens after this. There is... Omega Ranch is on an island, so it's, dude, it's the World Health Organization? What the hell? Omega Ranch is on an island. After this, you beat Barrett, and you get in a Kchu that goes to Panchea, and then Panchea is the last level. I wonder... Alright, hold on. Let's make a meme about it. Hold on. We're making a meme. Hold on, everyone. I need the original theme also. Hold on, folks. Hold on. Alright, that's not gonna fit on the screen, so I gotta be weird about it for a second. Hold on. I mean, like, okay, anyone who's still watching at this point is like a hardcore fan who loves when I stop the stream completely to fuck around for no reason. Is that gonna fit on the stream? No, so I do need to make it a little smaller. A little bigger. Come on now. Let's not be crazy. There we go. Oops, I also wanna... Hardcore ratty fans, rise up. Hardcore ratty fans, grab your several minutes of silence while Ratty does something stupid. Okay. Okay. Hold on, I'm moving this to the top too, so it'll just be easy to do. Okay, so you can see on the screen now, on my stream, we've been watching the H-Bomb video about Deus Ex Human Revolution. And on another screen, we've been playing through Deus Ex Human Revolution, the director's cut version, just for fun, right? Just to like make it a let's play or whatever. And you can see where I'm at is actually, this is perfect. There's a banner here. The Omega Ranch, which is from the Omega Ranch, you fight the second to last boss. You get on a rocket ship. You take the rocket ship to the last level, and then you fight the last boss. So, what I'm trying to say is, you can beat most of Deus Ex Human Revolution in the time it takes to watch HbombERGUY's video about Deus Ex Human Revolution. Okay. Now I need to be desperate and cloying and at him with this so that I can get 1 million followers. That's how it's gonna work. Hope my audio was okay. Video. Actually, no, that's not what I'm gonna make the caption about. Just gonna listen. So I'm on the screen now. On my stream, we've been watching the HBomb video about Deus Ex Human Revolution. And on another screen, we've been playing through Deus Ex Human Revolution, the director's cut version, just for fun, right? Just to like make it a let's play or whatever. And you can see where I'm at is actually, this is perfect. There's a banner here. The Omega Ranch, which is from the Omega Ranch, you fight the second to last boss. You get on a rocket ship. You take the rocket ship to the last level, and then you fight the last boss. So, what I'm trying to say is, you can beat most of Deus Ex Human Revolution in the time it takes to watch HbombERGUY's video about Deus Ex Human Revolution. Alright, yeah, that's fine. It's not gonna break any world records, but you know, whatever. Who gives a shit? Shit, now what do we watch? Cause I wanna beat this game. Hold on. What do we... Okay. Gamers, do we feel like we want to beat this game tonight? Or are we good to just be like, fuck, whatever? We'll watch another HbombERGUY video. We'll watch the first available HbombERGUY video. It's only 6 minutes long, so never mind. I'm not going to be able to beat this in 6 minutes. What's a good HBomb video? Nah. Yeah, you know what? Let's watch the Soy Boy one.
That I like to keep track of all the latest
bizarre insults that internet weirdos like to come up with. You know, cultural Marxist, beta, cuck, virtue signaler, all the greats. One of the latest additions to that list is the term soy boy, which is used to decry everyone who's not like them.
Actually, no.
Degenerate.
I'm not gonna watch H-Bomb. I'm gonna watch Whisper and Stuart, baby Stoats, growing up together. Stoats. Whisper and Stuart. Where are Whisper and Stuart? There we go. The full story of Whisper and Stuart. Here we go. Baby time. I will have beaten this game by the time Whisper and Stuart have fully matured. Definitely. I know what you're thinking. Why are you carrying this big thing? It's because you can use it to kill the final boss if you're careful. Not careful, but determined. He feeds her every 3 hours, day and night. Look at that. That's right, you can throw it. I forgot about that. It's so funny what's about to happen. Hold on. Oh shit. Go sit. Have a shoot. Good one, friend. You did it. Gotta set up a trap for them. Bloop. Bloop. Stoat fans assemble, exactly. Check this, watch this happen right now. These guys are gonna come out, and they're gonna be fucking dead.
Just checking on Whisper, the baby Stoats. And it's incredible how much she's grown in just over a week. So you can see she's just got one eye open, so that indicates she's 5 weeks old. She's coming on really well. Completely different to the animal that came in. Tiny little thing. So we'll just see how much she weighs.
Oh, come on.
64 grams.
That's gonna be so funny. Go around, go around, go around. Come on.
We're going to pop her in a new enclosure here now. We've got the heat mat on. But we're just
Oh
gonna
wait,
use that
is this
crystal
robot
light
an
to
enemy
keep her-
robot?
keep her warm.
No, it's
She's
not.
well fed
Alright,
and
fair enough.
developed, got a nice little fat tummy.
Nice little fat tummy. I love this guy.
Got her own little sleeping bag in here. And she's going to be nice and cozy in there.
She's got a nice little fat tummy. My mom's half Stoat, so I kind of take after her a little bit. You ever have those moments where you look in the mirror and you realize how similar you look to your mom? Those are my favorite. My mom's so cool.
The development's coming on really well. Her eyes are clearly open now, but she's actually seeing now. When they first open, you know, they're quite dozy still, but you can see.
Wait, they took away my... Oh no.
And she's starting biting.
They took away my little cheatsy. Oh wait, no they didn't.
And that's very stoaty.
Hey, buddy.
She's starting to get the black tip on her tail, which tells us she's a stoat.
Where is he?
So you can see the line on her belly here is a clean line in between brown and white.
Oh.
And on the weasel, this is really jagged. So a very big difference between a weasel and a stoat is a nice straight line for a stoat, and then a weasel, it's a really jagged line. Whisper's coming on really well. She's growing really fast now. She's mainly eating meat, but I'm still giving her a little bit of milk. And that's
A little
just
bit
to
of
stop
milk.
becoming
It's
dehydrated.
adorable. I love Whisper and Stuart.
Do a little pinch at the back of the
Oh, I think he's gonna end up killing my turret here.
and if it springs
Yeah.
into shape,
Thanks, buddy.
hydration
You
milk
tried
is
your
fine,
best.
but she's still needing a little bit of milk, but she will soon not be taking any milk.
I like
and,
that you can see the shadow of him against the like iridescent boxes. But also I can just see him because I have the invisibility seeing power up.
Now she's had a feed, we're going to put in a bigger enclosure. And
Chat
she's ready
accepting
to
mommy
start to get more
applications.
mobile, and,
Don't
she needs
solicit my chat for mommies. What are you doing?
I can see that she's really grown, but it's always interesting to give her a little weigh. And she's 125 grams, so she's almost doubled her weight in just over a week. So once she's on meat, she really grows.
I like that so many people use this turret thing that they made it an intended part of the game. There he goes. He's down.
So we take out the sleeping bag, pop her in it. She needs things from here into a new enclosure, which is going to be in the studio. And that's so she doesn't stress when she goes into the new enclosure. She's got scents that are familiar to her.
Yep.
So we're just going to take
Cutscene.
and pop her in.
Cool. I even did some optional stuff that you don't have to do. So,
Lots of space for her to explore in here.
you know.
So we're just going to pop her in there and let her have a little run around. She's raring to go. So she's just going to have a little explore. She's going to come out of the sleeping bag, but it's important that she's got that little safe area that she knows, a sleeping bag. And she's just going to come out.
Malik drops a bomb. That's the rocket I'm going to over there. And then we'll be at the end of the game.
There we go. She's getting braver. She's
Here they go. They're running.
explore.
Unskippable. Just not even a cutscene. No cool cinematography to look at. Nothing like that. I just like this game for no reason.
This is Whisper's new enclosure now for the next while. This is going to be really great for exploring.
I gotta-
We've got tubes in there.
gotta fly, gotta fly.
Sleeping bag. And we're going to put some branches in there because they'll start climbing soon. But the sleeping bag's ideal because the stoat kits this age will spend most of the time still underground in tree roots or an old rabbit warren, dry stone wall, all tucked away with the family, and they'll just be starting to venture out at this stage, starting to explore. So she's now got a little bit more space to explore, which is great.
Yes. Exactly.
We've got some branches to put in with Whisper. She'll love climbing on these. She's getting really adventurous. So we're just going to pop these in and see what she does.
I love how they put EMP grenades in here for some reason. Who knows? Oh, thank you. This is very convenient. I bet this is the correct way to go, huh? How do I feel about slates? I don't know what slates are.
And then someone contacted me from Norfolk. They found a baby stoat in their garden. And this is almost ideal. They do so much better together. And with a few phone calls and a bit of driving, they've actually got the
Oops.
baby stoat here, the one from Norfolk. And we're going to put them together. And this is going to be the making of these two. They need company. They're used to living in large family groups. There might be 7, 8 in a litter. And they need this interaction. They need to learn how to play, how to fight, how to hunt. And they can't do it with a human. So So I'm going to have a look at this stout in here, and it could be a little bit lively. So there we are, exactly the same age as Whisper. This one's quite shy, so we've just got to be really careful how we handle her. But she's exactly the same size. This is actually an ideal little friend for her. So I'm just going to encourage her into the house. This is
Almost done.
Whisper's sleeping bag. The people in Norfolk have been looking after this stout have named it Stuart, but it's a female.
Oh no! Stuart the female. Stuart transmasc representation in the stout community. Anyway. Sables. I actually don't know what sables are either.
Easy way to transport a stout, and I'm going to pop her in our
Oh,
guest room and
I
we'll
go
see what
up
happens.
and around.
It's going to be really
I think I can go.
neither of these
What?
have seen
Nope. No, I
stout
cannot.
before because they were both found with their eyes closed. So this is going to be a really exciting moment.
Oops. Oh yeah, I can't go through that glass because I have to trigger the special conversation with Mr. Darrow. Mr. Darrow. Oh wait. No, I can go through this glass though.
Inside the little cave, hiding away. Just going to give him a little bit more space to run around.
Type of marten. I think I know what you're talking about actually. They're like tiny bears. They look like tiny bears. I love how they're freaking out when they first meet each other. Like, you're me, you're me, you're me.
So it's Whisper at the moment making these funny squeaking noises, and she's slightly unsure about the incomer, but I'm sure in the next couple of hours they'll all be playing and rolling around together. They'll realise they've got a playmate rather than an intruder.
Ba 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 Sour gummy worm time.
So you can see Whisper's calming down a little bit now, and it's like a little game of hide and seek now as they hide in each other's hats. It's going to be so hard to tell them apart because they look so similar, but Whisper's slightly bigger. Here comes Stuart just having a little look out, and we've got Whisper exploring around the back. I'm sure this is going to work. Both outside exploring. And Whisper's looking a little bit unsure still, but I'm sure this is going to work. Here we go, we're the meeting again. There we are. So this is it, they've been in there less than half an hour together and we've got them playing. They've realised they've got a playmate now, which is just superb. Absolutely stunning. So instead of having to throw little teddy bears about and toilet rolls, they've all of a sudden got each other to play with. I'm so pleased the meeting with Stuart and Whisper went well. It's always been my plan to release Whisper back into the wild, and with the companionship that they have together, they stand so much better chance because they can learn from each other.
I just want this conversation to be over so I can finish this fucking game. I've never heard that dialogue before.
Whisper and
Stoat tube, exactly.
In this enclosure, but they're getting really active now. They're climbing, they're fighting, they're playing, and they're really ready for the next part of their development, which is going outside into the release enclosure.
Thank God this conversation's almost over.
Whisper got her very young, so she's really still quite connected to me, but having Stuart in here is going to be her key to rewilding. So after today, we're going to be pretty hands-off with her. But you can see she's still looking at me as a parent figure, and we've got to change that. We've got to get her now thinking more stoat and less human. So moving them is quite tricky.
No shutdown codes. That's fine.
So I've got the sleeping bag in there, and I've also got a box for them. So we've got to catch them one way or another. Stuart's gone to hiding underneath an old carpet at the bottom of the enclosure. But I think Whisper's going to be a really easy
Oh wait, the lockdown disengages no matter what I do. Alright, fun.
Catch them up now, gather them up and get them outside. There we go, we've got Whisper. That was a very easy catch. So she can just go in the box now. And now I've got to catch a Stuart. This is going to be the trickier one. Hidden underneath the carpet.
Oh, Stuart. I gotta go through here, I think. Yeah. Boom, 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 boom.
There we go.
Boom.
That's it. We've got Stuart in the sleeping bag now, which is ideal, so I don't need to touch Stuart because I think Stuart would bite me by this stage. It hasn't been handled much at all recently. So yeah, so we're just going to pop them in the sleeping bag together. Just pop Whisper in there as well.
I'm not gonna help any of these people. I want to beat this game as quickly as possible. That's my only goal.
In the bag now, I'm just going to take them out to the new enclosure. This is where I'll be living for the next few weeks, outside in this really large enclosure.
Oh wait,
And it's got a double door on it.
I did that wrong.
To escape when I'm getting in because they're very fast little creatures. So I'm just going to pop them in there now.
Hold on. Alright, just okay,
So
guys.
into the nest here, but we've got loads of places to explore here. We've got a dry stone wall here at the back.
They were the lucky ones. You die.
Climb up. Well, this is going to be the
Oh shit, he's gonna kill me. Alright.
nest in here, and I'm going to put the hat in. It's important.
How is some random construction worker able to take like one fucking like an entire shotgun blast to the center of the chest?
We're going to have a lot more space to play.
No way.
So this nest is going to be a really important area for them. This is going to be their main area to rest and sleep. So I'm just going to put them in there, in the sleeping bag. And,
How do I get to it? Whoops, dead.
There we go. That's going to be their new nest for a while there.
That's the next video we'll watch, is the Jordan Peterson about furry porn.
So that's them safely in the nest, so I'm going to pop the lid back down.
Oh shit. Guys, calm down. No, guys, back off. Guys, back up. Seriously.
So this is the next part of their adventure, and we're watching them really closely because we've got hidden cameras in here, so we'll be able to see how they get on.
We've got hidden cameras in here to peep on them while they take a wee. That's adorable.
Hey, introduced 2 rescue stoats into this enclosure back in June.
Whoop.
And I'm just
Nope.
heading in to see
Thought
how
that
they're
might be
getting
a
on.
ladder, but it wasn't.
Whisper and Stuart were introduced into this enclosure, and this is a great place to watch their development because we've got hidden cameras all over in here. At first they were really nervous when they came into here, but I put some bedding in here that was from their indoor enclosure, and they soon settled down and then started exploring these dry stone walls, which was fabulous. Stuart was cautious, just popping her head out of the wall, sniffing at the air.
Oh, that's not what I meant to do. I forgot you could do that.
Whereas Whisper was much more confident.
Usually when there's a green reticle, they don't let you take a shot, so I don't know what that that was not my fault.
Whisper looks back at Stuart, almost trying to give her a bit of confidence.
Hold on, guys.
So Whisper encouraged Stuart out to explore this new enclosure.
Spit harvester. Oh, I don't have any chocolate bars. That's fine. It seems I have enough energy either way.
Over the next few days, they became more and more confident and started playing.
No, guys, calm down. Fuck.
Having these 2 stoats in here together was
I don't want to hack
fabulous,
this,
'cause
but
that's the
it's
way
gonna
they
be
learn
my
and
only
learn from each
option.
other. Usually they're out in the wild with a really big litter, so they learn by fighting, by playing, by following the mother. But they had each other in here, which was really great. They had each other to learn how to pounce.
Isn't that adorable? How close was I?
And,
Pretty
climb.
close.
So that was absolutely great to see.
Whoop.
It was great to see some rivalry between the 2 kids. Whisper had some food, and a hungry Stuart tried stealing it.
Oh, hungry Stuart tried stealing it. Oh. Bup.
So this is an estimate for the stoats, and this is.
Hey guy, back up. Thank you.
And this has been a really great place to watch them playing, sleeping, and just spending time in there together.
How do I get back upstairs? There's gotta be an elevator somewhere. I think it's around here. It might be. It is. Okay, great. So that was an unnecessary detour to go kill David Seraph. And now we're back on track.
I even built them a pond in the corner of the enclosure, and that was just to encourage their development and keep them entertained.
Oh, now I have to pee. That's all it takes for me.
At first with their new edition of the pond. But gradually they got used to it and started to drink and then started to play, and it was absolutely brilliant watching them swim around, playing and fighting in the pond.
Oh yeah. Okay, I need to talk about this without Whisper and Stoat softening the blow, or Whisper and Stuart softening the blow. This is a fun bit of game design I like a lot. Is this the bridge? This better be the bridge. Hold on. Yeah, this is the bridge. So here we are on our way to, actually we'll go here first. Here's a bridge, just crawling with people having a mental health crisis. And on your way to that bridge, here's one of the strongest weapons in the game. The implication being, and I'll demonstrate for you now, that you're supposed to take this incredibly strong weapon and gun down all these mentally ill people with it. Like this. Needs to cool down. Needs to cool down. There we go. These aren't people. These are schizophrenics, such as myself. Oh my god, this... Okay, I'm being overwhelmed by the scary schizophrenics. No. Oh god, everything they told me in health class was true. If you do LSD once, you do turn insane. That's not a joke, by the way. That's true. Hold on. Please hold. Hey, guy. Calm down. So there you go. That's how you beat the corridor of mentally ill fucking people. Victims of a horrible crisis. And you do it with a chain gun. Oh, and this guy as well, you can hit with the barrel. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. This guy's not activated. You can go in the security office over there and activate him so he kills all of the people on that bridge. You know, so you can do it yourself or you can outsource it. Here we are on the ramp to the final boss. The longest part of this is gonna be the elevator ride, I think. There we go. The only reason I won't be able to beat this before the end of Whisper and Stuart, Two Stoats Journey, whatever, is because of this long-ass elevator ride.
Tiny little kits into strong young stoats that we see today. So using the cameras in this enclosure, we've been able to watch the stoats really closely. And now I'm pretty confident they're ready for their next stage, which is life in the wild.
We're getting there.
Yeah, so this is the stoat enclosure, but at the moment we've got the two stoats in here just behind me in the wall. So they're hiding away from us. So underground here, all stretching that way, I've got a massive network of tunnels designed for a badger set. So we've got lots of different chambers out here, an area that I call Badger Cave. And what we're planning to do...
Badger Cave, what a creative name.
Here, and I'm just going to let our stoats go into the badger.
Alright, I'm going to have to beat this really quickly.
We're going to try and keep them in
could have been an opportunity to use the glowy lighting yeah, it could have been. But isn't it more tense to get a big cool before the end? Come on now.
Stage at a time. So I'm going to lift this grill.
Alright, here's how you beat this level.
Like that, simple as that.
You open up the woman hole.
So watch this evening.
Oops.
Because these stoats are going to go exploring.
And then you shoot the woman until she dies. Yep, there you go. You have a red light, green light that shows you how close the women are to being dead.
Eventually, Stuart jumps over the gate to explore.
And you do that 3 times. Yeah, okay, I do want to say that this woman hole is pretty sexy. Like, I would do this as like maybe a spa treatment. Whoops, I forgot to shoot the woman. I was too busy imagining being in the woman hole. Oh, and these guys come to help as well. But they're equally not as immune to being punched in the face. Yep. Oh god, I'm gonna miss out on... Damn it, I did the same thing. I'm not first cycling these women holes.
Ready for their next stage of rehabilitation.
There we go. I need to one cycle this woman hole, or else I'm gonna lose this speed run. Here we go. That's a dead woman. Wait, she didn't die? Fuck. Oh my god, and I keep forgetting to reload between holes.
Just after dark, I noticed a nose peeking.
Is that dead? That is dead. Oh wait, they are all dead. Okay, so now I can go kill her. I think is how it works.
Eventually, she takes her first cautious steps into the
What is it? What happens here? Oh yeah, I do literally shoot the bulletproof glass until it breaks.
Both stoats are becoming more confident, but we're still using
what if our minds were melded into one in the giant dystopian cyberpunk high run project fucking machine?
The enclosure for about a week before setting off for their new life in the wild.
This is literally what you are supposed to do, which is pretty funny.
And I look forward to catching up with them in the future.
Dude, I'm so close. Whisper, Stuart, hold on just a fucking second. Okay, cutscene. No, dude, seriously, I'm so close. I'm so close. It's on the fucking exit. No, fuck. All right, we're gonna have to find a third. No, we're not. There's the end. Whoop! You can turn the TVs off in this room for some reason. Come on. I get it. Yes, go. Let's motor. Oh wait, I did it wrong. I clicked the wrong button. All right. Now we're gonna, during this final cutscene, we have one more video to watch, and that's on my what is now my second channel, but used to be my first channel. Switch account. Don't look. Oh, you guys can't see anyway. Perfect. It's an unlisted video, and we're about to watch it. It's not that one. The Lab Rats video. Okay, I'll look at that one too.
It's right to anthropomorphize animals. And you have massive balloon-like genitalia as well. So that's kind of what a human being is like, right? Right. And so some of you are pretty into foot massages, and it's a lovely way of thinking about it. As far as your brain's concerned, the body's hardly there at all. And that's basically a human being. And when you're thinking about the difference between human beings and to anthropomorphize animals, look at the things. They're in these bodies. What are they going to do? Flip sand up into buildings? It's like pretty damn weird, you know, that if it isn't stuck in something that you can use, it's not particularly good for anything or anything that human beings would regard as magical powers. That's smart. And that's pretty interesting, eh? Because if you think about that from an evolutionary perspective, we generate abstract avatars of ourselves, and if the avatar does something stupid, bang, we kill it off, because you can all do it. You think, yeah, anybody can do that. So that's very much worth thinking about. People just don't get that.
There you go. The rat video is 4 hours long and I haven't watched it. Well, why are you making me watch it then? Fuck that. This is the end of the stream. I'm putting on Midnight Motorist, and you're gonna watch the Deus Ex credits. And I don't care. There we go.
got 2 games out of that whole thing, and their names are Cornbuster and Family Feud. Yo, hi! Hi! That girl me. 55, 57. 57. Oh, it's a pinball-like prototype? God damn it. What? Okay, well, maybe I'll just have to play that on my own then. It's good for me, not so good for them. It works for me. I wanna come. I wanna come in your hole. Oh. Excuse me.
We'll be right back with more kids like you.
We're back down, partner. Shout out to girl me. Shout out to women who got me.
Special edition of Kids Like You Classics. Are you enjoying it so far?
Fuck yeah.
Some of my favorite things, and you know, even a rerun is good when it's your favorite show. You can just watch it over and over and over. It's fun to get your favorite tape and play it again and again.
It's fun to watch the same show over and over again. Where I teach you these funny lessons about how to commit arson, how to light a fire, how to light a match with your friend.
And the way we can do what the Lord
While you're hanging out with your friend.
Mom and Dad, love God with all our heart, serve Him, read His Bible, pray, go to church. Those kind of things are pleasing in the sight of God. Are you ready for some more fun?
Oh, hell yeah.
Let's get on with the show.
That sounds... Morgan is quite the guest. That makes me very happy. I really haven't ever dated anybody who's ever been independent in that way, I guess. Or you know, never had. I think the moral of the story is it's good that I came out as bottom. Don't do that no matter what it tells you. Don't listen to this man, yeah.